This kid got caught stealing the Holy Grail. A knight caught him and took his head clean off. But when they're gone, he wakes, grabs his head, and magic reattaches it to his neck. Truth is, he beat a full game in one night, played a cleric of decay, then got yanked into that very world. All he had on arrival was the Order of Decay's robes, and the Mother of Decay's hand pulsing on his chest. Every race here loathes the Order, and he's its lone living disciple. In the lore, the Order didn't grant immortality, just drug-enhanced human bodies. That's why his strength is inhuman now. Before this, blood made him dizzy. Now even piles of corpses don't faze him. The one thing that bothers him, he can't taste anything. The Mother's hand detects killers nearby and constantly demands their deaths. It shows finger counts for the people around. Higher numbers mean greater holy energy. When they die, he can use the Mother's power to summon beasts. Later on, he was close to earning his priest status. Once he did, he headed to the guild for work. While he waited, the receptionist began a check. After she sorted paperwork, he just stood still. She returned with a job offer, said she looked forward to working with him. She was surprised Marnak read the full contract, unlike most. For him, reading it was easy. He'd mastered the game already. Only one question remained after that. Before heading out, Marnak secured half the pay. As the girl explained why, he silently spoke with his goddess. Once that ended, he left, the hand still gripping tight. While fighting that pressure, someone called out, "Father Marnak." It was a round-faced young man, big hair, friendly smile. While she spoke, only his name truly reached him. Following Pierre, Marnak overheard murmurs about monsters and ghosts. Another man stepped in, called for Pierre, scarred face, strict eyes. Pierre apologized, said he had to go on ahead. Marnak stayed behind, the hand still pushing him to kill. He told his goddess he needed coins to survive winter. The hand stopped, finally still. He touched his chest, her resting place, asked her not to grieve. No matter what he said, she kept urging death. Marnak shifted focus, asked how she judged people. They had a code. She used fingers to show numbers. By sending souls to the Mother, he could gain divinity. Finger counts revealed soul value. 10,000 needed to claim authority. Sacred relics held divinity too. The system let him extract it. There were 12 relics. The Mother promised they'd grant his wish. He already knew what he'd ask for. The return of flavor in food. Lost in thought. Pierre came back, said the captain ordered not to disturb him. The MC was off limits, but Marnak calmly replied it was fine. He watched the group closely, sensed something was off. Arrows rained down, sudden ambush. Marnak reacted fast, pulled Pierre close to shield him, then shoved him away, dodging the deadly barrage. Still, the arrows didn't stop. Several struck Marnak, tearing through. Pierre froze, horrified, watching the MC take hit after hit. The attackers fired again, tracking their shots. Marnak hit the ground, body pierced. He lay motionless, guessed they were just bandits. The hand kept calling for their deaths. He realized the Mother wanted him to fake death, to consume all the divinity present, the hardest choice yet. Rising, he told her she already knew his real self. He stood tall again, spotted a blade nearby. Grabbing the weapon, he told her he'd never follow her way. He readied to fight, sword locked in his grip. He charged in, choosing to battle by his own rules. The attackers couldn't process what they were seeing. Marnak cut through them, swift and relentless. The rest froze after seeing his brutal first strike. Sensing Marnak's fury, the scarred blonde clenched hard. He ordered the others to stay back, then finish after him. Marnak eyed the man closing in. Their blades clashed fast, blows growing heavier. The blonde kept smiling, eyes locked on Marnak. Marnak met his stare, sword steady in hand. Their duel got fiercer with every swing. They paused, breathing heavy, eyes locked. Marnak felt the goddess's hand begin its judgment. The blonde snapped, asking who Marnak was talking to. They clashed again, blades screaming. The tall blonde thought Marnak would fall fast, but neither gave ground. The hand finished its scan, told Marnak the man was worth 2.5. Marnak wondered how a merc got such value. He grinned, seeing the unfairness. He stepped back in, ready to strike. The foe rushed forward, landed a hit, snapped Marnak's blade, sent it flying into snow. Grinning, the blonde thought he'd won. Marnak studied the broken blade. The man mocked him, praised steel, said Marnak was nothing special. He added this was his final job before leaving forever. Marnak let the hilt drop, maybe planning something else. Ending it now, both still smiling, seemed smart. Still, Marnak made one offer. He told the man to walk away. Calmly. He said he'd fight softer if the man left. The blonde didn't buy it. Leaving wasn't an option. An arrow hit Marnak, smile still on his face. The blonde turned, saw his allies, doubted they'd make it on time. Marnak fell, face down in snow. The blonde grabbed his sword, told the others to kill everyone. Then a voice asked if they really thought all were dead. Lifting his head, Marnak asked why they looked so shocked. The blonde watched, stunned, as the man with an arrow in his head stood. Marnak scoffed. Rising, said someone had survived their attack. He grabbed the arrow in his skull, broke it off with his hands, said it was probably a first for them. Everyone froze. The blonde started to sweat. Marnak pressed his palms together, reminded them he gave a chance. But all they did was shoot him in the head. Hearing that, the blonde man's eyes snapped open. He shouted for them to shoot again. Archers fired, green light flaring around Marnak. Arrows hit, but Marnak kept praying to the mother of corruption. His survival left them stunned as he prayed. The others tried fleeing on their captain's orders, but something unseen locked them in place. Marnak knew his call had been heard. This was the divine threshold. A limit corruption priest crossed before unleashing full power. The barrier stopped enemies from hiding or escaping corruption's grasp. Their captain saw no choice but to fight, hoping to break through. But glancing back, they sensed something evil approaching. All screamed for their leader. A lizard-like monster marched toward them. Huge, monstrous strength. None could tell what it was. It smashed the ground, cracking the earth. Faces pale, they knew it was a true monster. It roared loud, sound twisting minds. Panic hit. They rushed to escape the holy field. Once brave fighters now cried, begging to live. Marnak just smiled, listening to their fear. Later, tracks in the snow proved he'd wiped them all out. After the fight, he wondered if he should collect their divinity. He questioned whether taking it would stop it from vanishing. He needed a plan, careful not to draw guild attention. On the ground, he spotted Pierre, arrow struck and still. Marnak chose to end this properly and let Pierre rest. He aimed to keep the man alive. It would raise his own reputation, so he prayed again. Later, someone stood nearby, holding a sacred cup. A woman asked what happened to the one who stole it. She was told he died right away. When she heard he was beheaded, she asked where the body was. As Marnak turned, a young man called to him. Seeing the cup, he warned it could return. Marnak then considered starting a pilgrimage. The servant found it sudden. He asked if it linked to the prophecy. Marnak, blue hair shining, confirmed it. Someone out there needed him. Marnak walked through snow, carrying Pierre. 10 years ago, all faiths received a prophecy end times would take form and descend. Guards saw Marnak approaching with Pierre in his arms. They moved toward him. A voice called out, surprising Marnak. It noted his recent return. As guards carried Pierre inside, a red-haired girl said she had permission to enter. She told Marnak he didn't look strong at first glance. Her comment made him uneasy. He only looked at her when she mentioned knowing what was in his bag, blaming it for the chaos. She suggested leaving it at the guild instead of carrying it around. Walking through town, she asked if he had a place to stay. If not, he could come to hers. Marnak stared at her. Her cheeks reddened. His goddess grew furious, but the mother stopped her. He accepted the offer, now resting with the goddess's hand on his chest. Looking at the sky, he thought he'd just accepted kindness from a pretty girl. A noise at the door drew his attention. He turned toward it. The redhead stood there, greeting him. With the door cracked open, she said she'd let him rest. Marnak slipped on his footwear. She mentioned something urgent needing him. At the door, Marnak asked what it was. She said the Lord requested his presence. He looked surprised, still standing there. He asked if she knew why. She began explaining. A well-kept mansion appeared ahead. Inside, a man sipped tea while a butler announced Marnak's arrival. Flor dismissed the butler, who bowed and left. Lord Gis, with black hair and beard, stared oddly at Marnak. The Lord asked if Marnak had seen his brother's final moments. When offered tea, Marnak responded with a dark smile. He remembered when the mother of corruption first met this man. She had marked him with an X. Marnak then realized the man wasn't human. He decided to face him. The demon's eyes turned red, knowing he'd been found out. The X was how the mother marked her targets. It meant he wasn't human. Demons lived hidden among people here, stronger than most beings. But some stayed passive, to blend in. Demons made pacts with others, explaining their ties to humans. The gods despised demons because both sides traded favors with followers. So the gods declared demons and their partners as demons alike. All were branded corrupted. That decree began Marnak's demon hunt. Eyes shut, he reflected. Demon pact holders were feared and avoided. He remembered why he chose that class. Quiet filled the Lord's office, until the Lord leaned forward, surprised. Speaking of his brother, he said the dead man caused Marnak's arrival. Holding his tea, he praised Marnak for noticing his disguise. The demon smirked, hands clasped, admitting his own craftiness. Marnak closed his eyes and said he served the mother of corruption. That caught the demon's interest, as he thought she had no followers. He cheerfully invited them to sit, since they were the only ones present. He said he would speak honestly. The invitation was deliberate. Marnak watched him, calm and unmoving. The Lord asked about the mercenary captain. He wanted to know how he died, offering payment for answers. Marnak accepted the words with a faint smile. As the Lord spoke, Marnak thought the situation unfortunate. Galad regretted Winter's lack of work. The noble arranged a hidden job. The young man's death was unexpected. The Lord said life was difficult from where he stood. He said this while staring outside, leaving the room. Marnak carried a small pouch of gold. He knew it wasn't manipulation, only payment for truth. Walking out, he said he wasn't a greedy priest, yet. Seeing the mother's anger, he held her hand, soothing her. The hand pushed for more words, so he brought it to his lips and coughed. He spoke of something that stayed pure like gold. Smiling and blushing, he told the hand of his devotion. The hand trembled at his words. He pressed it to his chest, saying she would always matter most. As he walked, he told her not to worry. Later, at the inn, the redhead welcomed him warmly. She motioned toward the side, asking him to greet priests of the teaching sect. He smiled, wondering why they were here. His eyes drifted toward them. A bad feeling rose as one member met his gaze. Marnak recognized them at once. The mother had told him. One of them held a holy relic, and he studied the three ahead. A man nearby said this result came from a life chasing justice. Marnak stayed quiet, watching as he commented on meeting a preservation priest. The man introduced himself as Orvis, balance of vengeance and justice. His stare pierced, armor shined, weapon unlike any other. He pointed to a tall white-haired man, Cornelius, and the girl beside them was Patina. All three greeted Marnak with hands to their chests. Marnak returned the gesture, said he was glad to meet them. The redhead mentioned a blonde woman reading in the library. Marnak felt slightly at ease knowing other priests and sects were around. He figured he'd have chances later to claim the relic, but trouble always followed whenever he absorbed one's divine power. He wondered if he was truly a priest or just a corrupted soul. The group said goodbye, needing to leave. They planned to visit the Lord. Orvis said next time they'd talk seriously. As they left, Marnak noticed their matching weapons, all heading toward the Lord. The redhead told him the guild often gave priests cheap lodging. Sweating, he asked if she expected him to pay for the inn. Smiling, she asked if he thought she let him stay out of kindness. He did. Still, he denied it, face slightly red. She walked ahead, explaining her reasons. Always, she said, waving her hand. She wanted food kept fresh. Stepping closer, she asked if he could bless her food. Blushing deeper, he stepped back, asking why she whispered. Laughing at his reaction, she smiled wide, then asked if he was just bored. Someone entered, said they seemed close from the way they joked. Marnak asked why he wasn't with the others. It was Cornelius, white hair shining, saying people gave him no choice. He said from outside he asked them to offer respect on his behalf. The redhead replied that Lord Tretton probably didn't care. After that, they both looked at her as she said the Lord acted cold, but worked well. She separated work and life. She warned them to stay quiet. The Lord had loyal followers. Cornelius asked more about the Lord, looking curious. She smiled while speaking. Marnak just watched. Then he asked her something himself, with a smile. He asked why the other priest skipped meeting the Lord. The man laughed, said they were following a prophecy received 10 years ago. Now Marnak started to fear the world's end was near. Sweat broke as he realized they believed the Lord was a fiend. Near the Lord's estate, the two clerics approached. The relic glowed. They instantly knew glow meant demon nearby. Holding the relic, they knew what had to be done. The demon dropped its disguise. Flames burst as a mutated lizard erupted from the Lord's mansion. Marnak froze, staring. The other priest expected it. Inside, a cleric raised his hammer, the scales of retribution. He was one of the 3 wise clerics. Mid-fight, he switched between axe and sword, then drove the blade into the beast's massive skull. From afar, dust and lightning clouded the ruined ground. As Orvis fought the demon, the priest near Marnak said the light came from the hammer of punishment. He figured Orvis was battling a demon, pointed to the sky, and said he had to help. Marnak turned away, told him to go ahead, he'd catch up. Instead, Marnak ran back to the inn and called for the redhead. Aaron jumped at his sudden return, asking what was going on. Marnak walked in, intense look on his face. He asked one thing, hugging her. He asked where Pierre was. Aaron blinked, confused. She watched as Marnak leapt, from the spot to safer ground. He dodged the chaos without slowing, carrying the girl. He scanned the burning mess. Cries rang out in the distance. The demon loomed, massive and reptilian. Marnak stood on its back, hammer raised. The redhead screamed, trying to warn him. The beast was huge, wild, unstoppable. Marnak told her to forget it and just say where Pierre was. Seeing his worry, she pointed quickly. He swore to protect Pierre, eyes locked ahead, name echoing in his mind. He found Pierre on a mattress inside. Everything around shattered. The boy slept, still and silent. Marnak watched him, refusing to lose him again. Pierre was strong, but Marnak hoisted him with ease. He told Aaron to get on his back, arms too full to carry her. Holding his neck, face pink, she climbed on. He jumped, sprinting full speed. Focused, Marnak ran like a storm. The girl stayed quiet, deep in thought, then told him she knew a shortcut. Over the wind, he asked where. She pointed straight ahead, gave him the direction. As they neared, she said a house with a hidden tunnel was close. The door was locked. Marnak didn't care. He broke it down. Aaron blushed, watching him. Marnak kept moving, slipping once but never slowing. The girl thought he was being a bit rough, eyeing the smashed door. She muttered about his insane strength. He set her down, told her to escape through the tunnel if needed. She asked why he wouldn't just leave with them. He answered soon after, saying he had to help the other priests. With Aaron and Pierre now safe, he turned back toward the battle. Aaron watched him go, silently amazed by his power. After a long sprint, Marnak reached the scene. His face darkened. He was too late. A priest lay broken. The sight shook him. He approached the stocky figure with white hair and a horn. It was Cornelius, wounded, barely breathing. Still, Cornelius saw Marnak coming. Marnak looked on, sorrow heavy in his eyes. He knew it was hopeless. He spoke with the dying man, who said Patina was gone. Marnak turned. Her body was crushed, thrown against the wall. He asked Cornelius if there was any other way to kill the demon. Cornelius said yes. One relic remained, the white sword. Orvis had driven it into the demon's skull. Marnak had to pull it out and strike the brain. After that, Cornelius's eyes faded. His hand fell, brushing dust. Marnak stayed for a moment longer, then prayed to the mother, asking to take what remained. Elsewhere, Orvis kept fighting the monster. Marnak took the hammer, tried driving the sword deeper, but it only enraged the beast. It roared and flailed, tail and limbs crashing wildly. From a distance, Marnak charged full speed. Knowing it was now or never, he leapt. He drove another sword near the tail. Ahead, he spotted the sword he needed. Then he noticed the beast acting strangely. Marnak tensed. Something was off. The monster planted its feet. Its jaws stretched wide. Marnak knew the move, the death spin. The blow launched him far. He slammed down hard, nearly drained. Marnak told the mother of corruption he was still alive. Flat on the ground, legs wrecked, he admitted she was right. Pain taught him. He smiled weakly through the pain, knowing he'd done what he came to do. He saw the relic nearby and let out a breath. Grabbing it, he called the whole thing oddly satisfying, pressing the sword to his chest. He told the goddess it was hers. Right then, he reached for more power. A strange hand slipped from his pocket. As he passed her the relic, he asked her to lift another seal. Each relic held divine power, enough to unlock new strength. This one had 123 units. Green light flared around him. The seal should break now, so he asked what power she had given. She didn't answer. She just leapt from his chest and ran. She pressed her fingers into the dirt as she took off. Marnak said her support from afar was enough. Watching her grow made him proud. Still, things were too serious now to stay relaxed. He changed his tone and called out to her. She responded, floating before him. He offered 10,000 more units for a new gift. When it finished, Marnak looked satisfied. He liked the power. A magic circle formed under his feet. It was the script of corruption. Basic effect, but powerful. His face showed interest. Dark green lines spread over his body, sharpening his strength. He told her the power worked well. It could help in the fight ahead. Standing, he dusted off and said his legs were healed. Then something caught his eye. It was Orvis, lying still, not moving. Marnak figured he'd been thrown during the fight. They must have fallen at the same time. He wished the priest peace, but he still needed the man's divinity. He reached down. Green energy began to rise. Meanwhile, the monster still raged, red eyes glowing. Its tail slammed, steps heavy. Marnak stayed alert. Something felt off. He stared, trying to understand. The clerics who gave the demon the relic came from the knowledge sect, but they were all dead. The beast shouldn't be this mad. While thinking, he finished the drain, gained another 1,000, then stood still, staring at it. He realized demons moved with intent, not like wild beasts. A divine hand slid from his pocket, and he warned it the fight would surge soon, telling it to brace. Metallic green markings crawled wider across his skin, visible on face and limbs. In the monster's broad red eye, Marnak saw his own reflection. He drove forward fast, aiming straight for the creature's front leg. The beast swung its tail again at him, throwing chaos through the area. Rage flared in him, veins rising across his face and neck. He searched the battlefield, then found it. The white sword stuck halfway into the reptile's skull. He dashed toward it without pause. He noticed the reptile lean again, preparing another strike. He refused to take that hit, staring at its open, rumbling jaws, holding his stance. His hand closed around the sword's grip, and he knew the same trick would not fail again. He planned to turn the creature's own drive against it, chaos still roaring around them, homes burning, windows shattering. The scene deteriorated with every breath. Marnak started coughing hard. Blood smeared across his palm when he checked it. The creature, spine now bristling with spikes, rushed him. He shifted his weight, ready. He understood he had no time left. His body breaking inside, and if the demon kept pushing, corruption could spill out of him. If that happened, he would fall, so he leapt and grabbed the white blade tight. He remembered the MC's words, bury it deep enough in the demon's skull to reach the brain, and the battle ends. He wrenched the sword free from the monster. A brief smile crossed his face. He turned and called for the Lord to wake. Light surged outward, covering the field as Lord Tretton stirred, a figure forming inside the glow. All eyes widened at the sight. The huge reptile started to split apart. The brilliance sharpened, seen across nearby districts as it swallowed part of the city. The red-haired girl, far off with Pierre, noticed the flash. Curious, she stepped toward the door to confirm her guess. When the radiance faded, the Lord lay on the ground, clearly wounded. Marnak smiled and asked if the Lord was awake. The man gave a weak grin, looked at him with his remaining eye, and said he was glad to see him again. Marnak pointed at the white sword. Saying it triggered everything. He lifted his hand to the Lord, mentioning a debt of 2 gold reserves. The Lord, looking pleased, treated the matter lightly. Marnak steadied himself on the priest's hand, rising slowly after what had happened. A distant mage focused power into her palm. The girl with piercing blue eyes started a tracking spell. Once the energy stabilized, she cast it in one direction. The trail showed someone had passed through. She and a cloaked man watched closely. The scarred old man confirmed what he already believed. He looked down, watching the spell reveal a strange herb. That sight pulled old memories to the surface. It was hard to believe such a force was involved, but the spell made it clear. He had to accept it. No corpses remained, but he was sure he had beheaded them. That cold day stuck with him, still sharp in his mind. The woman beside him agreed monsters might have dragged the bodies off. The old man thanked her for bringing him there, then asked another favor. She said he could ask, but first name the nearby villages. As she quietly scanned the area, demonic presence kept spreading. In the ruins, Marnak walked beside the Lord's butler. Reaching a certain door, the butler politely opened it for Marnak. Marnak stepped in, calm and collected. The Lord lit up, arms wide in welcome. With a soft smile and shut eyes, Marnak heard the Lord say he looked better each time. Still, the Lord admitted he couldn't express his full thanks. Marnak gave a slight smirk, noting the demon still lived. Remembering the demon's words about all races deserving life, he seemed to agree. After the fight with the massive reptile, people called Marnak a demon killer. Though the name didn't fit, the title stuck. Erin, the inn-girl, helped spread it, growing fond of the name fast. Now, people spotted him and whispered Demon Slayer. Some said he beat 7 thugs alone. Others claimed slaying a demon must be simple for someone like him, so he started avoiding certain places. While speaking with the Lord, Marnak pointed out his wooden leg moved too naturally to be fake. The Lord explained he faked a limp around others, only moving freely near Marnak. A red spark in his eyes appeared as he admitted there was a price for that movement. Curious, Marnak asked what it cost. The man grinned, sipping tea, saying his fine hair would all fall out. He joked he'd look like a bare autumn tree. Laughing, he said Marnak might not recognize him in a few months. Marnak wiped fake tears, said the thought upset him, asked to change topics. The Lord stared at his tea, asking if Marnak had time. He mentioned a client had asked for Marnak directly. Demon Slayer talk had stirred major interest in Marnak. When relics from the old empire came up, Marnak's attention sharpened. The reward included 5 gold coins plus an advance. With top performance, he might keep a relic. These relics ranged from sacred cups to ancient stones. Marnak remembered what the mother of corruption said about relics. With a faint grin, he decided to check it himself. He told the Lord he would take the job. Marnak knew a former empire had ended the age of wild mages. That empire unified the land, made tech still working today. Many strong artifacts trace back to it. With his new crew, Marnak gave a formal greeting. One man introduced himself as Carmen Valtas, head of the mission. Carmen noticed the name seemed known, then said his father was Anthony Valtas. He clarified that he was born out of wedlock. Marnak grinned, recalling the Black Wolf's honor. Still, he had a secret child. That was unexpected, especially after his wife died. Marnak wanted more answers but didn't ask. Spotting others, he requested their names. Carmen pointed at the hooded woman, called her Tunisia. Then he motioned to the huge man, naming him Tsukis of the Unicorn tribe. The giant with massive hands greeted Marnak politely. Marnak smiled, asking them to call him by name. Tsukis said doing so wasn't disrespectful. Carmen spread his arms, saying now they could talk on the move. 2 days later, they sat around a fire. Carmen asked if Marnak wasn't going to rest. Marnak said he had already rested enough. Trying to chat, the young man asked if he'd found love. Marnak, face a little red, said it felt like snow on a quiet field. Asked his type. Marnak thought of the corruption goddess's hand. He shut his eyes, saying he liked someone who stayed beside him. The goddess, usually loud, stayed silent this time. Carmen joked such a woman must have a huge heart. The goddess agreed, seemingly pleased with the idea. The young man lifted his arms, grinned, said that kind of heart had room for him too. With a wide smile, he said he liked women with open hearts. Marnak replied that having a clear goal wasn't a bad thing. Still, he warned not to say such things around women. Carmen said he only joked like that with old friends. Marnak's grin then was real. He felt the same. Their chat dragged into the night, as the goddess watched, clearly annoyed, eyes shut. Marnak recalled her constant warning to choose allies wisely, but looking at Carmen, he figured the man was all right. In the snow, the mage stopped, saying they'd arrived. She lifted her hood slightly, saying it was now her task. Holding the key, she said she'd open the ruin. Opening the ancient ruin wasn't hard. First, they had to match the key with marked coordinates. Then, they translated the old letters carved on it. To finish, the mage had to turn it one way. Either direction worked. She placed the key, twisted it. Only mages could read that script. That's why she came. Still, Marnak's sharp eyes knew one more group could read it. Players. They understood the text too, so Marnak kept his knowledge hidden. When the gate appeared, they got ready. Marnak believed no one had caught on. Carmen, already reaching through the gate, waved them in. Inside, Marnak carefully scanned the portal chamber. The ruin stretched wide, walls solid, vines creeping across them. Carmen looked thrilled. He said this ruin was untouched. Perfect. Marnak stayed calm, said he expected to find many relics. Then he gave a slight grin. He had waited to see this place himself, only seen in images before, but his joy wasn't shared by everyone. The mage still looked sour as ever. Torchlight lit their path through the ruin. The unicorn warrior smiled, clearly thrilled too. After a short walk, they stood before giant doors, glowing with complex runes. That magic would only yield if someone had imperial blood. Marnak watched the mage say it clearly. Imperial blood was needed. She said no one had it, so be ready for chaos once it opened. And just like that, the moment it opened, monsters poured out fast. They rushed straight at the team, aiming to kill. The Axeman stepped forward, ready to fight. He stormed ahead, cutting through to make space. The mage kept casting, fending off attacks. One of her spells cracked the floor. Light burst from the glowing fractures. Monsters dropped fast. Blasts erupted from the breaks, lighting up the ruin. The blasts tore through the area, flinging monsters into the air. Marnak watched them fly. Sword tight in hand, Marnak stood ready for anything that moved. With a razor edge and raw power, he launched into the fight. Marnak moved fast, ruthless. No monster survived his path. Still, one thought lingered. His goddess had warned about corruption. A sword came at him, but he easily blocked it. Turning, he saw a monster with a blade growing from its hand. Marnak stared at it, surprised. He didn't expect more. Still, better to strike first. Then, something slammed into the monster's head. Eyes shut, Marnak felt an arrow zip past, burying into the skull. Even as the beast dropped, he didn't flinch. His eyes went straight to the leader, the one who fired. Marnak kept looking, silently thanking him for the fast shot. Behind him, Tsukis yelled at the mage for sending more enemies their way. She turned, said it was the fastest way to wipe them out. She added they should quit whining, since all the monsters were down. Still, Tsukis fumed. His calm broke, teeth clenched, sharp fangs showing. He sat away, silent, veins rising on his face, head lowered. Meanwhile, the leader praised Marnak's strength, normally gentle. Marnak bowed slightly, sorry for revealing his harsh side, then praised Carmen in return. He pointed out Carmen's solid aim and bow skills. Carmen said he kept training, never slacked off. But not everyone joined the talk. The mage asked when they'd move on. She said she was ready, but Carmen and Marnak just stared. Staff in hand, she stood firm, saying her mana was still full. Tsukis didn't want to hear her voice. Furious, he called her a muttering mage, always rushing. She shot back, saying they all needed more rest, and she wasn't alone in that. She pushed further, saying Suki's just craved attention. Even so, Carmen ended the argument, taking Suki's side. Though the mage scowled, he shut it down, saying they'd rest, no more debate, smiling to himself. Marnak thought all mages were a bit arrogant. In this world, becoming a mage was natural. Those born with the gift awakened it young. When it happened, their mana surfaced, slowly unlocking. From then on, their powers grew. They gained knowledge of the old language, no training needed. That language came with a staff. They learned to channel the mana flowing inside them. With it, they bent the laws of nature, watching the mage. Marnak saw her for what she was. Their built-in knowledge gave them every edge, so most ignored other ways to learn. Like old mages, many became stubborn, impatient, rough, and dull. Watching her clash with Sukas, Marnak decided most mages carried too much pride. Truthfully, he found her polite compared to the rest. Even with her temper, she spoke little and never cut too deep. After resting, the leader said it was time to move. He told them to scout the next sector, so everyone braced. Then a deep sound, like a giant roar, rolled toward them. It came from a nearby passage. Dust surged out with a strong gust that hit the four of them. The leader turned, noticing the doors behind them had sealed. As he spoke, the others followed his gaze. A massive beast dropped from the ceiling. Its whole body shone silver. A glowing blue orb sat on its head, pulsing like its life source. Seeing it, Marnak grinned, thrilled. He could barely believe it stood there. He had thought the ruins' threats weak, but this silver creature was the real danger. Tsuki's faced the monster, trying to hold firm, though sweat showed his fear, ready to fight. The unicorn man froze as the mage ordered them to retreat. She stepped forward, channeling power into her staff with steady movements. Murmuring old words, she fired a spell at the huge silver threat. Her plan was clear: bring the ceiling down on it and end the fight fast. But to their shock, the creature did not react at all. Far off, Carmen scowled, seeing things slip beyond control. He called out, warning Tunisia her attack was too risky and her magic too weak. His shout came too late. A bright blue glow flashed on the creature's head. It signaled a release of raw force. The monster triggered its power. The falling stone shattered into dust and tiny pieces. The front three froze in fear at its strength. Soon, glowing fragments rained down toward Tunisia, seeing the terror on their faces. She looked up, accepting what was coming. The monster lunged in a killing stance. When its fist hit her, nothing of her remained. Even Suki's, who rarely favored her, felt heavy grief. The loss stunned him still, leaving him open and unprotected. Marnak watched, shouting for Suki's to move out of the attack line. But the young warrior failed to hear or react. The creature's blow landed, a bright blast filling the room. Suki's took the strike head-on, unable to dodge or guard. The silver colossus, core blazing blue, turned its gaze to the last two standing. With a steady stare, Marnak asked the leader if he truly wanted to live. Hearing yes, Marnak clenched his fist, offering him one last chance to back down. The leader looked confused by Marnak's sudden shift. He didn't notice what was coming until it was too late, and then he blacked out. Marnak caught his falling teammate, eyes still locked on the beast. He had mentioned a powerful ally before, and now he summoned it. The metal creature couldn't process the strange form appearing. Hands locked, the summoned figure readied a brutal blow. It slammed into the enemy hard. The force showed it meant business. Marnak threw the leader over his shoulder and started to retreat, trusting his ally to finish the fight. Glancing back, he felt safer knowing the summoned beast had his back. On the way out, he found remains of the mage, absorbing 1,000 divinity units. Then he gathered what was left of Suki's, gaining another 100. He leaned Carmen's body gently against a wall. Hand to his head, he paused, unsure of his next move. He figured the ally would take time to win this fight. Meanwhile, the goddess's hand twitched inside his pocket. Marnak, face firm, muttered that things were going as planned. His green tattoos lit up, no more hesitation. He sprinted straight back into the battle, ready to join the fight. His eyes locked onto the glowing blue core inside the monster's head. That was his goal, pulsing with unnatural light. As the battle raged, Marnak knew the gem stood apart from the metal body. Break the gem, and the threat would fall. He climbed the allies' back, then leapt high into the air. Aiming for the core, it moved with him, matching his motion. He struck fast, shattering it into sharp fragments. His eyes still burned greens. He hit the ruined ground below. With the gem broken, the metal beast froze, then crashed down lifeless. The goddess's summoned creature lifted its head and let out a cry of victory. Marnak gave it a silent nod of thanks. Then the goddess's hand pointed somewhere new. Marnak followed the motion, suspicious, and asked what just happened. 3 more giant metal monsters dropped from the ceiling. Marnak's face shifted, eyes narrowing. The new enemies stared at Marnak and the beast. It was clear neither could handle 3 more of these alone. Frowning, Marnak wondered how many more would show up. He left the battle, reached the leader. Carmen woke, asking where the others were. Marnak, heavy-hearted, said they never got a chance to fight back. Carmen recalled the giant's fall and wished he'd triggered the key earlier, seeing his guilt. Marnak reminded him everyone had their own role. Thinking of the mage and Suki's, he said they knew the risk. Curious, Carmen asked what this place was. Marnak answered flatly, the Black Gate. Carmen's eyes widened, stunned by the truth. He shut his eyes tight, trying to take it in. Unsure how it happened, he chose not to ask. Instead, he swore on the name Valtis to repay the cleric. The cleric, calm as ever, said he looked forward to it. Back in the hallway, Marnak asked if he was ready to move. The monsters weren't all gone. He remembered how the beast helped take one down. Then more dropped, forcing him to pull back. Worn out, he barely pushed the next doors open. He even had to kick Carmen through them. Before moving on, he told the beast to return soon. He knew she would. As they walked, Marnak watched the floor beneath him, studying the path. He looked up, surprised by the ruins above. They reached a new gate. Marnak said this was the end. Carmen turned, saying Marnak could explore freely. Carefully, they opened the gate and stepped inside. 2 relics rested on a glowing pedestal. From afar, Carmen realized the stories were true. He turned to Marnak, asking if he could request something, though he had no right. Nervously, he asked to keep the necklace, promising fair trade. Smiling, the cleric asked what was so special about it. Carmen explained it was the lineage pathfinder, with 1 drop of blood. It could trace bloodlines, leading to family members. Marnak closed his eyes, guessing what the boy truly wanted. Carmen admitted it plainly. He was searching for his mother. Marnak listened as the boy shared his story. Then Carmen faced him, waiting for a response. The cleric agreed, asking in return for the sword. They left the chamber, lit a fire, sat nearby. Both avoided the large metal debris. The weight of the fight still hung in the air. Carmen, wearing the necklace, said without the cleric, they'd be lost. He glanced at Marnak, while the cleric sat deep in thought, holding the necklace tight. Carmen asked Marnak if he could bless it. Marnak gave a calm smile and said he would. He pricked the boy's finger with a soft touch. Carmen closed his eyes, then a drop surfaced. He thanked Marnak, who said the goddess would now protect him. Carmen let the drop fall onto the pendant's center plate. As it landed, a surge of magic rippled through the necklace. Carmen's face lit up. He saw the necklace shift into a compass, pointing straight to his mother. He believed, without doubt, she was still alive. Marnak said he was glad it worked. Carmen praised him, unsure how he'd ever repay that debt. Looking into Marnak's eyes, he asked if he could request one more favor. The question made Marnak pause. He waited, watching in silence. Carmen said they were headed west and asked Marnak to join them. At the capital, he promised proper reward. Marnak listened as the youth offered to cover every expense. He smiled, wanting to accept, though he knew he never stayed long. Seeing Carmen's hopeful face, he felt the pressure to answer. But sitting by the fire, Marnak said nothing, which made Carmen uneasy. Marnak gave a soft smile. He figured he could speak honestly now. Rising, he took the boy's hand. said he'd help find her if that was all right. With a warm glow, he promised to support their journey. Time passed back at the inn. Aaron found Marnak's sudden leave hard to accept. She was angry. He just grabbed his gear and said goodbye. She stopped him, asking to hold his hand for a second. It shouldn't end so fast. She had rushed to finish it in time. Marnak looked down at what she gave him. His eyes sharpened. It was a silver mercenary badge. She hoped he'd say something meaningful, something that showed he got it. But he only thanked her. Missing the hint. That stung. He should have said they'd work together again. She said it for him, ending with a playful tap. Marnak got it. He closed his eyes and gave a slight nod. He wasn't one to return to places, always moving. He thought staying meant losing freedom. Aaron told him his way of living would never lead to love. She said it was her duty to speak honestly. Marnak studied her, unsure what she meant. She said they'd see each other again soon. That caught him off guard. She repeated it soon, before he could speak. She touched his lips, saying he didn't need to know how, then tapped her own lips, calling it her last move before delivering punishment. At the same time, Overdose visited the Lord and noticed his shiny bald head, smiling. The Lord said he'd reached humanity's purest form. He quickly changed the subject, asking if Marnak was headed to the capital, then handed him a letter of recommendation. Smirking slightly, he admitted he couldn't offer money, but said the letter might help through a friend in the capital. He warned to only use that contact as a last resort. The man was difficult. Marnak thanked him sincerely for the gesture. The Lord said it was a true gift of friendship, wishing him a great life, brief as it may be. Elsewhere, tracks scattered across snowy ground. Two figures walked together, leaving geese behind. Smiling, Valtis said the next town was half a day away. Marnak smiled too, though he knew the goddess disliked Carmen Valtis. She only allowed this travel because Carmen had joined 3.5 Fingers. That alliance promised 10,000 divinity, a serious reward. Even so, Marnak chose to let him stay. He kept walking, watching his cheerful friend ahead, amused by his energy. Then something shifted. A strange pressure filled the air. Marnak drew his jagged sword, warning his friend. Valtis saw the blade and forced a nervous smile after hearing the warning. Marnak, grim, said it was near and raised his sword. He felt the thing chasing them, fast and closing in. Carmen turned fast. An attack came. Marnak dodged just in time. Then they saw it, a massive spider blotting out the sky. It dropped down, caught between tree branches near them. As Carmen approached, he asked what it was. Marnak called it a snow spider. Now revealed, the beast waited for a chance to strike. Marnak got ready, bow and arrows in hand. Carmen looked up and saw Marnak already in battle with his sword. After the first one fell, more spiders poured out. Marnak stepped up again. With a wild grin, he told Carmen that next time, he'd bring a cleaning cloth before using his blade. He raised it again, then cut down another, splattering the weapon further. It wasn't just the blade, now his whole body was stained. The view shifted, showing geese torn apart. At a rough shelter, the local lord welcomed a blue-haired girl. She calmly told him there was nothing to fear. The lord asked directly why she summoned him without warning. Eyeing the rare blue flame, clearly not part of protocol, she placed a file on the table, told him to read it. As he flipped through, she asked if he knew the man. The sketch was rough, but he still recognized Marnak. Hiding it, he asked what business they had with that man. Sunlight flooded in, and she called it a personal matter. She heard him mutter no one could ID a face from that. He waved her off, said he had no time to waste. She seemed to get it, then stood and left, while he just watched. Alone now, he rubbed his beard, thinking of Marnak. Meanwhile, Valtis checked the spiders. Marnak silently watched. Marnak gave his usual grin, asked what the boy was doing. The boy replied he was after the snow spider's venom. Marnak looked interested. Holding the sack, the boy said it fetched a good price. Still grinning, Marnak asked how he knew so much. Harmon answered. He'd learned from hunting monsters again and again. As he sliced parts off, Harmon said hands-on work taught him well. Marnak leaned back to dodge splatter, said he'd give it a shot too. Covered in dirt, Harmon told him the nearest city was Around half a day's walk elsewhere, guards on patrol spotted something and alerted each other. They confirmed it. 2 travelers nearing the gate, Marnak among them. One guard broke into a run, aiming to stop them. Reaching them, he asked how they passed the locked barrier. Marnak, confused, said they walked all the way. The guard nodded. He said the city's been closed off for 3 days due to beasts. That caught Marnak's attention, and he asked for more details. The guard said monster attacks were getting more frequent lately. Baltus heard him add that no bodies were left behind after. Everyone knew snow spiders drained only the essence from prey. The guards, now closer, motioned for them to approach. One said a local noble wanted to meet them. Another, panting, confirmed the order. The last guard offered to take them straight to the noble's estate. Marnak noted it was a noble's land. Later, cleaned up. They stood before a heavy-set noble. Marnak said he already knew about the beast issue. The Lord said that was exactly why they'd been summoned. He explained. A follower of a dark spirit was behind it. Marnak thought sealing a whole city over one follower felt extreme. The Lord explained. According to priests, at least 4 cults operated. Pointing at the dishes, the Lord said these groups worked together. Tears welled as he confessed. He'd only recently taken the title. His late father, he said, would have handled this swiftly. Motioning at the food, he admitted the steady supplies meant little. The soldiers still held on to some spirit. So the crisis hadn't spiraled yet. Arms wide at the table, he said no one truly knew what was happening. Then told Marnak he needed someone to slip past the monsters. The Lord's face showed unease, waiting for Marnak to speak. Marnak stayed silent, eyes shut, focused, then said he'd help however he could. Later, he met the goddess's hand, who seemed upset. Holding a magic item, he said Flo's team found it. He recognized it, a relic only found in desert zones. On the bed's edge, Marnak sat with the goddess's hand, his sword, and the relic. He pushed his blade into the artifact. Following her words, he sharpened its edge. Finished. He took the enhanced weapon. As he stored it, her hand touched his shoulder. She rubbed her palms together, saying life must be lived fully. Marnak looked pleased, viewing it in his stash. She stayed close. He smirked, finally saying words he long wanted to. He told her he agreed to the Lord's call, because something felt wrong. He'd never heard of 4 sects working together. The spirit's name sounded terrifying, but it meant little in the game. Players knew top gods gave that title to lesser ones. Most followers of that spirit lost grip on reality. Unlike major faiths who fought it together, its worshippers rarely allied. That's why Marnak, distant and alert, felt something was off. Trusting his gut, he left with the Lord's men. Carmen looked back, spotted something odd, unease creeping in. She looked up, stunned by a swarm of huge spiders. Marnak seemed calm, believing now was the time. Valtus froze when Marnak said he'd draw them away. His friend warned him. Solo was death, but Marnak said they'd get caught soon. Valtus didn't fully get it, but his eyes locked wide. Dropping the reins, Marnak told Carmen to circle back with backup. As the others charged ahead, Marnak fell behind, reins let go. Watching him drop, his friend shouted his name, smirking. Marnak told the goddess's hand his line had hit perfectly. Then a massive blast ripped through snow and ice. Valtus heard it, gripped the reins tight, eyes shut. Faces shifted to sorrow as others turned back from the blast. They saw twisted wolf-like beasts charging. Snow spiders crawled into view next. Snakes and centipedes followed, but above them all, Marnak stood unmatched, grinning wide. He asked the goddess what she meant by interesting. Sword raised, he was ready to cut down every monster. He aimed to wipe out the weaker ones first. With saw in hand, he fought as more poured in. Still, he pressed forward, cutting down all that came. Gripping the sword tighter, the MC moved with purpose, landing killing blows with each swing. Spiders and other horrors kept flooding in. Yet once they all dropped, Marnak turned away without a glance. Content. He joked that if this kept up, he'd need to carry a bathtub. He'd mention it later. For now, a strange scene unfolded ahead. Walking forward, he thought about how absurd this all felt. The place was cluttered with old wheels and barrels. Looking around, He recalled claiming the attack wagons were empty. As he moved, he spotted a hand by his boots. He crouched to check. The rest of the body was there, drained dry, like spiders had fed. He looked up, confused why they'd enjoy that, realizing now they used the remains as display. To him, it felt excessive, lighthearted. He told the goddess not to worry, but to keep guarding the soldiers. While walking, he said the creature probably could eat humans too. Scanning the area, he figured enough corpses remained for 3 days feeding. He guessed they were raising young, still walking, still thinking. Then he saw Antonio, much bigger than expected. From there, everything just got larger, like giants lived here. Marnak smiled, thinking the god tailing him should show up now. Suddenly, eyes locked onto him. He looked up and saw a spider, huge beyond all the rest. She wasn't alone. She ruled them all. Many others followed her. She looked ready to fight Marnak herself. His eyes glowed green, and he asked the goddess to mark corruption. At once, green energy formed a barrier around the spiders. Green light lit the MC's face. He smiled faintly. Yun flinched. Facing the giant spider, Marnak told the goddess he needed her power. As he spoke, the beast began forming. Like always, he added, this time, he'd offer something in return. The white beast, loyal to his call, took shape. Marnak promised her the spider's head, then watched her charge in. Green markings flared again across his face. Marnak saw her lose ground as the spider's limbs stabbed deep. The spider hissed, baring sharp fangs at her. The beast screamed as the spider's limbs pierced deeper. Marnak saw it was twice her size. It growled, snarled, foamed. Fury poured from its every move. With a sly look, Marnak plotted how to tip the fight. He slashed forward with both swords, cutting the limbs that pinned the beast. He aimed to free her, let her fight fully. He sensed power building inside the spider. He struck again, avoiding any parts that might hold divine essence. Eyes glowing green, Marnak knew there had to be a weak spot. Beneath the spider, he saw it finally revealed. He aimed near it, nearly slicing the spider in two. Fluid sprayed across his face, but he felt pleased, understanding the pattern now. He braced for the next strike, sensing divine energy through the spider's form. He jumped again, aiming only for its legs as the spider thrashed. Marnak told it to move forward. Holding tight, he said he'd help, then asked the beast to lock it down. So, the white beast bared her teeth and growled louder. She focused on the legs, holding them just as Marnak asked. The spider twitched, sensing their move was off. While she held tight, Marnak circled, lining up his strike. Spider or not, he'd slice only its thorax. He struck at the weak point, slicing the thinnest part of its frame, leaving the rest whole. His eyes flared, glowing with dark green rage. One clean hit triggered the response. As it split, the spider stared, stunned. Marnak had to hit again. Its hide was thick, bones tough to break. While the beast held firm, Marnak kept slashing the same spot. At last, it broke. Marnak split the spider clean. The blast lit his face as the halves fell. The white beast, summoned by corruption's mother, let out a fierce roar. Teeth fully bared, Marnak landed hard after striking the weak point. He looked up, surprised. The beast loomed above, still growling with rage. Knowing he'd run before, he gave a quick apology. She roared again, mouth wide, limbs raised. Marnak glanced over. She still wasn't calm. Fury lingered. The expelled goddess was just as angry. She slipped out the spider's wrecked mouth, seeing only Marnak's legs. He pointed at himself, saying he knew he was strange. Her form was bizarre red eyes, dark marks above her brows. She tumbled out of the spider, visibly bitter at her failure. She eyed Marnak. He smiled, asking why she encircled the city. She scoffed, said she wouldn't share unless she wanted to. As remains scattered, Marnak tapped his blade. From above, he told her talking now would be wise. She stayed silent. He drove his sword deeper into her arm. She drooled but smiled, saying pain wouldn't make her talk. Even in death, she said, her secret would stay hidden. Marnak grinned, saying he already figured that out. Her eyes widened, knowing what would come next. Marnak ended it, severed her head. His blade glowed in the rubble. He said the goddess added 1,000 more to his bounty. He wondered how many more would fall before the spirit followers finally spoke. A smirk crept in. This task was done. With a green-lit grin, he said he'd kill as many as needed. After ending the deity, Marnak turned back. Seeing flames below, his face darkened. He didn't understand how the city burned so fast. Inside, the Lord wept, while people watched and mocked his sighs, calling him a pig in robes. Talk shifted to reincarnation. A fair-haired man asked about the unstable, dark-haired woman. Another blonde, curly-haired, said prep was unfinished. She blamed a certain someone. She glanced at the younger, dark-haired girl. The girl raised her hand, shouting that it wasn't on purpose. She spoke of 2 big monks and a man from the scholar sect always pestering her. Those 3 now stood by the fire and the Lord's body, arguing. They mentioned the escaped archer, said Carmen had bolted on horseback. The green-eyed, curly-haired woman with the eye patch noticed the spider cultist had vanished. None of them realized she had been destroyed. The blonde man, blue eyes sharp, said the situation was overkill, and fighting now was useless after the escape. They should focus on chasing Carmen instead. Letting the boy flee was reckless, after all their years of planning. The dark-haired woman snapped, veins bulging as she shouted. Seeing her fury, the blonde woman noticed the man wasn't even looking her way. She sensed the gap closing between him and the other dark-haired woman. Ignoring it all, she said she was going to check outside. Watching Parma rage, the blonde man asked her to calm down. He added Layla, the spider woman, would pay for this disaster. Parma smirked, hand on hip, saying she'd stay quiet if that happened. But her eyes widened as something happened ahead. The blonde woman's head was suddenly severed. Marnak stood there. Marnak stepped in, holding his strange sword, already mid-swing. The man froze, terrified by the twin-serrated blade. In seconds, Marnak sliced the blue-eyed man clean in half. Not a metaphor, a real split. Parma, violet eyes wide, grabbed her jaw in horror. Marnak's face looked half-rotted, death-like. He paused, thinking killing the last one without talk seemed unfair. His face softened into a smile. He noted their power to control divine beings. She froze, trembling, eyes wide. She offered to tell him everything. That caught Marnak off guard. No need to force her. She spilled it all. When she finished, her eyes stayed wide, sweat dripping, fearing she'd die anyway. Marnak stood still, smiling faintly, green aura pulsing around him. He said she followed the corrupted god, then smiled again, asking why they surrounded the city. Hearing her tale, he found it more twisted than expected. She pointed at a huge head, a rolling mound of flesh, saying that's what delayed them. She looked up, said the plan took 3 years to perfect. The creature moved, burrowed fast into the ground. Her story was simple. She said they had to offer every soul in the city. They knew it would take 5 years to get ready. But someone vanished overnight, so they had to rush. Marnak grabbed his saw. Karma feared she was next. But he walked past her, saying he'd kill the beast that fed on humans. As he tore the flesh mound open, she begged him to stop. She warned him, said it wasn't done forming. Marnak ignored her. She screamed, saying they were all doomed. Calmly, the MC took a hit from the creature bursting out of the flesh. The unstable beast woke, mouth full of jagged teeth. Rising from the blob, it howled in pain. A giant eye appeared, covering most of its body. A divine form emerged from the meat shell. Marnak growled, ripped off the tentacle flung at him. After slicing it, he flashed a cruel grin. He dropped it, crushed it underfoot, and vowed to gift the flesh to his goddess. Parma screamed, unable to grasp what he was doing. She said she didn't know what would happen if he kept pushing it. But with a sigh, she admitted this was the result of Marnak's own hand. After the creature fell, Parma gained another 1,000 in divinity. Her full divinity reached 8,592. Just like the other spirit followers, Marnak had taken the Lord's divine essence too. The Lord lay still, easy to extract power. 10,000 was the goal for a new authority. The big-eyed beast drooled while watching Marnak. Marnak figured cutting it now would only make it grow back. but dragging the fight would end in his loss. Unlike the Spider Queen, this one had no weak spot. While he thought, the tentacled beast fully emerged, its eye massive. He tightened his grip on the blade, then got ready to flee. He dashed at full speed. The monster blinked, confused, seeing him escape. The red eye widened, and it screamed in agony. Marnak neared fallen citizens to absorb their divine energy. Each gave 1 unit of divinity. They held no status, no power. He ran through them, collecting what he could. Still not enough. The beast chased close. Marnak kept smiling. He spoke to his goddess. She already knew. She told him he needed a new authority to fight it. The creature kept coming, roaring, eye glowing red. Its gaze fixed on Marnak, who now looked gray to it. The thing got closer. Its screams split the ground wide. Marnak had to stop, covering his ears from the sound. It flung its limbs straight toward him. He turned, reaching for his blade. Tentacles smashed the ground, breaking stone and earth. They landed just short. Marnak stumbled back, calling out to his goddess. As the monster howled, a massive void cracked open above. Through it, shrinking in fear, the beast saw the goddess's creature descend. The white giant clasped both hands, ready to strike. The goddess's beast slammed down from above in its signature move. A green blast burst so wide, it could be seen afar. Gritting his teeth, Marnak knew one hit wouldn't cut it. It only enraged the beast more. The monster snapped its jaws, targeting the white giant, then drove its limbs straight into the giant's side. Seeing the corruption giant pierced, Marnak's fury exploded. Still, he urged the beast to fight harder, knowing it couldn't win alone. He had to gather more dignity. He needed authority now. To do that, more victims from the fire were required, as well as fallen spirit followers. He pushed through the burning streets, but many bodies had already released their divine essence. Flames had swallowed most of the area. The goddess told him few sources remained. Marnak regretted not harvesting divinity earlier, before fighting the corrupted trio. His count stood at 9237. Marching through fire, he figured he was close, just a little more. Then, something odd caught his eye. A huge blast rocked the area nearby. He raised both arms, blocking flying rubble. With blade drawn, Marnak braced for attack. At the same time, the beast hurled tentacles toward him. He sliced several midair using his saw, but instead of fighting, he chose to run, still short on dignity. The sticky monster screamed its only known word, screeching in pain. Floating above, it dove for a surprise strike, but Marnak dodged with ease. The evolved monster growled, seething with rage. Marnak, green eyes glowing, lifted his saw, locked on the beast. Now, the creature's legs looked eerily human. Its whole body mirrored a human shape. The tentacles were gone. Facing it directly, Marnak saw how much it changed after clashing with the giant. Teeth tight, the one-eyed beast reached out for his. It gave a faint smirk, eyes locked from afar. Its hand opened, firing tentacles at Marnak. Marnak stared it down, vision locked, unflinching. He stayed sharp, slicing incoming tentacles from every side with his saw-like blade. The creature clearly hated losing its limbs, but Marnak kept going, rushing to cut the beast itself. As he moved in, his green eyes caught a change. The monster had closed in fast, already striking. It wrapped Marnak tightly with several limbs. The grip tightened, squeezing harder. Then it ran, ready to slam him into the dirt. Upside down, Marnak watched the ground rush closer. Then it hurled him down, hard. The impact cracked the earth below him. Arms spread, Marnak stared at the sky. Smirking, he told his goddess he felt incredibly lucky. He asked if she remembered what those followers said earlier. He reminded her they called the large corpse a lord. He pressed his sword into the ground for balance. Slowly stood. Staying upright wasn't easy. Just then, the enemy's foot entered his view. It wasn't waiting. A new strike was coming. Far off, Marnak saw a glow from his target. Time was short. Still grinning, he told the goddess to gather every divinity. As he spoke, green fire swept across the field. His divine power surged fast, fueled by fallen soldiers. At 10,000 units, Marnak's face had already changed. The monster stared, unsure what he was doing. When Marnak stood in a core of green light, it began pulsing, and the creature just watched. He asked the goddess to accept his 10,000-unit offering. Behind him, she appeared, cloaked in shadow and beauty. The monster hated the green light, understanding none of it. Then black flames consumed Marnak entirely. The monster froze, confused and shaken. Then it saw Marnak start walking forward. His face showed he was ready. Calm eyes, steady breath. He looked like he had a surprise in store. His sword was already set, serrated edges gleaming. Eyes shut, smiling, he told it pain was coming. The creature's red eye widened, it clenched its jaws. Marnak's green tattoos glowed bright as he told it to watch closely. But the beast wasn't going to wait, it lunged again. Still, under Marnak's demonic stare and growing power, the corruption beast looked weak, its goals slipping away as he closed in. Marnak knew his power could erase any living thing. He felt satisfied. The scripture of corruption worked. The monster only grinned. Using the corruption rosary paid off. He could now choose which part to rot. The monster flinched, watching its hand decay and drop off. Marnak gave it a mocking look, asking how its healing was going. The creature's eyes widened, unsure if it was regrowing or falling apart. Marnak didn't wait. Sword raised, he moved to cut again. Weak, red eye trembling. The monster begged him to stop. But time was up. Marnak's blade was already inside. He finished it, turned to his goddess, and called it done. Now he held a pink orb, with the goddess's hand touching it too. The glowing sphere was a relic Marnak chose to offer her. Once she accepted it, he asked her to lift another seal. Her acceptance triggered a huge green light, flooding Marnak. Day broke, yet the sphere still rested in his palm. His sharp green eye scanned the world ahead. That part of the city still stood. Someone was walking toward him. Marnak seemed eager. He recognized her. It was a young girl, limbs wrapped like the goddess's hand. She looked at him, then pressed her bandaged hand to her face. Marnak gave her a warm smile, like always. To be sure it was her. He placed his hand on her cheek. His true smile returned. He knew it was her. The girl, barely able to walk, asked why she was still like this. Marnak tried to ask more, but she just stared, straining to hear. He wondered if another god's essence remained in that body. He wanted a way to claim it, but her body had already begun turning to dust. Still, she reached toward it with her wrapped hand. Her face tensed. Both hands pushed forward toward what was fading. She dropped to her knees, crying, knowing she couldn't hold the divinity. Marnak smiled, told her to stop trying so hard. She could just return to him. The girl calmed down, hugged him, and he said things had become messy. She wept, saying she couldn't change back to her true form. Holding the green orb, she said they'd unsealed the relic using 10,000 divinities. She made a request to the goddess. The sphere glowed green, like the goddess's eyes, as Marnak spoke of needing a new divine role. A brilliant light exploded. It came down from above, the core of a massive power. That energy wrapped around Marnak inside a glowing sphere. Marnak stared, eyes wide, and asked the goddess what this strange new power was. The tiny goddess clenched her fists, cheeks flushed, and confirmed he could use it freely. Walking beside her, Marnak told her the power felt far too strong. Grinning, he called the corruption curse dangerously close to something demonic. Without restraint, it would rot every living thing in a small city. Marnak figured it was fine if used on villains or the dead, but harming the innocent felt completely wrong. The relic shattered on the ground, sparking the next question. Why was the holy relic sealed in a body? Marnak wondered, eyeing the girl like it wasn't random. Staring at what was left of the relic, he asked if she was being used. If they shaped that body using her powers, something terrible was happening. Just thinking about it, seeing her like this, made his chest tighten. After too many divine strikes, Marnak now felt dizzy before her. He collapsed, losing all strength. The little goddess cried, black hair clinging to her wet cheeks. Her brown eyes met his green ones as tears dropped onto his face. He lay still, and she realized he'd pushed past his limit. But then, something in her gaze changed, widened with light. She saw Carmen, smiling, saying Marnak had finally woken up. Marnak, coming to, grabbed his chest like he'd missed something critical. He shot upright, demanding Carmen tell him where his gear was. Carmen urged him to calm down, promising he'd explain everything. But Marnak shouted, shaking, insisting they give it back now. Yet sensing the goddess's presence, he slowly calmed. Carmen seemed to know what the cloth meant to both of them, so he held out her hand, wrapped in bandages. Marnak touched it, breath steadying, saying he thought it was gone. Carmen said it felt important. Marnak kept it. Others said it wasn't worth taking, but Carmen brought it for him, grinning like a kid with a new toy. Marnak hugged her hand to his chest. Carmen smiled, patted his head, and said it was nothing. He remembered if Marnak hadn't jumped from that horse in Kelton, things might have ended worse. Marnak asked where they were, and Carmen said they never left the city. 10 days passed, and rebuilding had begun, though destruction was massive. Nearby villagers came to help. Marnak then asked who had survived. Carmen confirmed Marnak was the only one still alive. A ruined city now sat beneath a beautiful view, and nearby, a man staggered, his leg cut by a dagger. He panicked, trying to flee, but the wound slowed him. He fell into the snow, unable to run. White boots stepped toward his body. He had been captured, just like many others. A tall woman with blue hair had taken them. As she stared down, her bright eyes and hair stood out. He screamed, begging for mercy. The dagger still pierced his leg, pain unbearable. She told him plainly he'd never walk again. The man swore he could still move fast, injury or not. Crying, he promised not to run, but she showed no emotion. She drew her weapon and took his head off in one swing. Then she closed her eyes and summoned holy fire. She told the flame to burn as the body lay still, and blue fire spread across it. She wanted his sins to burn away with his corpse. The others, bound for slavery, mourned, fearing they'd be next. Her cold voice ordered them to keep walking. Faint, tired footprints stretched across the snow. The prisoners dragged on, forced to keep moving. If they stopped, blades waited, same fate as the rest. The mountain paths filled with their tracks. A local guard, stunned to see bandits, asked if they were being handed over. One with a swollen purple eye shouted they were all snow bears. They all dropped to their knees, begging the guard to take them, desperate to be jailed, far from that woman. The blue-haired woman said if that's what they wanted, the guard should take them. But the guard said Lord Kelton, who posted the bounty, had died. She had trusted a cultist, thinking she'd get paid within a day. While watching the snowy peaks, she asked what happened to the cult. Word was, Marnak wiped them out 10 days ago. She already knew of the demon slayer from Geese, so she asked the guard if they meant that same Marnak. Elsewhere, Marnak enjoyed a warm meal while Carmen retold his triumphs. The woman pressed the guard, asking if Marnak was still in Kelton. A few drunk villagers headed off to another tavern. Inside one, a flushed, fair-haired youth heard someone mention Marnak. Beer mug in hand, he tried to hear the question. The blue-haired woman asked if Marnak was still in town. And where? But everyone there was too drunk to answer. She learned Marnak was the heir meant to stand against evil spirits. Asking around wouldn't give her the answers she wanted. At that moment, 2 riders sped off on horseback. Marnak and Carmen charged ahead through snowy paths. Still riding, Marnak recalled the Lord trying to speak. He remembered facing him, hearing about a blue-haired priestess from Sacred Flame. She came looking, but the Lord refused to reveal anything. Marnak asked if she was sure he lived, but the Lord said she wasn't. Still, he said her eyes showed no hesitation when she heard about the search. Marnak had clenched his jaw then, knowing it would stir trouble. Now racing through the cold, he told the goddess he already knew. He and Carmen had left Kelton behind. Her white shoes moved through village after village, relentlessly tracking Marnak. The goddess judged the blue-haired woman to be 4.5 fingers. Riding on, Marnak thanked Carmen for agreeing to leave fast. Carmen said no need to worry, better to leave cleanly than risk being seen. That made Marnak break into a wide grin. 2 weeks had gone by. The two kept moving through the snow, undisturbed. Marnak still wore the same light grin. Carmen said he might be wrong, but he thought he saw an Uramel carriage. Marnak looked ahead at the carriage and the people. He asked if Uramel meant the powerful southern noble. Carmen confirmed. The white camellia crest was clear. It was truly the Uramels. Marnak asked if they should greet them, since they were close. Carmen thought it wasn't smart. No banner flew, could be relatives. The carriage passed without a glance, as if they were strangers, but Marnak sensed something off. A presence lingered. Carmen caught his change in expression instantly. Marnak warned him. Someone was being held inside. Carmen checked, saw all the guards gripping weapons. The mercs said they'd let them go if they acted like nothing happened. Then one of them smirked wide and called his whole crew, outnumbered or not. They thought it'd be easy, as he yelled to wipe them out. An explosion shattered the silence. A head flew, far from its body. It wasn't just a clean cut. An arrow stuck deep in it. The mercs froze, drenched in cold sweat. One, blood streaming down his head, shouted, asking why they dared to fight. Marnak gripped his sword, stating he already knew they were kidnappers. He warned his ally with a quick glance. Only 8 left. The mercs stiffened, sensing things were about to get worse. One man, holding a hostage, told the others not to fear the two. He urged them to move fast. Time was running out. The bald commander shouted, veins bulging with rage. An arrow pierced his skull, clean and direct. The young archer, the MC's ally, had fired it. He looked pleased with the hit. Carmen scanned the scene, saw the wrecked carriage and Marnak near a girl, pale and sick. He asked if Marnak knew her name, but got a sweaty, strained reply. Marnak said he wasn't sure if she was drugged, but she couldn't move. Around her, the dead mercs lay still. Marnak noticed her eyes, honey-colored. She asked him to stop patting her back. It worsened her nausea. Carmen's eyes widened, his face turned slightly red. The girl, graceful with long white hair, thanked them and said she was Kalto's eldest. She introduced herself as Dakia, and her golden eyes confirmed it. Carmen thought if she was Dakia, daughter of the young lord, she must be a mage. Marnak, learning she was a noble mage, looked far from thrilled. Seeing her golden eyes, he braced for arrogance. Carmen, though, said nobility and magic could wait. The cheerful young man, fond of warm hearts, spoke with Marnak. The girl, understanding them, gave a dry cough to grab their attention. She turned and asked to know her rescuer's name. Marnak said he was Priest Marnak, servant of the goddess of preservation. She smiled, saying his name didn't sound too bad. Still, she admitted she could barely walk. She asked if either could lend her support. Her steps shaky, she said the gas still messed with her body. Carmen stepped up, offering help, saying he was Endus Valtus's son. She heard his name, stared hard, and asked if he truly meant to help. She warned it might cause trouble if people saw a black prairie dog at her side. Marnak watched her threaten his friend, saying he should at least act polite. Then she looked at Marnak, asking if he agreed. Both men froze, realizing she had noble blood. She wasn't just magical, she read them easily. Carmen steadied himself and asked how she ended up in this mess. She said she had no proof, but a clear gut feeling. Marnak doubted her, unsure what to believe. The white-haired, golden-eyed girl said her own brother had set up the kidnapping. It was a planned move by Durso Aramal. Hearing his name, Marnak studied the girl, thinking her story might be true. As she spoke, he recalled how nobles rarely accepted mages. Marnak, more serious now, knew no house welcomed sorcerers. He pictured the white-haired girl, rejected just for using magic. Every hallway she walked echoed with cruel whispers, always judged for her power. Even born noble, she was pushed aside. Mages held no favor, said to lack grace. Old fears followed them. Sorcerers almost never rose to power. Since before the Old Empire, people claimed mages couldn't lead. Now the three sat in a quiet forest, eating around the fire. Marnak stayed calm, thinking she'd have to face her brother to gain respect. The girl looked at ease with them, even smiled a little. But as she shared her past, her voice tensed, making Marnak uneasy. She kept going, knowing they were listening. Carmen urged her on, trying to guess what she'd say next. Seeing her frustration, Marnak assured her they were paying attention. She shot him a cold look. To ease the tension, the MC pointed out she'd burned the meat. Sure enough, it was overcooked. He handed her his own skewer, still juicy, making her smile. Marnak told her maybe less talking would help with the cooking. Smirking, he said good meat needs fewer words. She didn't like that. The fire still crackled, and the moon glowed high above. Then she spoke again, saying she had a proposal and wanted their answer. Marnak had already guessed her offer from her look. She confirmed it with her next words. She asked them to return with her, offering gold equal to each of their weights. Her tone turned serious, showing the matter was important. Marnak's face lit up at the mention of gold. A goofy grin spread across his face, caught by the thought of treasure. But Carmen was the original guide, and now he fidgeted with his compass. Seeing his friend unsure about the job length, the MC thought about turning it down. He remembered Carmen saving the goddess's hand from burning. If it were just him, he'd skip the gold and follow Carmen's path. But the goddess seemed to want more. Sensing her wish, Marnak joked, calling himself gold on a scale. Carmen raised his clenched fist, ready to decide. The night-haired girl watched eagerly, knowing they'd get what they needed. Carmen took charge, guarding the girl to honor his family's name. After days pushing through snow, they pressed on with steady pace. Marnak finally spotted the next city ahead, which lit up the girl's face. She dashed forward, dreaming of home and a warm bath. But before any of that, they stopped at a tavern, all craving a wash and some cold ale. Carmen walked over with a grin, saying he booked 3 rooms upstairs. Marnak kept it simple: wash first, then eat together. The tavern was small but tidy, welcoming. Food came fast, and they ate well. Hunger finally eased. But as he chewed, Marnak noticed something off. He couldn't relax, watching a nearby waitress get harassed. A blond man with a mohawk and heavy beard stepped forward, arms crossed, warning the men to stop. One didn't budge. Still slurping soup, he asked when he supposedly harassed her. Carmen, chewing slow, told Marnak things were heating up. Maybe they should step in. But someone moved first. A punch landed straight on the man's face. The white-haired girl, furious, had struck without hesitation. Her blow sent the man flying, shocking the whole tavern. Marnak watched from behind, calmly pleased. Another fool stood up, but a hand gripped his head tight. Marnak slammed his face into the table, refusing to ignore disrespect. He lifted him again, checking if the message got through. Seeing he understood, Marnak let go with a smirk. The girl, having done her part, drew cheers from the crowd and the owner. Carmen held another by the collar, one who'd misbehaved too, as the man dropped. Carmen raised his arms, saying they were just passing through. The girl rested her hand on the mage's head, saying injustice enraged her. Marnak just listened, eyes focused, watching her back. He thought her anger wasn't the problem. Curious, Carmen searched the rude man's pockets and found coins. Without waiting, he tossed them to Marnak. Marnak handed them to the innkeeper, paying for the mess. Peace returned, and the innkeeper looked satisfied. Night fell quickly in a hush. A knock hit the door. The white-haired girl asked who it was. A voice said they needed to talk. She opened it, smiling, and found Marnak there. Her smile vanished as he covered her mouth and gripped her head. He slammed the wall with his sword, forcing her attention. He told her to stay quiet, not to wake Carmen. Eyes glowing green, face tight, he asked if she understood. He held her gaze, recalling how she claimed she couldn't ignore injustice. He also remembered her saying she should have ignored it. Just that once. With danger chasing them, she had to know silence mattered. Acting out again could destroy them all. Holding her against the wall, Marnak warned he'd use force next time. Glaring, weapon raised, he demanded to know if she understood. He told her to nod if she did. She nodded, eyes wide, face pale. Seeing her get it, he smirked slightly. He let her go, glanced back, and gave her a cold goodnight. After he left, she froze, gasping, shaken to her core. Leaving the room, Marnak told his goddess he had to act to stop worse. Walking the hallway, He said being found now would ruin everything. While he spoke, the girl sat inside, knees tucked, drowning in dread. Marnak knew she couldn't help it. She chased justice like instinct. The scene changed to a vast, lavish estate. Inside, one man reported Dikia's failed abduction. Another stayed silent. The one speaking trembled, saying they needed more funds to continue. But the contractor, annoyed, said he gave enough and waved him closer with black nails. A slap followed. The man was the regional head of the global covert organization. The employer now wanted a full breakdown of why costs rose. Sitting on the floor, face red, he hesitated, weighing his words, lips trembling. He took a breath, thinking of his wife and child. He knew silence would doom them all. He bowed, pressing his head to the ground in surrender. He said a cleric devoted to sacred honor stopped the mission, then named the cleric, the demon slayer. The noble's fury surged, teeth clenched at the name. Seeing that rage, the manager added this cleric wasn't normal. He said the man had slain a demon, one that became a massive beast. He also mentioned Kelton, where the cleric killed a cult-made monster, alone. He had earned the title of top enemy to evil forces. The noble, sharp-eared and golden-eyed, narrowed his gaze with interest. The manager then said the priest traveled with Valtis's eldest son. The noble asked if Dikia was with them. Bowed low, the manager gave a weak grin, hearing new funding would follow. With a cold stare, the noble ordered that next time, they must not fail. Though he smiled faintly, the manager sweated and swallowed hard, clearly nervous. At the same time, inside the inn, in his private room, Marnak fed the tiny goddess. He told her maybe he was too harsh with the silver-haired girl. When the goddess asked if he cared, he said she was a client. Before he could say more, a knock hit the door. Instantly, the goddess vanished into green light. The visitor was Dikia. Marnak let her in. Though calm, his eyes showed hesitation. She entered quietly and locked the door, then leaned back against it, silent. Her eyes locked on something resting on the bed, a tray of food meant for the tiny goddess. Seeing her stare, Marnak removed it and invited her to sit. They sat side by side in silence. At last, she broke it, asking if he hated her because she used magic. Marnak didn't reply right away, sitting quietly beside her. After a pause, he admitted that was the reason. She let out a breath, already knowing. She said it was clear in his eyes. Marnak didn't get her meaning at first. She explained she'd seen that look before, from those hurt by magic. But this time, the hate in his eyes felt real. She remembered him grabbing her and holding her still, with a shine in her eyes. She touched her face and said she liked what he said, especially when he called them allies. Marnak blushed. She added that people who looked at her like that usually tried to hurt her. She said she'd always speak up against injustice, but promised a warning first. Standing, she said that was all she came to tell him. Marnak stayed silent as she turned to go. Almost at the door, she heard him call out. She stopped and watched him step closer. Scratching his head, he said he went too far. With a real smile, he admitted he'd been rude. Her face lit up with a wide smile. She told him he was finally seeing her clearly, and that made her happy. Marnak closed his eyes, trying not to smile, asking if she meant it. She beamed and asked if they were friends now, ready to leave hard feelings behind. Marnak laughed, saying he held no grudges. She smiled back, winked, and with a light blush, said she was excited to start the journey. Once she left, Marnak fed the goddess again, thinking mages were just human too. The goddess grumbled, but her voice calmed him, bringing peace. While eating, the tiny goddess said Marnak was finally starting to understand. As always, Marnak found joy feeding her as she devoured the food. Days later, in the same inn, townsfolk gathered, making outsiders uneasy. A large bald man kicked the door in, yelling for Marnak. He threatened the blond man with a mohawk, vowing to wreck the place if Marnak wasn't found. Veins bulging, fury in his eyes, he shouted for Marnak to come out now. Elsewhere, a man held an order, uneasy about its content. The document said to capture a girl from the Aramel family. It smelled faintly of holy oil. He didn't recognize the priest it mentioned. At the bottom, it showed Marnak's face, listed as Ark, enemy of dark forces. Sajida stared hard at the image, sweat dripping down his face. Still holding the paper, he heard someone call his name. A subordinate reported Marnak was nearby, but the silver-haired girl wasn't. Annoyed, Sajida demanded Marnak's exact location. He tried to guess if Marnak planned to fight or trap them, leaving his tent. He saw Marnak gripping a huge bald man's neck. Sajida instantly ordered his men to drop their weapons. As they hesitated, he shouted louder, his face twisted in rage. His tone alone made the hired troops think twice about resisting. Then Sajida realized he had missed something crucial in the orders. Face red, he marched forward, weighing how bad this could get. Marnak just stood there, unmoved, watching him come closer. Sajida looked tense, unsure how to handle the powerful stranger. Forcing a smile, he asked if Marnak was really Manarch, then politely requested he release what was in his right hand. Marnak let go, dropping the man, who hit the ground hard. He said he wanted a straight talk with the head of the mercenaries. Marnak smiled calmly, saying he came for truth, not war or gold. Sajida said he was the Redbeard captain and gave his name. Later, inside the captain's camp, Marnak was invited to sit, offered food and drink. As Sajida sipped, Marnak declined the drink, saying he didn't like alcohol. After a gulp, Sajida put his cup down, thinking liquor might loosen him up. Still, Marnak began explaining what one of the captain's men had told him. He meant the bald brute who kicked in his door that morning. That man had claimed the captain wanted to meet, so Marnak came. But Marnak also remembered the tavern fight and saw a connection. Meanwhile, the captain kept a calm face, silently weighing his next move. Sajida thought of the silver-haired girl, unsure if he should mention the curse on the Ali collective. He looked at Marnak's stern face, uneasy facing someone with such reputation. Sajida blamed the whole mess on the vice-captain's reckless choices. While he brooded, someone approached the tent. The vice-captain, clearly drunk, came to speak with Marnak. Hearing Marnak had come alone, he called it bold. Entering and spotting Marnak, he asked if he was the priest. Marnak said yes. The man then asked about a silver-haired woman. Marnak confirmed she traveled with him. The vice-captain demanded she be handed over, stunning the captain. He raised his hand to speak, but it was sliced clean off. The mercs watched in shock as the hand flew through the air. It landed far from where it once was. The vice-captain howled in agony. Marnak casually said he noticed something odd and found it amusing. He scanned the tent, noting he never gave them his name, yet they all said it like old friends. Standing tall, eyes sharp, blade in hand, he demanded to know who was behind this. The captain froze, knowing he had to answer. A scream followed, announcing the vice-captain's severed arm. Mercenaries rushed in, alarmed by the chaos. They thought Marnak didn't understand what he'd just done. Seeing another man dead, they said he had to be stopped. But none attacked. Marnak's cold stare froze them in place. He stayed still, unfazed by the violence. The captain heard the cries but didn't move. The vice-captain lay on the ground, shaking, soaked in sweat, begging for help. Marnak stood over him, blade aimed. He readied the final strike as the man refused to speak. But just before the hit, a spearhead appeared. It blocked his strike mid-air. Marnak turned, surprised, and saw the captain behind him. The captain held the spear tight, saying he'd known the vice-captain for 15 years. He couldn't let him die like that. Marnak dodged every move with ease. Then, he slashed clean through the captain's spear. The broken piece flew from his hand. He reached for it again, but couldn't grab it. Then a massive hand pulled at a curtain. The man yanked it down, hoping it would shield him. Marnak just watched as the captain threw the curtain and ran. Marnak sliced the curtain clean and saw the captain fleeing, leaving the vice-captain behind. While running, the captain yelled for a full retreat. The mercs froze, stunned their leader was the first to run, too late to act. Heads rolled, eyes wide. They paid for hesitating. The smart ones ran fast, trying to survive. Among them, a few escaped Marnak's reach. The captain, realizing escape alone wouldn't work, stopped and grabbed another spear. He braced himself, knowing he had to talk. Watching closely, he saw Marnak step from the tent, calm, ready to fight. Marnak, silent, reached out to his goddess, seeking the one behind all this. His body glowed green, eyes blazing bright. Sajida pushed forward, eyes full of rage, then hurled a spear at Marnak. Marnak shoved a nearby soldier forward, using him to block it. Without pause, Marnak placed his blade right at his enemy. The man knew then things were about to turn ugly. Marnak was dead serious, slicing the man in half without effort. He charged the captain next, ready to do the same. The captain knew there was no escape without a fight. Grabbing a new spear, he stood his ground, ready to defend. He barely blocked the first strike, the blade nearly touching skin. The second one came fast, shaking him to the core. He tightened his grip and shouted for help at the vice-captain's tent. Though the fight raged, he still wanted someone to check on his friend. He dodged Marnak's blows for now, but saw his eyes glow green like fresh leaves. Every glance made him think death was seconds away. Then Marnak stood in front of him, fists clenched, green stare locked in. This time, he couldn't block the blow and took it full force. Light burst out, dust flying everywhere from the hit. As Marnak landed the punch, his face stayed unreadable. But deep down, he smiled. He was content. It had been a long time since someone took a hit like that and stayed up. He respected that the captain was still conscious, but the pain on his face was clear. He gritted his teeth. Just then, the captain shouted that someone was shooting at them. Marnak scanned fast, unaware a hidden archer was nearby. The captain held his spear with one hand, the other injured from the blow. They locked eyes in a tense stillness, and Marnak decided an arrow striking now would be the worst timing. Ice, tracks, and collapsed bodies filled the ground as they studied each other from afar. One mercenary grimaced at the scene, cords on his neck pulled tight. None wanted to become the next mark, so they abandoned their captain, left alone. Marnak asked if the captain still wished to fight. Marnak smiled, saying surrender posed no issue since everyone else had fled. With no options, the captain tossed his spear aside and yielded, facing Marnak after giving up. The captain said he would reveal what he knew. They raised cross-shaped stakes as they spoke, while talking. The captain watched the scattered crosses and answered Marnak's questions. Marnak pressed to see if the captain carried any grudge against him. The captain, meeting Marnak's gaze, sensed hatred would only worsen things. Marnak explained he would never forgive someone who truly despised him. Sagata smiled, agreeing that Marnak had a point. Seeing the many crosses, the captain chose honesty and said he would be blunt. He said mercenary work often meant taking lives or losing your own. He found it strange to share a barracks with people who had slain his allies. He added he had never hunted someone with an axe, so he neither loathed nor favored Marnak. He recalled the mercenary code, noting their group had been broke for years. Marnak then asked what he planned to do next. The captain forced a tired smile, admitting he had no answer. 15 years without solitude left him unsettled, though he felt he needed time to think and would likely return to the trade. Marnak listened, calm, as if turning over a quiet thought. He shared it, suggesting the man choose a trustworthy employer this time. The captain glanced back as Marnak added that good pay would help. The captain's eyes widened, drifting toward the horizon in thought. Later, they headed back to the inn, where the silver-haired girl looked clearly upset. The three sat at the table with food, yet silence hung over them. Marnak asked if she stared because of dirt on him, and she snapped that he was completely clean. Still, Marnak caught the sharpness in her voice. Troubled, Takia demanded to know why he had slipped out without a word. She recalled their talk last night on his bed, thinking it brought them closer. Hand on her chin, she wondered if she misunderstood that moment. She remembered him pinning her to the wall, quieting her, warning her not to rush. Still tense at the table, she said he left without even a goodbye. Taking on a measured air, Marnak decided to ask her something. She held his gaze as he asked if she had ever confronted anyone before. She lowered her head, thinking, and said she had never taken a life. He told her that was why he went alone. Some choices needed resolve, but she argued he should have at least explained. Marnak realized he hid the truth to spare her worry, and promised he would tell her next time. Suddenly, someone rushed in, panting, shouting Takia's name. At the doorway stood Carmen, saying Marnak went to meet mercenaries. They sat, faces lit up, as Carmen urged them to gear up and back Marnak. Only later, after settling down, did he realize the MC was safe, calmly eating. He also saw a stranger at the table. Stepping closer, he asked Marnak, who said he was their new hire. They exchanged names, ending with a strong handshake. The silver-haired girl eyed it, asking if Marnak trusted the man. Hearing the doubt, the captain rubbed his hair, clearly uneasy. Carmen broke the tension, saying it was good to have someone strong on their side. Soon after, he said he would check arrows with the local smith. He added they'd head out again at first light. Meanwhile, deep in the night, someone used magic to raise the dead. The pink-haired girl stood frozen, asking again when it happened. At a tense meeting, she demanded her teammates tell her the exact time. A blond man with a bold mustache asked if they were sure about the location. Though unsure, he felt lucky they arrived before her frustration exploded. The calmest one, with red hair, said it would happen soon and confirmed the place. The pink-haired girl smiled wide and pressed him for certainty. She stepped close, asking again if this was really Urtico. Still lying and reading, the redhead asked why she doubted so much. She said she believed, but it still felt off. Her face twisted into a strange grin, threats hidden beneath. Her eyes glowed pink, her smile grew, and she promised to tear everyone apart. At that moment, someone walked through snow, grinning, happy to arrive. The silver-haired girl looked back mid-laugh as she joked with friends. Carmen eyed the city ahead, saying he needed a hot bath. A shadow in the distance watched them, unsure who they were. Then he spotted Marnak and the MC, and his gaze locked on them. He ran over, asking if he was really Marnak, the demon slayer. Grabbing the MC's hand, the man begged him with all he had. He pointed urgently, pleading with Marnak to meet someone in need. This person ignored the city's ruler, kept raising undead. The man promised good pay, but Marnak touched his head and said it likely wouldn't help. The man begged him to try. Watching Carmen, the captain figured trying couldn't hurt, with dread on his face. The man said his group couldn't hold on much longer. He explained the undead wandered nightly, terrifying the townsfolk. As the man pleaded, Marnak stood still, listening to the desperation. Marnak spread his arms and warned not to expect too much. Yet the man lit up with hope. Marnak said he'd help, told them to go find an inn, and he'd follow later. The silver-haired girl smiled, said it was fine. And they moved on, alone in the snow with a torch. Marnak thought about the priests. He wondered why the chosen one had to be the herald of repose. The MC was strange, but clearly marked. Even the gods accepted his command. For reasons unknown, the gods gave a human the power to summon. That meant raising the dead, earning the title Trumpeter of Repose and the Dead. Chosen ones wore robes and lived only to help the lost souls. Their lives felt alien, and no one understood their silent trumpets. No one knew why they raised the dead, but they always appeared near mass graves. In those places, their trumpets sounded, though no one could hear. They gathered hordes of the dead. Nobles and royals only watched from their palace windows, holding gold cups filled with coin that seemed to move, dripping with gems. They never dared approach the corpses under herald command. It made sense. No one wanted to face undead growing each night. Stepping through snow, Marnak figured everyone feared that outcome. With a dry smirk, he guessed heralds lived completely alone. He walked up to the trumpeter, torch still lit, and gave a nod. No answer. The figure just stared, unmoving and silent. Marnak said others had tried speaking too, but he couldn't ignore a cry for help. Still smiling, he added that common folk saw undead as terrifying. Marnak looked from the corpses to the one guiding them, asking if there was deeper purpose. The trumpeter said he never stayed long, always on the move. He said he kept moving because an evil spirit followed. Pointing down the road, he said those people had caused many deaths. Marnak looked back, trying to grasp how serious it was. He probably clenched his jaw, brow lifted, bracing for what came next. He shifted into a combat stance, knowing this wasn't like Kelton City. The MC dashed straight toward the city. determined to stop another tragedy before it began. Much later, someone walked through fire, searching for what was gone. The pink-haired girl called out, aching from his absence, but the redhead said his scouts confirmed Marnak had entered the city. She pointed at the trail, urging them to find him fast. The blond man with the bold mustache asked them to wait. He'd just figured out where they were. He showed the path and turned away, unwilling to face what he saw. It was truly Marnak, stepping out of the flames, startling the pink-haired girl. His presence had shifted. One green eye burned with deadly power. His smile twisted, nearly wild. He was finally seeing it. The mustached man watched Marnak emerge from the blaze. He held a strange weapon, still glowing inside the fire. Marnak's ritual saw gleamed. He stepped through fire like the blade could part flames. He caught the pink-haired girl's excitement and reminded himself to stay calm. Smirking with a hint of menace, he decided it wasn't worth worrying about. He locked eyes with the man in the mustache and spoke to the goddess, said he'd handle that cursed mage himself. That was the one who killed him at the very start. The one who destroyed his savior and ended Marnak too. No mercy, no hesitation. He remembered first waking under falling snow. The MC saw his own hand and realized his fears had always been pointless. He remembered someone walking through the snow, staring down at him. A boy who'd stumbled across something unexpected in the white storm. So, the boy came closer to check if the body was alive. Marnak lay flat in the snow, buried in endless white. The boy called out as the storm thickened. Marnak opened his eyes right then and saw his rescuer, Shantukes. That was the man's name. He carried Marnak across the snow, a regular man, not young, not old. He brought Marnak home, treated his wounds without complaint. When Marnak woke up, there were no questions. In that quiet house, the man just said he could stay as long as needed. The mark over the door showed his devotion to the goddess of preservation. He worked as a gravedigger outside the city, far from the chaos. One day, while digging, Marnak asked why he had helped a stranger. The man paused, shovel in hand, smiled gently, and gave a simple answer. He said he helped because someone needed help. Marnak, who never smiled before, learned a new kind that day. That bright, honest smile stayed etched in his memory forever. Shantukes helped everyone old, young, anyone in need, no questions, inspired. Marnak started helping village kids. He remembered a whole year of peace, always with that kind man. But things changed when the next winter came. Marnak chose to follow his rescuer's path. He found a man unconscious in the snow and carried him home, just like Shantukes had done for him. But that choice brought deep regret. He should have never saved the cursed mage. Once healed, the man recovered fast, then showed his true self, a wicked grin, loyal to the dark spirit. Using dark magic, he tore Marnak apart like a toy, still grinning, satisfied, while blood soaked deep into the snow. Marnak woke again, bathed in glowing green light. He noticed a hidden hand had slipped out of his gear. It touched his face, pulsing with strange, powerful energy. Back home, he now faced the cost of his foolish choice. At the door, Shantuk lay dead, slaughtered by the cursed mage. In the present, Marnak raised his serrated blade. He slashed through fire. The mage's eyes widened, recognizing that look. Pointing, he called him the gravedigger, seeing those vengeful emerald eyes. Hand on his hip, the mage mocked, saying that kid died long ago. His allies heard him explain he'd killed Marnak himself. Marnak's fists clenched, seeing the priest's robes on that man. The mage said he'd used not just the robe, but the priest's hand too. He held out his arm, claiming it had served him well for years. Marnak's fury surged, veins bulging like green vines. The pink-haired girl with violet eyes spoke, saying she knew all about him, smiling. She said she'd waited to meet him, but he ignored her. The MC simply swept past her with his blade. His focus locked forward. He hurled his sword at the mage. The sorcerer raised a magic shield to block it. Behind the barrier, he said Marnak looked nothing like the rumors. He sneered, as Marnak growled and told him to shut up. Then the decay goddess lifted her arm, releasing new terror into the field. The mage stared, stunned as dread filled his bones. In that moment, Marnak shattered the magic wall with ease. Inside, He tore off the stolen hand with brute force, but then heard the pink-haired girl whispering in his ear. He remembered cutting her head off just moments ago. Meanwhile, the mage began casting a spell called Scale of Retribution. He raised one arm high as the ritual took hold. His eyes burned wild, grin stretched ear to ear. Light exploded, dust swirling, destruction rising fast. The red-haired girl had to shield herself from the blast. Flames surged with the wind, dust choked the air, sight failed for a moment, until Marnak appeared, falling, blade gone. A voice said his divine power didn't come from the goddess of preservation. It added that the robe's blessing was still fully active, watching from above. The mage claimed Marnak followed dark gods. Marnak's eyes burned with rage as he told him to shut up. Grinning, the mage felt sure he'd exposed a servant of evil. Then came the white giant of the corruption goddess, massive and furious. The mage looked up, drawn by the monstrous power closing in. He figured, with one arm lost, he might as well fight. Even as the corruption giant raised its fist, he didn't step back. Dust exploded upward as Marnak clenched his jaw, fury burning inside. Despite the massive blow, the mage blocked the strike with ease. It was clear the blonde-mustached man was no easy target. Marnak's green energy surged stronger, fueled by vengeance. He swore to destroy Reverko completely, tonight. His eyes locked on that wretched face, ready to kill without mercy. Elsewhere, not far from the chaos, strange townsfolk kept attacking. Sajida gripped his spear tight, landing sharp blows on the crazed victims. He glanced back. The girl behind him asked if the fallen man had died. Resting his spear on his shoulder, he said not yet, but if they waited, they'd be hit hard. Harmon saw it all, thinking about charging toward the burning castle. But the silver-haired girl worried the MC was still inside. The ex-captain knew someone like Marnak wouldn't fall so easily. Bodies twisted in strange ways across the burning field. The area scattered with people. As the Lord's castle burned in untamed flames, fire devoured the gates. Amid the chaos, the three tried to decide fast what to do. Carmen already suspected the madness wasn't caused by the Lord alone. Takia turned gracefully toward the voice calling her. Sajida warned them, if they didn't stop the madmen fast, it would turn serious. Even with flames all around, the crazed began grouping up, forcing Sajida to stab one through the chest. The girl saw it, eyes sad, but knew she had to fight. Pointing his spear at the mess, he said killing them was survival. Think of it as helping lost souls. He said he'd handle the worst of it, but she had to fight to stay alive. She answered with a calm smile, accepting without a word. She gripped her sword tight, ready. She soon proved herself skilled, moving with sharp speed and clean strikes. Carmen spotted movement ahead and told them to head for the main gate. Running and fighting, the three took out as many fiery undead as they could. Then, the girl drove her sword into a crazed one's chest, pulled it free. The ex-captain paused. A familiar voice stopped him cold. He turned and saw a giant glowing with purple light. Focusing, he saw it clearly, a massive beast, and beside it, Marnak, dirt-covered and burned. The pink-haired girl watched, clearly impressed by the scene. She saw the moment the mage stopped the white giant's strike with his bare palm. As she smiled, the redhead behind her said they should just talk things out. Looking at Marnak, he said he couldn't miss this chance. He'd waited too long. He told the white corruption giant their plan would now begin. On cue, the giant clenched its fists, ready to strike hard. With a rising roar, it announced their toughest battle yet had started. The mage was already gathering radiant power, wrapped in blinding energy. The giant's punch shattered the mage's barrier like it was paper. At that moment, Marnak had his saw in hand. With a wild grin and vengeance burning, he charged forward. The mage met him with equal fury, eager to kill Marnak again. Their blows hit harder over time. The fight turned brutal. The mage laughed through the storm, saying the hits were boring, urging Marnak to get creative. Marnak watched, stunned the mage mocked so freely. Dodging and countering with ease, the mage mocked again, telling him to relax just before he could speak again. A spear tore through his body. It happened in an instant. The mage had no time to react. Marnak saw it clearly, calm eyes glowing green. The spear didn't stop. It ripped straight through the air. He watched the red-cloaked mage fall, then turned toward the direction the spear came from. The throw's precision and strength were unmistakable. Sajida had done it. Marnak spotted Sajida struggling, surrounded by rampaging undead, barely holding his ground. After saving Marnak, Sajida turned and fled to survive. Marnak stared at the mage's body but didn't move. Looking down at his saw, he remembered thinking revenge meant nothing. With the mage now down, he had a chance to test that thought. His face was serious, touched with quiet regret. He stepped forward without drama, facing the corpse. He wondered if it all had to end this way. His eyes burned bright as he prepared to offer the body to the decay goddess. But then he felt a power stir. The mage was still alive. A sacred force erupted from him, as if something had awakened deep inside. He remembered when Marnak had sliced off his arm. Filled with rage, he said. He had only come to reclaim what was taken. Marnak stood still, hearing the mage's allies panic. The red-haired girl screamed for everyone to run. This was beyond dangerous. The pink-haired girl wanted to stay, too curious to leave. She didn't want to miss the moment. Her companion dragged her away, calling her insane. As she yelled, he pulled harder, telling her to shut up before they were seen. Marnak, listening, heard them say the mage couldn't even recognize faces anymore. Marnak asked the white giant to throw him far. The giant grabbed him tight, launched him hard, then vanished. At the same time, two girls were fleeing. The pink-haired one begged to stop, desperate to watch. The redhead screamed louder, warning the noise would draw too much attention, but it was too late. Something crashed in front of them. Marnak landed, ready to fight. The redhead froze in fear, her face drained of all hope. It only worsened when she heard Marnak speak of what came next. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl lit up, thrilled by the incoming power. With a bright grin, she said her name was Pearl, the other was Bina. Locking eyes with Marnak, she said they served a hidden group. His face hardened when she mentioned their devotion to a dark god. Arms wide, like declaring something grand. She asked if he remembered Kelton's home. He said he did. She revealed they all, herself included, belonged to Liberatio. Still grinning, eyes wild, she said that's why they waited for him. Marnak stepped closer, asking how many belonged to this secret group. The girl admitted she didn't know, only that she had freedom to act. Her grin twisted. She said the strange mage probably knew more. She pointed to where lightning struck down people, saying they had come for a reason. Near the flashes. The mage was building dark power with purpose. Marnak ignored the mage, focused on learning what Liberatio really wanted. Then the redhead spoke up, offering to explain clearly. Eyes closed, she raised her hand and said their goal was simple. Her smile snapped into madness. They wanted to create a new world, one with no gods, no chains, no oppression. Marnak closed his eyes, his face twisted in cold fury. He opened them and asked if that was why she burned a city. He asked if this was how they planned to make a free world. She lifted her arms, denied it, blamed the mage, looking at Marnak. She said they still needed key items. When she mentioned he had what they sought, his focus sharpened. Her twisted smile returned. She said she wanted his relic, the one tied to the Avatar's body, taken from Kelton. Marnak gripped his saw's hilt, realizing he'd been right all along, thinking of the goddess. Marnak guessed they wanted her sacred relic. He told them the item was destroyed. Their faces showed doubt. They didn't believe it could be broken. Marnak insisted he destroyed it himself and dumped the pieces back in Kelton. He then asked if more relics existed. Even his goddess had no answer. The pink-haired girl confirmed it. Lively. There were 4 total. The redhead clearly wished she hadn't said that. Marnak stood frozen. There were 3 more relics besides the one he shattered. His goddess, keeper of sealed power, now showed signs of frustration. With a twisted face, Marnak realized he had to find the other 4. He eyed the girls, hoping to pull more answers from them. His voice dropped. He asked who had driven the city mad. The pink-haired girl smiled, denied it, said she had no idea. The redhead snapped, yelling at her to shut up. When the pink one replied, it was just a question. The redhead barked again, telling her to stop speaking to Marnak. Furious, Marnak watched as the redhead's head was suddenly severed. The pink-haired girl stared in awe, calling it a beautiful move. Even when Marnak struck her too, she smiled, amazed, but he knew killing her changed nothing. After that, he told the goddess the act was in her name, offering Bina's life. He gained 3,000 divinity points, but looking at Pearly, he saw her body twitch unnaturally, even headless. She moved like nothing could kill her. Scanning the ruined city, he figured things would settle now. Hand to chest, he wished for peace, but the goddess warned him fast. Then a voice called out. Marnak turned and saw his group rushing in, saying the crazed had dropped all at once. They asked if he was the cause. He smiled and said yes. Sajida asked if his spear had helped at all. Marnak said it was more useful than words could explain. While speaking, he hoped no one noticed the truth. His thoughts drifted to the corruption giant, hiding in the background. He told the group to move. Something far worse was coming. Carmen, as usual, asked what it was with a grin, but before Marnak answered, a thunderous roar shook the ground. They turned and saw a massive beast rise, made from scraps, eyes and limbs. It was a horror of mouths and flesh. It devoured anything in its way. Its presence alone froze the air. Even Carmen lost his grin, stunned by the sight. He asked Marnak if it was built from humans. Marnak said yes. Looking at the beast, he said this was exactly what he meant earlier. He called the mage's plan sick, senseless to the core. Even in death, the mage stayed vile, hoarding bodies like trophies. Now, he was nothing but a monstrous heap of rot. Remembering the mage's old face, Marnak thought this look finally matched. To the silver-haired girl, he acknowledged her pain over killing. He promised he'd ease it when this was all done. She smiled wide, holding on to that vow. Hand to chest, she asked how he'd bring comfort. Walking off, he said he'd think about it later. After a few steps, he turned, saying first they had to protect the people and buy more time. Carmen asked if help would come if they held out long enough. Marnak said yes, without a doubt. While speaking, Sajida spotted something fast heading their way. Marnak turned too, drawn by the movement. The surgeon asked if this was the ally they'd been waiting for. The trumpeter raised his horn and summoned his undead to battle. He signaled them with a sound only they could understand. It seemed he commanded them to attack the giant immediately. Their eyes now glowed with bright, eerie blue light. Some lunged forward, biting deep into the monster's hide. They swarmed in numbers, clawing and tearing. The beast began to react. It howled with rage, while 4 figures watched the chaos unfold. Young Dakia asked why the undead acted differently. She pointed at the trumpeter, wondering if he was a friend or threat. Marnak said he looked like an ally, judging by his actions. The trumpeter told them he needed someone fast to help. As he spoke, he gripped a spear, keeping it close. That person had to drive the weapon deep into the creature's heart. Marnak locked in on the object, giving it his full focus. He saw it was a spear. Taking it, he asked if a sword was an option. The question caught the trumpeter off guard. He paused, silent. Then he opened his hand. A sword appeared, hovering in the air. Marnak watched, stunned, still holding the spear, excited. He asked if more swords and maybe arrows could appear too. Once again, the trumpeter seemed amused at his boldness. Meanwhile, the monster kept shrieking, its cries twisted like nightmares. The trumpeter raised a finger. Swords and arrows formed in the sky. Marnak lit up, impressed. The trumpeter's power was real. He studied the spear's tip. It looked like polished bone, sharp and deadly. At the same time, Karma tested her new bow, fitted with magic arrows. Seeing the excitement, the blonde girl swung her sword with joy. She was thrilled by how light and smooth it felt. Sajida checked his spear, while Marnak gripped the sword, admiring its edge. Each weapon was flawless, humming with divine power from the trumpeter. Looking at the monster, Marnak knew these blades could tear it apart. The trumpeter said he could freeze the giant for a moment. He hoped they'd strike its heart before time ran out. Marnak grinned, eager to earn the weapons by helping the trumpeter. The trumpeter raised his horn and released a sacred tone. The four stood ready, waiting for the sound to hit the field. The monster jerked violently. Even the undead stirred, agitated by the sound. It made them wilder, soon. They all watched as the beast began to melt in grotesque fashion. The girl pointed Marnak toward the towering monster's strange shift. She saw every absorbed shape being thrown out. Marnak just watched, locked in, as the creature melted before him. But it didn't die. It loomed, dangerous. Even without the clinging corpses, it still looked ready to fight. The MC knew he had to strike fast before it reformed. The trumpeter said this thing was worse than the cult's spirit. What they'd fought earlier was just its shell. He told Marnak his weapons could now target the real body, then yelled for everyone to charge the monster at full speed. He knew more orders were needed, but time was gone. So they moved, fast, knowing what had to be done. As they closed in, Marnak sensed things could fall apart fast. The front limbs of the beast barely moved. That was a good sign. Behind, Dakia saw it wobble too. Its hideous shape, a pile of corpses, was truly grotesque. Some tried to beat the maiden, but she was quicker, sharper. She glanced back for just a second and saw Carmen's arrows slamming into monsters. Carmen covered the silver-haired girl, firing from afar. Marnak saw it all and heard the girl say she'd sync with Carmen. They planned to strike the giant's base, weaken it from below. The MC liked it, said he'd count on them, then summoned Sajida. He told Sajida to drive his spear into the monster's heart. At the same time, Marnak would pull its focus. Sajida took stance and moved in. He slashed through smaller enemies as Marnak dashed for the head. The undead lump looked vile, but Marnak cut through fast. He attacked in fury. Sword up, he rushed like a missile. He believed the head had to go first. With the glowing blade, he recalled the goddess's words, the divine shard inside. He aimed to destroy it all, and that cursed mage's face twisted inside, fueled his rage. Locking eyes with that sick gaze, he chose to end it. The mage's memory burned back, stoking his fury. Meanwhile, Sajida crept closer to the vital spot. Marnak stood face to face with the mage's head, ready to slice it into pieces. As planned, he chopped the creature's head into shreds. He saw the last piece and chose to erase it completely. He raised his arm as high as it could go, then slammed his blade down, crushing the final fragment. Marnak ended the mustached mage. That closed the filthiest chapter of his life. It shook him, but also gave rare peace. The foul head was gone. He let a quiet smile show, finally calm. Sajida had already reached the main organ, waiting for her cue. At that exact moment, she drove her spear into the heart. The giant beast twisted in brutal pain, then began fading in front of them all. Smaller monsters vanished too near the silver-haired girl, confusing her. She didn't get it at first, but then turned and saw the beast's ruin. Only a disgusting heap remained. From afar, the trumpeter watched with awe and respect. He stepped through the black sludge, holding the purified core tight. Marnak, after some time, felt peace at last, vengeance finally fulfilled. His master Salvador could rest now, the traitor gone forever. Walking toward him came the silver-haired girl. She studied him closely, asking if he was hurt. Marnak noticed Sajida missing, grew tense, asked where she was. Sajida soon appeared, gripping her spear, praising its power. With all four gathered, they turned and spotted the trumpeter. The stranger signaled them toward a spot. He locked eyes with Marnak, saying the call was for him alone. Marnak agreed, ready to hear what this was about. As they walked, he watched the trumpeter's back, questioning the reason. The MC wondered if it was because he took the spear, or if the man saw through him, knew his ties to the dark god. Suddenly the trumpeter stopped, and the goddess warned Marnak to prepare. Marnak took a stance, hand gripping his sword tight. The trumpeter said something was coming. Marnak felt it too, heavy, pressing. He shut his eyes for a second, trying to read it, then noticed a swirling aura closing in. It blazed with light, but its nature felt beyond human sense. As music echoed, Marnak knew it was divine. Looking closer, he saw the odd trumpeter stay perfectly calm. The masked figure waited in silence, watching him. then pointed at Marnak, who stayed alert, ready. The trumpeter spoke about the capital, then dropped to the ground, as if ordered by something unseen. Marnak sensed his presence vanish. Only the mask remained, a vessel briefly used by the divine. As the mask faded, Marnak accepted that learning its identity was no longer possible or needed. He gave a small smile at the thought. The moment passed, and the trumpeter stood, saying it was time to go. They moved away together. Marnak said he hoped the trumpeter could help cleanse Urtico, but the masked one replied, helping the living was not his task. His tone was cold, showing no intention to aid. Still, Marnak saw him start purifying much of the land. Marnak then asked him to find any survivors. Take them somewhere safe. In response, the trumpeter switched instruments. Soon after, the undead stirred once more. Marnak's allies still inside the chaos felt the shift. That task done, Marnak had another request. He asked sincerely for any food to be delivered to the safe areas. The trumpeter played again to fulfill it. Marnak's voice came once more, this time with a different need. Smiling, Marnak began to speak, but the trumpeter cut in, telling him to ask everything now. This time, Marnak wanted to give the priest's right arm, a relic of meaning. Handing it over, he told the trumpeter its weight. Holding the relic, the trumpeter said nothing. The undead now stood around him. The priest watched, stunned that the trumpeter had helped. The girl, confused, asked if the trumpeter really offered aid. The priest said his core was kind. She asked if Marnak requested help, and he confirmed it. She took the priest's hand and thanked him sweetly, honoring what he did for everyone. Back at their place, the little goddess tried drawing out the orb's power. Marnak recalled the trumpeter's warning. He now believed the trumpeter knew he had ties to corruption. Excited, he told the goddess he'd met a god that day, then asked if she knew it, though he doubted she didn't. But he remembered she'd once said she neither knew nor wanted to know. He thought that was her way of keeping the truth hidden. Looking again, he saw the goddess grow more annoyed. Then she burst, grabbed the orb and hurled it far. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Marnak asked if the divine seal was bothering her. He said throwing things wasn't the right way to vent. She turned away like a sulking child. Marnak thanked her for trying to help. He told her not to toss the orb again, no matter how upset. Trying to cheer her up, he hugged and lifted her, drawing a smile and spark in her eyes. She asked if he thought she'd become more charming by absorbing every orb. Before he could fully reply, her emotions swelled, and she started crying. Marnak said she was already charming. She calmed, knowing his feelings would not change. Marnak hugged her tight, said no matter how much she changed, she would always be beautiful to him. Meanwhile, light still glowed in the inn. A woman with blue hair sat nearby, overhearing talk about evil forces. She learned those things weren't just here, but also in the Dragon Realm, Eastern lands, and desert. That made her turn, suddenly alert. Then she heard someone say fear wasn't needed anymore. Someone was wiping out the evil, and they named him Priest Marnak. The crowd raised drinks to honor him, hoping he lived long. She stayed seated, sipping her drink while others cheered, then muttered something under her breath about Urtico's hero. Her eyes turned cold when she heard Marnak's name. He walked the hall, thinking maybe only those who worship dark relics deserved punishment. But he had already taken down both the hired fighter and the local lord. Now, a new threat waited, the cold-blooded reptile. He closed his eyes, shaking, picturing the worst ahead. He believed facing that prince was inevitable, the one he promised not to fail again. That large man thought hiding the truth would only feed the prince's curiosity. Though terrified, he knocked on the door. Afterward, he stood still, waiting to be called in. The prince lounged on his couch, as usual, but his gaze that day was sharper than normal. Elsewhere, Marnak pressed his sword to a mercenary's shoulder, one who tried to rob them earlier. The white-haired girl watched. Her grief ran deep, and she turned away, unable to keep looking. Seeing this, Marnak told her he'd enter the men and come back soon. He kept his word, dug graves, and placed wooden crosses. It felt like he was speaking with his goddess, asking her to guide the fallen souls. As he performed the rites, green flames danced. Marnak felt at peace. He had gathered many divine essences through endless battles. Now, He walked through snow again. He said they could move on. While Carmen chatted with Sajida, Marnak and the girl stayed quiet. Marnak spun around when he heard his name. The girl had called him, trying to talk. She said she wasn't judging him. She only wanted to understand. She asked him not to take her words the wrong way, as he stared quietly. Still upset, she noted he showed no mercy to brigands. Seeing no reply, she added she'd understand if he didn't want to talk. Marnak pressed his lips together, clearly conflicted. He asked if she had asked their cheerful companions the same thing. She said Carmen told her he wanted to stop more deaths by catching them. Sajida, meanwhile, just did his job but promised to spare them if she wished. Marnak gave a faint smile, raised a finger, and said he saw potential in them. She guessed that's why he buried them with crosses, hoping they'd return better. He said he believed they could change and redeem themselves. She thought then they should live and guide others. He explained that letting them go always carried the risk they'd turn back. So he gave them another shot, a path to rebirth. Even as she listened, she couldn't fully agree. She asked if he believed people had the right to judge others. She ended her thought with a playful wink as she spoke. Marnak touched his chest and quietly told the goddess he understood her feelings. He remembered the time she gave him the power to choose freely, while Carmen and Sajida stayed light-hearted. Marnak told the girl he judged no one. Faced with stopping harm or taking blame, he chose to act. He recalled standing by a grave, vowing to destroy every threat. The girl said in the end, it was all choice. With his sword on his back, he said one day he'd pay for everything. He stood firm, ready to carry whatever price came. Looking serious, he said he would never save someone evil just to lose someone good. It hurt to talk about. He remembered the pain of returning home. Just thinking of it made him clench his fists. He accepted the price. He swore never to spare evil again, then cried, remembering a friend's burial. His words silenced the girl. She didn't argue. After a moment, she asked if she could tell her story. She hesitated. If he didn't trust her, she'd keep quiet. Marnak smiled and said they should wait for another time. Then Marnak pointed at something that drew her attention. A merchant caravan approached from the distance. Carmen suggested they sell the brigands' loot. The group got ready to deal with the travelers. They met a merchant checking the goods. Noticing Marnak's sword, he said it was made of eternal alloy. The old empire's peak, he said, then apologized for getting carried away, admitting he'd never seen someone wield an immortalium sword. The name caught Carmen's attention, and he wanted to know more. Marnak glanced at his blade, remembering finding it with Carmen. The merchant confirmed it was rare and priceless. When he offered to buy it, Marnak hugged the sword, saying it wasn't for sale. Curious, Carmen asked what else the merchant wanted. He said he needed an escort to the Northern Kingdom's capital. Even before seeing the blade, he'd heard they came from Urtico, meaning Marnak was the demon slayer from Geese. He also knew about the curses from Kelton's evil gods and that Marnak saved Urtico. Seeing Marnak cough and flush, he guessed Marnak was a real priest. He promised great pay if they agreed to guard him. Carmen asked for a moment to discuss it. The merchant nodded, stepped out, and said he hoped for good news. Inside the tent, things were calm. The goddess stretched her bandaged leg while getting a shoulder rub. As Marnak massaged her, he asked if it felt good, then said they'd take the job. He planned to find proper lodging once they reached the capital. But then, a loud scream pierced the quiet outside. People were trying to fight off a flying beast attacking the camp. Marnak stared, unsure what it was. Soon they saw creatures with bat wings swarming. Seeing the danger, Marnak pulled the goddess close to shield her. A savage bat rushed them, and Marnak instantly prepared to fight. With a tight grip on his blade, he cut down every enemy in reach. Carmen backed him up, shooting down targets with sharp aim. Her deadly shots tore through the monsters. Together, they cleared wave after wave. At one point, Marnak's eyes lit with green, touched by some dark force. He used it to skewer one bat clean through. The white-haired mage joined the battle, casting spells from the side. She summoned fireballs, hurling them at enemies. In front of her, a knight was attacked by a giant bat, but before she could react, Marnak threw his sword at the beast. It dropped, letting the knight escape. The girl turned, saw Marnak, and smiled. Marnak warned that wild ally magic could be more dangerous than the enemy. Offended, she replied her magic wasn't that sloppy. She insisted her aim was sharp, even at that size. Marnak answered there was still no guarantee she wouldn't hit a friend. When he asked her to stop casting spells, she spun away, clearly upset. After the brutal fight, Marnak was drenched in filth from the bats. His sword dripped with dark fluid from the creatures. In that state, he stepped up to the contractor. The man looked at him and asked if he'd keep the rare immortalium blade. Marnak replied coldly, saying it depended on the man's offer. The merchant caught the warning, choosing his words carefully. Marnak warned that cult followers had attacked the group and wanted answers. The man said he had no clue why they were targeted. Marnak placed his sword on the table, showing signs of pressure. Seeing this, the merchant voiced trust, mentioning Marnak's strong reputation. Marnak sensed no lies, relaxed slightly, and sheathed his sword. Still, he told the man to stay honest, though the merchant stressed secrecy. Marnak smiled, saying he could keep quiet, since he was getting hired anyway. The man then signaled for a servant to bring the item. After a short wait, the servant returned and set a box near him. The merchant said attacks began right after receiving that object. The job was to carry it to the capital. Marnak guessed many had died from ambushes on the road. When asked why take such a risk, the man said he was paid in immortalium. Curious, he asked Marnak what it really was, but Marnak had no clear answer. When the box opened, a plain-looking necklace sat inside. But the moment Marnak saw it, he knew it, a divine relic tied to his goddess. Hand to chest, he felt its holy power glowing green. Now he understood why they hunted it. Still confused, he didn't know how it ended up with the merchant or how they tracked it. The man asked why the Dark God's cult wanted the necklace so badly. Marnak lowered his head and admitted he didn't know. They changed subjects, given how serious it was. Marnak said they now deserved double pay for transporting a sacred item. The merchant went pale at that, but he agreed, though clearly reluctant. He needed their protection. Night came. Tents rose. Guards took positions. Meanwhile, the four regrouped in secret, eyeing the guards and talking quietly. Carmen was especially pleased Marnak pushed for double payment. He smiled and said they only claimed what was fair. The girl was simply glad no one was hurt. They ended with a quick high five. Then each headed to their own tent. As they rested, the goddess's hand slipped quietly into Marnak's robes. He asked softly if she planned to steal the relic, warning it could end badly if caught. She replied it might be the perfect crime, as long as no one watched. Marnak thought of the merchant and held back from reckless moves. While calming the goddess, hand on chest, he shared the plan. Let the cult steal it, then take it back mid-theft. Their goal was to recover the divine energy, then return the relic. The goddess's hand twitched, impressed by the idea. Marnak sensed she suspected the traitors hid something deeper. Just then, he noticed signs of an incoming attack. He sighed in frustration. The timing annoyed him, especially right after washing up. He almost drew his blade on instinct. He warned the others of monsters, as a huge beast appeared, tossing guards. Curious, Marnak moved closer to see what kind of beast it was. It looked like a giant goat, but he ignored that and prepared to fight. Gritting his teeth, he raised both hands, gripping his sword. He launched green energy at it, but the beast roared back and blocked the strike. Its horns knocked him back hard. Marnak's brows rose, surprised by the power. He swung again, but the beast kept fending him off. Then he spotted a chance and aimed straight for its horns. Their presence had caught his attention. After slicing them off, the beast dropped, but now he was filthy again. Marnak sighed, covered in gore once more. Then something strange pulled his eyes toward the trees. Bright light glowed through the forest edge. A twisted figure appeared, wide-eyed and grinning. Marnak's eyes went wide, trying to place the face. It was the pink-haired girl, tongue out, held by the neck. Seeing her, Marnak recognized her instantly, eyes locked on her. She tossed her hair and gave a sly smile. The nearby men blushed, chanting, while Marnak's grip stayed tight on her throat as he held her. She asked if he had missed her, then smirked, saying her thoughts of him were enough. Marnak replied that if she allowed it. He had some questions, her eyes unreadable, hands resting on his. She asked what he'd pay in return. Earlier, Marnak had seen another beast from afar, after that fight, its remains scattered in the snow as he moved on. A huge creature emerged then, with antlers and glowing red eyes, growling low. It never got to strike. A spear from far off hit it clean. Marnak knew a friend had helped, and silently gave thanks. Carmen, sharp as ever, sensed another threat coming, warning the others fast. Wounded by Sajada's spear, the creature still scrambled to escape. Marnak shouted for the others to fall back. He'd finish it alone. He chased the limping beast through deep snow, but it couldn't run far, already drained. Marnak tightened his grip on the sword's handle. He prepared to throw, clean, fast, and deadly. This time, he made sure it couldn't move again. He yanked his sword free from the corpse, then walked through the snow again, calm settling in. Marnak climbed a nearby tree and apologized to the pink-haired girl for the delay. When he came down, she asked if he'd grant all her wishes, grinning wide. She asked if he meant it or was teasing, but he told her to answer his questions first. She agreed, locking eyes with him. He asked how many cultists were left. She paused to think, then smiled and said, 3 remained, not counting her. Annoyed, she added they kept secrets from her. As she complained, Marnak thought he wouldn't trust her either, trying to cheer her up. She said their cruelty explained it, asked why they hit the caravan. She said it was for the merchant's gold necklace. Curious, he asked how they even knew about it. She admitted she didn't know, just that the necklace came from Liberatio, which confused Marnak, since they were the ones who attacked. Marnak sensed Liberatio was splitting from within. She described it as mental warfare between rival groups. Marnak, more relaxed, asked what caused the divide. She admitted she knew once, but the details slipped away. Staring at the evergreens, Marnak found it odd she forgot, since she belonged to them. With a sly smirk, she claimed neutrality, doing jobs for coin or resources. Marnak asked what kind of materials she used. She answered plainly, for her dolls, as if it were obvious, clasping her hands with flair. She asked if Marnak understood her craft, then said she served the quivering strand. Eyes shut, Marnak recalled the girl he'd met before. This one was also a doll. Spreading her arms, she warned him to stay alert. Her group had plans. Marnak's mood shifted, now alert and grim. He asked why she was helping. She looked displeased. With a twisted grin, she called it the weirdest question yet. Silence followed. Both weighed the strange moment. Turning away, Marnak said he was no longer curious. As he left, she lay down on the snow, demanding he ask again. Still walking, Marnak said it was her chance to speak her truth. She slowly stood, hair covered in snow, and said she'd tell him next time. He asked if she meant that, but she stayed quiet. Marnak said goodbye, adding, until next time. Once more, she popped the doll's head off, smiling. She said it was fun. The camp came into view, tents lit from within. As Marnak walked through, someone called his name. It was the white-haired girl, clearly worried. He told her to rest in her tent, since zealots might show up. She smiled, said she had been resting, but got anxious when he vanished. When she asked where he went, Marnak smiled and said he chased a carpello. She tensed after hearing about a nearby worshiper, but he lied, saying it left. She stepped closer, saying that was a shame. Then she pulled out a white cloth and gently wiped his face. He pulled back, warning she'd lose that cloth cleaning like this. She kept wiping, saying she brought it for exactly that. Holding his hand, she asked him not to slip away again, then wiped his face once more. Done. She said he could handle the rest himself. She placed the cloth in his palm. Walking back to her tent, she wished him good night. Marnak, flustered, entered his tent. Suddenly, a green light flared up. The goddess stood trembling, holding the same white cloth. Marnak smirked, already clean, no speck on his face. He said another wash was pointless, but the goddess scrubbed harder, erasing even the invisible. Later, they packed camp and walked on, snow drifting down in silence. Through the flakes and jagged peaks, Marnak spotted something. He stopped, staring at the snow-blanketed mountain. A strange sound echoed. It triggered the girl's earlier warning. Maybe this wasn't a trap. But his eyelids started dropping. The mountain blew, hurling rocks in every direction. Snapping alert, Marnak yelled, "Avalanche incoming." He shouted to drop everything and run, fast as they could. But the white-haired girl kept walking, straight toward the chaos, watching the speed of it. Marnak realized they needed more time. Looking at Dekia, he thought fast. She could buy that time. She didn't even blink as the avalanche raced closer. Marnak touched her shoulder, told her he needed help. Mercenaries panicked, sure they wouldn't make it. Marnak said her help could save them all. She flinched, her face unsure, but he knew this was her weak spot. With the roar closing in, Marnak asked her to use her magic. She blinked, confused why he'd let her. He told her this was the moment. No time to doubt. None of her spells could stop something that massive. Marnak told her to just slow it, not stop it. She warned she'd be frozen while casting and might pass out. His hand still on her shoulder. He said it didn't matter. He met her eyes, promised to protect her life. Scared, but she believed in Marnak with all she had. Turning away, she said she'd try, told him to keep that promise. Marnak's eyes lit up when she said she'd trust him. Without pause, she started channeling, her hair rising with the swirling energy. Mana circled around her, wrapping her in pure force. A glowing orb pulsed in her hand. She braced herself and launched the magic. It struck the avalanche dead on, perfectly aimed. A blue flash split the wall of snow. Light burst out, snow exploding skyward, seen from afar. The avalanche still came, but much weaker now. She pushed harder, pouring out more power, screamed without stopping, her face tense, veins showing. Watching, the corruption goddess rated her at 4 fingers, recognizing mastery. As her grip on magic grew stronger, it rose to 4.5. The young woman stared blankly, eyes unfocused, barely conscious. Marnak grabbed her, ordering her to snap out of it. Holding her close, he said she did well, it was enough. The avalanche still came, but much slower now. She passed out in his arms, no longer needing restraint. Marnak called on his goddess to summon the giant. The corrupted white giant appeared. Marnak said there was no time. He asked the giant to block the avalanche from hitting them. Only a few snowflakes reached the unconscious girl. The corruption giant wrapped around them, shielding them from cold and danger. Time passed. The mountain finally calmed. The snow had finished falling. The giant screamed, eyes locked on the sky. It pushed through the snow, carving a tunnel, emerging intact. Marnak walked through deep snow. He told the giant that if the area was clear, he needed the stone removed. Carrying the girl, still out, but signs of life returned. His stare stayed cold, unwavering. The giant pulled the stone from near its skull, then vanished into a corruption portal. Marnak watched the girl stir. She asked if she was still alive. He said they were separated from the group, but likely all safe. He set her down, asked if she could walk. She said no. Her mana was drained, still. She claimed she saw everything. Hearing that, Marnak clenched his jaw. She had seen the giant. Her voice turned sharp, saying she saw him summon something dangerous. His eyes widened, now glowing faint green. She added she knew he didn't serve the preservation goddess. Still kneeling, she looked straight at him as she spoke. She wanted the truth. She said he wasn't normal. Regular people don't fly with swords. He tried saying it was training, but she knew that was a lie. She pointed to the hand. She had heard him whisper to himself. Now, she was sure. Marnak thought he'd hidden it well, but she had watched carefully. He smiled, touched his chest, said it wasn't that hard to guess. She was stunned. He called it a daily prayer. She said she faked believing that. She saw the real thing. When he yelled mother and that dark giant showed up. She almost asked if he was a follower. He raised a finger to her lips. He had more to say. With a calm voice, he said silence was more valuable than gold, meant she saw nothing. He trusted she'd be fair. She lay in the snow and said it didn't matter if he followed something dark. She looked at him, said he was still good, even if sometimes ruthless. Still lying down, she said she trusted him to hear her without judgment. She shared how being born a mage made people hate her, even if he served a dark god. It didn't change how she treated him. She promised to keep his secret. She was weak, resting, but fully alert. Neither Marnak nor the goddess replied. Then, a burst of green light surged near him. The goddess appeared, starting her healing. She kept smacking the girl's head out of envy, glaring. She asked where the girl came from, then told Marnak to stop her. Marnak grabbed her hand, told her to relax. He believed the girl. He said he knew she was worried, but he wanted to trust her. The girl turned to Marnak and said, as a mage, she would swear an oath. The goddess warned she'd be watching when the girl asked Marnak what that meant. He said the goddess would monitor her actions, helping her up. He told her to swear in the old tongue. She began the chant in the ancient language. Her mana spun around her, sealing the oath. That assured Marnak. She couldn't reveal anything now. She looked up, asking what if she had lied in the oath. But Marnak said he understood the old tongue. She looked surprised. He stared, asking what she wanted to know about him. Blushing, hands clasped, she asked his type in women. Her bold question hit hard. The goddess snapped. Still in child form, she flung them apart. Seeing her fury, Marnak said they should move on. Still red-faced, the girl asked if he truly meant to find the sacred artifact. Next, bodies fell across deep snow. 3 dark worshippers had finished and now held the relic. Inside, the sacred item was safe, untouched. While they thought Marnak froze to death, he walked another path with the girl, calm. One follower, a short-haired girl with icy blue hair and eyes, urged to leave. Her companion, long dark hair, sharp eyes, sensed danger. Soon, the trio stood on the snow, eyeing a pursuer. That person blazed with rage, blaming them for destroying the merchant group. That was the artifact's guardian, who yelled, accusing them of stealing what wasn't theirs. The blue-haired girl summoned magic, power building in her palm. She cast the spell. Ice pillars burst up around him. But he didn't fall. He stood strong. Only faint cracks marked his metal shell. Once it split, he emerged, a wild android cloaked in dark energy. These androids had full metal bodies, obsessed with rare minerals. They craved rare metals, gaining power just by being near them. The enemy dodged the ice with ease. His arm shifted into a deadly weapon. Dropping to all fours for balance, he mocked their childish tricks. The blue-haired mage now faced real danger, close to breaking. One teammate told her to hold on a bit longer, no matter what. She looked to her comrades, urging them to move fast. She was nearly out of strength. Meanwhile, the cyborg raged, his metal body resisting all cold. He claimed they stood no chance against him, but the dark-haired man's look said otherwise. Seeing her spells fade, the cyborg advanced on the group. The man calmly lifted one foot. He slammed it down, triggering something like a trap. A thick black ooze spread, grabbing at the cyborg's limbs. He struggled to move, one leg locked in place by the sludge. Dark magic pinned him, locking him to the earth. The girl praised Pelham, saying she could now unleash everything. With a crazed smile, the mage summoned her melting frost. Ice shards formed, launching at the metal target. A storm of blades spun around him, trapping him inside. He covered part of his face, mocking the attack as cheap trickery. He swung his blade, smashing through the ice, canceling her spell. The caster winced, tension showing in her tight expression. A red-haired ally shouted to Karuna to duck. He cast a strange spell. A barrier appeared in front of them. Of all their magic, that one stunned the cyborg most. The summoned being began leaking thick slime. The goo coated the android's gears, unsettling him. He growled, clearly irritated. Damage finally showed on the metal warrior. With the distraction working, the ice mage launched again, red eyes glowing. The youth said the cyborg had underestimated them. With the enemy trapped, they revealed they already knew the merchant leader was just another android. The mage wondered what that summon released as the foe kept twitching. Then, a white shape appeared, drawing all eyes. They snapped to full alert. The pale corruption giant charged, each step fast and wide. The mage asked what they should do against this monster. The insect boy admitted defeat, said his summons were useless here. The blue-haired woman asked where the pink-haired girl was, but they chose to fight anyway. Once more, the mage summoned thawed ice, shaping sharp edges to block the advance. but that only pushed the white corruption giant into greater rage. The ice defense failed, barely slowing it down. The girl shouted for Sheldon to act now, or they'd all die. The dark-haired man devised a quick plan, surrounding them with mud to stall. The corruption giant roared, then launched a crushing blow, shattering both the ice wall and the summoned creature. At the same time, Marnak still held the pale girl in his arms. He asked if she could stand, gently lowering her. Her feet touched the cold snow. Standing firm, she said she felt better. Marnak told her to rest. Still, he asked her to watch closely. Her eyes widened as she saw a four-legged android nearby. The merchant stayed armed, still furious, intent on wiping out every follower of the dark power. Despite damage, he fought on. He pushed forward, destroying the sorcerer's massive bat summons. Marnak told the girl he wanted to help, but the android seemed to handle things. Yet, from a distance, Marnak noticed him slipping. He was losing ground, overwhelmed. Then, something caught Marnak's eye. His green eyes lit up, like gemstones. He watched the corrupted giant and noticed something off. Its attacks and movements felt unnatural. Then it grabbed something and hurled it far away with force. The object hit the ground, spraying cold mist across the snow. It landed near Marnak. He stepped forward to inspect. It was a bat covered in snow, already dead. Just then, the goddess's hand appeared before him, a silent signal. She intended to step in now. The dead creature's presence made the girl nauseous, dizzy. But to Marnak, it was just another foul beast. Inside the bat's body, he found the hidden sacred relic. From afar, the corruption giant raised a glowing gem, strangely bashful. Then it all made sense. The goddess had altered its behavior. Marnak gave a slight smirk. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped him. He braced to empower one of his divine authorities. Using all his sacred energy, he picked which strength to enhance. He wanted the corruption giant to share that boost, a glowing sphere wrapped around it. The gift wasn't his alone. The corruption giant received the power as well. Blinding light burst from the giant, stunning the bats. Each one was wiped out instantly. The light shot out like glowing arrows from the corrupted titan. Watching from afar, Marnak smiled. The scene was breathtaking. He looked at the corruption giant, proud of its new strength. As the fight raged, swarms of giant bats dove in, trying to crush it. But they met unexpected force. One teammate stared in shock, barely believing what was happening. Across the field, a terrified girl begged Shadow to do something. But before he could move, Shadow was brutally struck down. The girl screamed, overwhelmed by fear. She tried to escape the chaos, but a hand clamped around her ankle. From below, a damaged robot growled, refusing to let her go. She struggled, desperate to run. She cried for help, but Lutham had already left her behind. Fear drove him to flee, forgetting his team completely. His cowardice didn't save him. The enemy caught him mid-flight. He was stunned it happened so fast, but shocked or not, his fate was sealed. The girl kept fighting. Kicked free from the robot's grip, that one moment gave her a flicker of hope. Maybe she could survive, but it didn't last. A blast hit near her, roaring loud. Her escape path vanished. Then, worse, she saw. A massive hand burst from the earth. It grabbed her, holding tight. She begged to be let go, but her captor stayed silent. Seconds later, she was defeated too. The giant walked toward the robot, arriving just in time to see its final moments, still linked. The giant activated a summoning power. In that instant, Marnak arrived on the battlefield. He felt his divine energy rise, sensing progress, now present. He told the giant he'd take care of the harvest. Marnak told the corruption goddess the giant would handle the harvest for her. He teased that she spoke better lately, asking if breaking the seal made her smarter, though he saw her annoyance. Marnak only smiled and said that she was precious and he'd avenge her. Then Dakia appeared, joking if the girl was Marnak's lost daughter, not a goddess. The goddess instantly flared with rage at that. Marnak stepped in to calm things down. Takia said she had a request, asking if she could hug the girl too since she was adorable. Marnak noticed the girl getting shy and told Takia to offer snacks next time. Dakia agreed and said she'd pinch her cheeks one day. Marnak turned to the goddess and asked if she wanted to say anything. She paused, thinking, but only mentioned something about killing. That alone told Marnak everything. Then the girl suddenly shouted, referring to herself. Marnak lit up hearing her speak, and she smiled too, clearly pleased. Elsewhere, a noble elf berated his servant, furious that his men died in the avalanche. He said there were no words to express his rage. The servant thought none of it was his fault. Avalanches weren't his doing. He grumbled he'd lost more hair from stress that same morning. Then the elf asked if Dakia had left the eastern branch. The servant confirmed, saying she now served the main branch. The elf praised the main branch, saying they got things done and captured Dakia first. The servant asked if the elf planned to go to the capital. The elf said yes. The servant almost danced, hoping to escape the lizard prince and the grumpy princess. He hated working under them that much. The thought of leaving thrilled him. But that vanished when the elf said he'd be coming too, as a guide. He added the servant would get special treatment and told him to dress warm. The servant protested, saying he was the Eastern Branch leader and couldn't leave. The elf replied his failures hadn't been reported yet, and asked how things would go if the capital learned of them. The servant froze, crushed by the threat. The elf said to treat it like a short vacation. At that point, the servant thought only of home, even if it meant doing nothing. All he wanted was to return to his family. Meanwhile, Marnak kept moving down the path. His chatty little robot told a tale about a glowing warrior in armor. Marnak said he'd heard it yesterday, remembering the robot called it majestic. The robot finished, claiming the god saved him, even though the warrior looked furious. Dakia said for someone from the heavens. That giant looked pretty evil. Marnak thought the anger didn't matter. The bot had been dying when found. Then the robot asked to leave for an interrogation, saying it would return later. It thanked Marnak for getting it to the capital, promising a reward soon. On the road, one ally suddenly remembered something they needed to say. He warned the city might be chaotic to enter, but told them not to worry. But soon, Carmen Valtis got spotted by a guard. They moved in fast to arrest him. Carmen told the group he'd handle it alone and come back quickly. He told them not to panic, but that only made things worse. Elsewhere, a different scene began. A golden dragon flew in. It landed on the snowy ground with grace. Then, before anyone could react, it transformed into a human. It was the noble elf, asking a servant to bring his clothes as he dressed. The servant thought soon, even headquarters would feel this elf's power. He told the elf the capital was close and started guiding him. But when rushed, the elf warned him not to overstep. Back with Marnak, the robot said no wonder Carmen got arrested. He caused trouble everywhere. It added Marnak could probably visit him if he asked the guards. Dakia said they should eat first. She knew a good place nearby. Marnak agreed. They'd go later. Just then, the robot returned, handing over a reward bag, 15 gold coins each. Seeing that much, Marnak realized he'd never held this much gold since arriving here. Dakia noticed him staring and asked why he looked so stunned. She asked if this was his first time seeing real money. His face said it all. She laughed, saying Marnak could be oddly cute sometimes. Marnak shrugged, claiming he'd always been charming. She replied, serious, that she meant it. Marnak changed topics, saying he deserved extra pay for returning the bot's item. The robot promised to sort it out once it handled something urgent. Marnak then said they'd visit Carmen now and meet the robot tomorrow. One teammate said he had other matters to handle and parted ways. On the road, Marnak and the others stopped to eat, just as she wanted. Dakia pointed out the prison, saying that's where Carmen was held. Marnak said the place looked rough. She agreed, adding the buildings lacked Marnak's charm. Marnak joked she was sounding obsessed. Dakia asked if that annoyed him. He said no, but wanted to get to Carmen before his food got cold. She promised to stop teasing about the money and asked him not to be mad. He repeated he wasn't upset at all. Meanwhile, Carmen Valtis enjoyed a meal in his cell, served by a beautiful woman. He seemed to really enjoy her company. Until suddenly, his friends showed up, catching him off guard. Marnak quickly noticed Carmen looked way too comfortable, like he lived there. Carmen awkwardly admitted he had been jailed more than once before. The woman noted his visits were more than frequent. She welcomed the group and introduced herself as Arath. Marnak and Dakia introduced themselves in return. Dakia asked why Arath was in the prison that late, before she could speak. Someone else answered. Carmen had stolen something from Enthus Valtis's warehouse. Enthus himself had placed Carmen on the wanted list. The man asked what Carmen did with the missing key. Carmen called him brother, but the man demanded a real answer. Marnak was surprised to learn this was Carmen's brother. He realized this was the son of the Black Wolf, vice captain of the Queen's Ice Knights, Setien Valtis, the White Wolf. Setien pressed again, furious about the key stolen from their father's vault. Carmen admitted he used it. Setien asked if he got hurt doing it. Carmen said no. Setien reminded him their father hated thieves. Using the key made things worse. Their father believed that achievements born from theft had no value, so no excuse could justify stealing it. Carmen recalled his father also said that strict rules keep order. He agreed, but questioned why that didn't apply to their mother. Because, right after he was born, their mother was forced out, without even a goodbye. Carmen said even a nobody in the streets would own up and protect his woman. He declared his father's pride stood far below that of a common gutter kid. He tried again and again to confront his father, met only silence he saw as fear. So he took the key, determined to find his mother since his father hid the truth. After listening, Setien promised he would confront their father himself. Carmen softened at those words, watching them. The protagonist felt Carmen was lucky to have such a brother. Then he sensed eyes on him. Setien turned toward the onlookers, making them drop their gaze. He walked over, apologizing they had seen the argument, saying his brother was hard to handle. Mid-talk, he noticed Princess Dakia and asked why she was not in Betis. Dakia said it had been a while. She was roaming the world, tired of staying home. Satyen said a princess should not travel like that. Her father would worry. Dakia dismissed it, saying her father had never cared, so nothing would change. Shifting tone. Arath asked how long Carmen would be locked up. Setyan said their father had ordered a month of confinement. Still, he planned to speak with him later to push for leniency. Dakia suggested staying in the capital until Carmen was freed, but the protagonist urged an early return. Even so, his friend insisted there was no need to hurry. Setien asked if Marnak was the priest famed as the sworn foe of the evil spirit. The protagonist confirmed, and Setien asked if Marnak was among Erotico's saviors. Marnak said yes, and Setien noted that this might help when speaking with their father. He added that if the priest had time, he should visit the Valtis home with Carmen. Then he excused himself, duty calling him away. Watching Sarian, the protagonist felt he was nothing like his brother. Carmen said Sidian was admirable, a model he himself could not match. Dakia, however, noted Carmen had been quite free in showing his temper to his brother. Carmen said he had to release the pressure and lost control. The princess mentioned they had bought food for him, thinking he might be hungry. They realized he did not need much worry, but left the food anyway. As they headed out, Dakia said she knew a place worth visiting. Marnak agreed, saying it would help everyone. He felt he might otherwise burden Carmen. Elsewhere, the protagonist recalled the trumpeter's words about a sacred relic nearby. Yet he saw no good source of information in this place. Then he remembered the item from Lord Trident, and thought it was the right moment to use it. Lost in thought, Dakia knocked and asked to come in. The mother of corruption grew tense, but the protagonist tried to steady her. Dakia stepped inside, cheerful at seeing her mother. She said no hug could be refused now. The bread came from the city's top bakery. Handing it over, Dakia said a hug would do instead of thanks, but her mother tossed the bread aside. She didn't want bribes, unsure. Dakia asked what that meant. Marnak, the only one who understood, explained she rejected temptation. That was why she threw the bread away. At Ely's capital base, someone arrived holding a sketch, looking for the person it showed. If it were anyone else, the man might have laughed, but he sensed this was someone important, so he stayed respectful. He asked if the person in the sketch was human. The girl said yes. She didn't know who it was, but believed the drawing was accurate and didn't get his doubt. The man thought the drawing looked bad, but realized she was a blue flame priestess and asked about the service fee. She replied she had caught a few criminals on the way, so she had enough to pay. He figured she'd offer more than the base fee, being a blue flame. She pulled out 12 gold and 33 silver coins, asking if that covered it. Seeing the boy's stunned face, she asked if she'd overpaid. Meanwhile, the noble elf grew tired of the wait. His servant sensed the master's patience thinning fast. The worst would come if he vented on his tiny companion. Worry clouded the servant's focus, and the elf noticed right away. The elf grew angry, feeling he always got blamed. Tension rose fast. Then they crossed paths with the blue flame priestess. The servant stared, amazed she didn't share his wonder. Quietly, the servant held back, fearing his master would question him if he reacted. Soon, they arrived at the destination. At the gate, the guide said only the elf could go in. The servant's heart sank, though his branch was lower. It still stung to be denied by a low-ranking staffer. But then, the elf shocked them both, saying his servant would join him. The guide nodded at the wish but said rules barred other branches from entry. The elf, irritated, slapped the guide hard, then ordered him to fetch someone with real authority. The servant didn't like his arrogant master, but watching that slap felt satisfying. It cleared all his bitterness toward the headquarters staff. He now saw a chance to watch the third prince crush the central branch firsthand. Back in Dakia, Marnak saw the mother of corruption reject the bread and leave, saying he could keep it. He picked it up, thinking she had been especially harsh. He thought there were better ways to say no, especially since Takia had brought the bread for her. The MC told his mother the woman he knew could own her mistakes through a simple, respectful act. So he suggested she apologize to Dakia next time they met. For now, he asked her to try the bread, saying it looked great. After his words, the mother gave in. One bite in, her face lit up. She even started dancing around the room. Marnak told her to slow down, or she'd get sick. Right then, Dakia came back to the room. She said she wanted to try some bread too and asked if she could have one. The mother didn't expect the request. Dakia noticed the girl loved it, even if she didn't show it clearly. The princess knew she chose well. Moments later, Dakia had the mother resting in her arms, satisfied. Later, the MC left alone for a meeting, telling Dakia she didn't have to come, but she reminded him she promised never to expose his secret. So she insisted on going with him to the friend of the demon's home. When they arrived, the owner asked what they wanted. The MC simply held up a special token. The owner let them in without hesitation. Inside, Takia asked what that item was. Marnak said a demon once gave it to him, with instructions to show it here. Takia said she didn't think demons cared about that level of detail. She was also shocked a normal-looking house led to a vast hidden base in the capital. The MC said it was his first time in the capital, so he wasn't that shocked. Dakia asked if even outside the capital, he didn't find such things strange. Marnak said he'd seen plenty of huge structures before. Just then, a stranger approached. Dakia asked if she should strike him. The MC said no, explaining magic could seal them inside the ruins. She asked him to trust her, but Marnak said not to attack. He stepped forward and asked the man if he was their guide. The man said nothing, just turned around and walked away, heading toward the far end of the place. At the next door, Dakia hesitated, but Marnak went ahead to check it himself. Once they stepped inside, a woman appeared before them, between smoke clouds. She asked what they were after. Marnak told the hostess he needed her help. She responded by asking their names. They introduced themselves, but when she heard Marnak's name, she froze. She grabbed him and asked if he was the demon hunter called Gis. Marnak realized his name had spread far, and the hostess clearly didn't like what she'd heard. Seeing this turn, Dakia ordered her to let Marnak go. The hostess challenged her, asking what if she refused. Dakia replied she'd tear the place down with her magic. Marnak stopped her, saying everyone would die if she did. The hostess asked who Dakia was. Annoyed, Dakia said she'd already told her. The hostess apologized for not paying attention, and admitted she'd gone too far. She said some called her twisted curiosity, though humans just called her a demon. She asked if Marnak was the priest of preservation. Marnak said no. He served the mother of corruption. Twisted Curiosity was stunned by that. She asked him to come closer, saying she wanted to read his mind. She explained her form couldn't reach deep, but still wanted to see why he was so stable. Marnak didn't get what she meant. Twisted Curiosity only said he wasn't like other corruption-born. Then she lunged at him. His mother blocked the strike. The demon warned things would get messy. She said she knew he was after his mother's relics and asked how many he had found. Surprised she knew that, Marnak asked her to explain more. She said she couldn't share it, but hinted his mother might know. His mother told him she had no clue what the demon meant. Watching them talk, Twisted Curiosity was shocked to see a deity speak so casually to a human. Marnak said that kind of talk was normal for them. A good bond needed it. The fact Marnak didn't go mad around her surprised Twisted Curiosity, and that he faced no punishment. She asked how long they'd talked like that, and if he had been altered. Marnak said he'd spoken with her like this since they first met. Twisted Curiosity said betting it all on one soul was risky, but guessed the mother had no better option. She warned him he'd have to work hard to repay what he'd been given. He was walking a narrow path, but she said nothing more, or the Watchers would notice. Marnak knew she meant the gods above. Then she asked if Marnak knew demons only grant wishes after a price is paid. Marnak asked what she wanted in return. Twisted Curiosity said her price was for Marnak to sleep with her. Marnak didn't expect the request at all. Twisted Curiosity said she'd never tried that with a corruption-born before. They were too unstable. Takia instantly objected. The demon asked why she was against it. Takia didn't explain, just said it couldn't happen. She wasn't the only one. Marnak's mother struck the demon in protest, but Twisted Curiosity laughed, saying the hits felt like soft pats. That only made the little mother angrier. Then Twisted Curiosity said she was joking. She said all she wanted was Marnak's entry badge, and asked if he knew about it. He said no. She commented that adding small twists made things more exciting. Anyway, she already guessed his request was about one of his mother's relics. Marnak confirmed. Glad she got to the point. She claimed to have that relic, one valuable to his temple. But to earn it, she wanted Marnak to fight in her arena. She said only a champion would win it. The relic was the prize. Giving its location meant her part was done. She said she couldn't hand it to him directly. So, if he wanted it, he had to fight. She wished him luck. In the ring, famed warrior Paisao stepped in, greeted by loud applause. The announcer revealed his rival was a newcomer, who entered flipping through the air. Though new, the crowd was drawn to his bold arrival. Cheers rose. Some even bet he could win. Takia placed a big bet on Marnak, cheering him on. Days earlier, Marnak had tried to trade for the relic. He even swore to return it after restoring his mother's power. But Twisted Curiosity warned him such moves would alert the spirit's followers instantly. The smarter path was the arena, linked to both him and his mother. She also spoke of Libertasso, saying Marnak would meet it while chasing the relic. She advised him to cut down his enemies first. Also, the current city was the kingdom's capital. Here, local priests limited the use of divine powers. Marnak knew he might lose, but wouldn't die from a non-divine blow. Still, he didn't plan to kill opponents just for following an evil spirit. Twisted Curiosity reminded him he had killed many like that before. Marnak said he had good reasons for doing so. Then she said if he had reason, he shouldn't hesitate to kill. She cast a power to show him something. Marnak's mind filled with horrific images, but he couldn't fully grasp it. He asked what he just saw. Twisted Curiosity said they were memories from evil followers, then asked if that was enough reason to destroy them. Marnak questioned if everything shown was real. She answered sadly, it was. Back in the arena, Marnak faced his challenger. As the crowd roared for Paisao, he liked wearing the mask, recalling how it let him shift forms, and how the princess's ring let him cast spells freely. Across the arena, Paisao warned him not to fight without armor. Marnak ignored him, showing no concern. That made Paisao snap. Fueled by rage, Paisao swore to crush him completely. His first blow drew loud cheers, but moments later, he noticed his hit missed. Marnak had dodged. The masked fighter moved fast and mocked him. Marnak aimed to provoke him on purpose. Paisao threw strike after strike, but hit nothing. Then, at the perfect moment, Marnak stopped dodging and struck back. He slapped Paisao across the face, furious. Paisao attacked with everything he had, but even then, He only smashed the ground. Marnak dodged with ease again. Paisao realized he'd never fought anyone this fast. Then it made sense why his foe wore no armor. His frustration boiled, and even the crowd started shouting at him. He yelled back, saying he wasn't losing on purpose. Then he charged again, this time using full force. But Marnak slipped away in time. And beyond that, he countered and grabbed Paisao, proving strength matched his speed. The announcer gasped as Marnak lifted the bigger man. Paisao began begging for help, but nothing would stop what followed. Marnak held him and dragged him down. He slammed Paisao into the ground, shaking the arena center. The crowd roared, thinking Paisao landed the move. But as the dust began to clear, they saw the truth. Only the rookie still stood. The crowd favorite had fallen, defeated for the first time. Then, the audience watched in disbelief as the novice climbed the wall. With bare hands, increasing their fear, the fight wasn't over. Marnak reached the arena's highest point. From above, he launched himself at his fallen enemy. He crashed down like a cannonball. Paisao, unable to move, took the hit full force. The announcer declared victory, naming him the Human Slayer. Outside the arena, a reporter asked what was on his mind. Marnak grabbed the mic and declared he'd crush anyone who challenged him. The crowd loved it. They accepted the Human Slayer as their new hero. Dakia and his mother cheered with pride. Later, Dakia walked beside Marnak through the city. She spotted fresh bread and said she wanted some. Marnak said they didn't need to rush. The line was long. Dakia pushed back, saying the bread was still hot, but Marnak's eyes locked on something else. He saw someone familiar, but couldn't place where from. Dakia pulled him back, saying they should use their prize money and buy it now. Marnak followed her, figuring it was just someone who looked like a face from the past. Back at their place, Marnak and Dakia found his mother excited, like a kid after an action film. She copied his arena moves and jabbed the mattress like she had a real target. Then she burst with joy, thinking she nailed every motion. Dakia agreed, saying she learned better than most. Marnak, though, felt deeply embarrassed. Twisted curiosity then showed up. Marnak apologized for the noise, but she laughed, saying she enjoyed the mother's energy. She also admitted Marnak's battle was unforgettable. Before, she saw him as a stiff priest. Now, that image was gone. Still, she warned that not everything happened the way people thought. She had overheard their exchange during the fight, and though the details were unclear, she sensed Marnak and Paisao had planned the show. Marnak argued it wasn't staged, only that both fighters shared one idea. Together they shaped a moment that thrilled the crowd. Twisted Curiosity agreed, even thinking about adding more fights like that. But since Paisao left to chase acting, she needed another lead fighter. So she asked if Marnak wanted the role. Marnak thanked her but refused. He said freeing his mother's seal was his goal. She accepted it, knowing she couldn't sway him. Before going, she asked if she could use his performance style whenever she liked. He said yes, since many before him had already used that idea. It wasn't his alone. Still, Twisted Curiosity said taking it for free felt wrong and promised payment. Marnak agreed there was no reason to refuse, but she reminded him the tournament wasn't over and asked if he needed help. Marnak told her he could handle it. His next foe followed an evil spirit. Soon, the arena roared again. The announcer introduced the headbreaker. Beside him, the rising star took the stage, the rookie who had dazzled everyone earlier, since the crowd knew his name. The announcer urged them to shout it. They answered by yelling the Human Slayer's title. Some were shocked at his entrance, because Marnak carried Paisao's old weapon. Many assumed he took it after defeating him, boosting his fearsome image. Marnak asked his opponent if he was Gedem. Gedem asked how the masked fighter knew him. That question confirmed exactly what Marnak needed. The announcer signaled the fight to begin, and the moment she did, Marnak dropped him with one strike. Everyone froze in disbelief. Unlike last time's show, this match ended in an instant, sharp and final. Only one person seemed pleased: his mother. Marnak thought he could act a role, but he wouldn't gamble with a life. Far away, a noble elf was in a meeting, failing to get what he wanted. He burst with rage. Huntar, head of Isle headquarters, gave 3 reasons to reject the mission. First, he said Princess Dakia Rimmel had snuck in under a false name before, and even then, they barely caught her. But now, she had come on official business, making any move risky and public. Second, she traveled with 3 people hard to control. One was Carmen Valtis, the Hound of the Black Plain, Lord Enthus Valtis's bastard son. Another was Sajida Forgon from the Red Bear Mercenary Corps. And finally, the priest Marnak, sworn enemy of the evil spirit. The elf suggested bribing them to clear a path. Hantar said Marnak wouldn't take a bribe. Marnak had slain too many foes and wouldn't betray Dakia, and rumors hinted at a romantic link between him and the princess. The elf lost control, refusing to accept it, but Hantar said his spies confirmed that Takia visited Marnak's room every night. The elf asked who else knew. Hantar said only their group. The elf ordered him to stop any leak, no matter the cost, then asked the final reason for refusing. Hantar explained Setien Valtis, the White Wolf, had met Dakia and knew she was there. If she vanished, he would act. And Setien had backing from his father, the Black Wolf. So, Hantar warned, dragging Eel into war with Lord Enthus wasn't wise. Convincing the elf wasn't his only reason, even for royalty. Some limits couldn't be crossed, but as they argued, Hantar saw the elf's servant laugh and wondered what amused him. Furious, the elf slammed Hantar's head down and shouted why Enthus was all anyone talked about. He said his command couldn't be dismissed and mocked Hantar's fear, then threatened to expose Eel's dark deeds to the queen, including the kidnapping of a great lord's daughter, which would force a meeting with Enthus Valtis himself. Hantar warned the elf he'd also be exposed if that happened. The elf said the only dragon and sorceress in the land were his parents. If he died, the Dragon King would burn the world. So he ordered Hantar to deliver Dakia Rimmel unharmed to the Dragon Kingdom, no matter how it had to be done. Meanwhile, a cult of evil followers noticed the human slayer was far more brutal with them. Their leader suspected the arena's patroness and decided stealing her relic would be easier than winning it. He gave the go-ahead, but warned the job had to be fast, before the priest or patroness noticed. At the same time, in Ely, another operation was planned: blow a wall, storm the place, grab the target, and escape. Their leader stressed that failure would stain Eel's name. He ordered his team to capture the target, no matter what. Back at the arena, Marnak faced off with a red-haired fighter. The crowd buzzed, expecting a brutal hand-to-hand battle. But right as the announcer signaled the start, a massive explosion ripped through the arena. Panic spread fast. Then, Isle's ninjas stormed the grounds, hunting their target. Knowing the princess might be in disguise, they searched carefully. At the same time, the cultist leader sensed another group was involved and told his followers to use the chaos to reach the patroness. Marnak's opponent froze, claiming he had no idea what was happening. Marnak was just as confused, but amid the uproar, a new figure appeared, declaring the raid was to shut down illegal fights, ordering all to kneel by royal command. Then Carmen Valtas entered with his team and began issuing fines to everyone present. Watching the soldiers hand out penalties, Ely's leader questioned why they showed up the same day as his raid, especially now that his men were being chased down. Meanwhile, the cultists got spotted and fled. Carmen, seeing the situation unfold, told his troops to seal all exits. But before he could continue, Marnak stepped in to block him. Marnak argued this wasn't the time to chase anyone else. Their real target was after Princess Dakia. Some spectators backed the claim, saying the ninjas had asked about the princess during the ambush. Hearing that, Carmen chose to believe him. The black-clad ninjas started pulling back. Carmen quickly ordered his men to forget the rest and focus on them. Sajida, nearby, got the signal to take them down however he wanted. He attacked immediately, cutting off their escape. At the same time, the royal army closed in, trapping the invaders. Marnak rushed to his room. He startled Princess Dakia as he barged in. She asked what was going on. Marnak said cultists were heading for Twisted Curiosity's location. The others were busy with soldiers, and the ninjas could be hiding anywhere, so they had to leave now. But first, he told her to wear a mask since she was their target. Takia nodded, then slipped on the mask. Marnak pointed them toward the emergency exit, but as they approached it, a guard blocked their way, saying only approved people could pass. Before he could act, something struck him down. On the far side, the protagonist sensed hostile shapes closing in. He realized escape required a direct clash. Surrounded, he knew magic was off the table. Only his blade remained useful. With that thought, he surged forward. He cut down the nearest foe trying to trap him. As he carved a gap for himself and the princess, more enemies rushed in, and Dakia refused to stay passive. Meeting one attacker, she cast a spell to blind him. Disoriented, the foe became simple prey for the protagonist. Together, they moved as one, denying every opening. Dakia asked if she had done well, and the protagonist agreed, yet reminded her they still had to escape. While running, Dakia questioned whether they should aid the hostess against the dark zealots. Marnak declined, saying a demon rooted in a body for so long was far too hard to destroy now. Soon, the cultists themselves realized the arena's mistress was a demon. Twisted Curiosity revealed. She said that, had they asked sooner, she would have gladly shown her true form. The cultists panicked, but their leader claimed a demon must answer for wielding corrupt power. He ordered 2 followers to fetch the relic while the rest stayed to confront the creature. Hearing him, Twisted Curiosity admitted he knew more than expected, and that she had always foreseen hunters like them appearing one day. With one motion, she readied for battle. Her presence alone crushed the courage of her foes. What they saw stirred deep dread. She added that deals came easily in an arena below ground, saying they had played well in her domain, and now the real game would start. Thrilled, Twisted Curiosity asked the cultist chief if he was ready to begin. Carmen Valtas fought a harsh struggle against the foes, and as he battled, one thought pressed on him. How had chaos erupted so fast? He only sought more experience as his brother advised. Yet his soldiers' lack of skill placed them at a steep disadvantage. He hoped the princess had already reached the priest. His duty now was to contain the fight, buying her time to flee. As commander of the royal army, Carmen shouted for attention from those still standing. He ordered them to stop forcing a win and instead form a solid defensive line. Then he handed command to another soldier, telling him to protect their allies above all. Turning to Sajida, he asked if his friend could keep fighting a bit longer. Sajida answered yes without pause. Carmen then said it would fall to them to push back the enemy. Elsewhere in the clash, the priest Marnak tried to escape with the princess. Even with her hood drawn, he saw the enemies seemed to know who she was. A ninja tried to block them, but instantly knew he made a mistake. One clean strike from Marnak ended him. He wasn't alone, though. 2 more ninjas stepped in after seeing their ally fall. Marnak reacted instantly, flinging his knives, stripping them of their weapons, spotting more threats from behind. He told Princess Dakia to join the fight. She jumped in, taking on the attackers. Dakia didn't stick to just her blade. She cast a blast of magic, throwing the rest off balance, giving Marnak the chance to finish them quickly. Afterward, Dakia removed her mask and gave it back, saying fighting with it was too hard. But showing her face drew fresh attention. More enemies swarmed fast, closing them in. Seeing the trap, Dakia asked Marnak for a plan. He told her to bring the ceiling down to block the path. She obeyed at once, casting magic. The tunnel roof shattered and fell hard, burying their pursuers under stone. Marnak grabbed Akia's arm, pulling her from the collapse. But just ahead, another group waited. One ninja stepped forward. He said he only wanted the princess, and if Marnak gave her up, he'd be spared. He offered double pay for Dakia's capture and would ignore his fallen comrades. Marnak replied she'd already promised to match his weight in gold, then asked if they could top that. The ninja leader said yes. Marnak said that was quite the offer, but nothing they had smelled better than the princess. When the priest praised her and pulled her close, Dakia felt both shy and proud. The ninja chief burned with rage. He said Marnak stood no chance alone. Marnak said the odds didn't matter. He'd win anyway. Provoked, the ninja gave the order to kill him. Marnak didn't wait. He summoned a sword shaped like a chainsaw and charged the group without pause. Became sitting ducks before they even moved. Marnak had already taken control. He wiped them out effortlessly. The ninja leader stood frozen, watching his squad fall. Fear overtook him as the priest drew closer. Marnak stepped in, saying he had backed his words. The fight, he said, was over before it started. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the entity called Curiosidade Contorcida toyed with her prey. The cultist leader recoiled, asking how long she'd lived. She answered, existing long before corruption birthed its first child. She then asked if he served Agula de Costura, saying his mind looked shredded, likely by his own god. The cultist paused in silence, but under her stare, admitted he knew Agulha de Costura. She asked if his god would join the game. Feeling divine force, Rise, Curiosidade Contorcida said humans of this age worked hard. She once questioned why cultists sought relics used to seal corruption's deity, and now saw their aim was to drag gods down from the heavens, all to shatter the fragile balance. Then, Agula de Costura appeared before her, telling the demon to stay quiet, tired of her games. The ninja leader stood frozen, stunned by how easily his men were defeated. He shouted for the others to attack, saying the priest stood alone. Marnak turned to Dakia, saying he'd need her support now. She responded by unleashing fierce fire magic, and Marnak charged through the blaze. The hit ninjas didn't move, stunned, but Marnak emerged untouched. The fire never reached him. Using the chaos and heat, he cut down each foe without pause. A blast cleared the last block in their way. Moments later, they reached the cave's exit. Breathing out, Dakia said she never wanted to return, then asked if Marnak was burned in the fire. He said he was fine, and asked if she was hurt. Dakia confirmed she was fine too, saying all was good. But peace didn't last. They sensed someone nearing. A guard stationed outside dropped lifeless. Before reacting, he was already down. A figure stepped from the shadows. Both Marnak and Dakia froze, caught off guard. The woman's arrival brought a wave of overwhelming power. The protagonist warned Dakia to freeze, sensing the threat. He chose to face it alone, elsewhere. The blue flame priestess readied for battle. Blade in hand, she waited for her enemy. With one quick strike, she hit Marnak and knocked his weapon away. Alarmed, the princess shouted his name, but he gave no reply. The blue flame priestess asked if he truly thought he could beat her. She said even holding back, she'd still win, for it was fate to defeat her own soul and pupil. A flashback pulled us into the past. After Shantox's death, Marnak had begun his quest for the relics tied to his mother's divinity. He found one, but it wasn't simple. It was sealed inside the sacred flame sector's warehouse. Speaking to his mother, he asked for time, saying he needed a plan to gather them all. Back then, his only skill was the line the living could not pass. Marnak knew the guardian outmatched him by far. Lost in thought, he saw a girl walk to the river. Odd, since no one came that early, and her beauty caught his eye. She asked if he had time to help her with a task, offering a reward. Marnak agreed instantly before she finished speaking. 30 minutes later, he was already washing her clothes. She asked him to bring the basket inside. That's when he realized she was the relic's guardian. After paying him a coin, she asked if she could ask for help again. Marnak said yes. That marked the start of something strange, always involving laundry. Day after day, she returned with more clothes, always asking Marnak to wash them for a silver coin. But weeks later, she stopped asking, saying she'd run out of money. The last of her predecessor's funds were gone, so she'd wash them herself. Marnak insisted he'd still help, even without payment. He said he had nothing better to do. To him, she stood out as one of the few who didn't treat him like an outsider. And after all those coins, he felt he owed her. The guardian wanted to repay him another way. She offered fencing lessons. Marnak agreed right away. He was bad at fighting. Only his physique helped him so far. So training with a master was a rare chance. But in that very first session, she struck him hard in the face. Still, he refused to quit. He believed this world valued close combat specialists as elite warriors. Specialists were fighters who pushed martial skill beyond human limits. Only a few existed in an entire country. Master Pritia was among them. Her method was blunt and strict. Endless drills, repeated until flawless. After day one, Pritia told him to return, not for laundry, but to clean her house. Marnak, now relaxed, asked if he could see where the relic was kept. She immediately asked why he cared about it. He said he was only curious to see what one looked like. Prydia allowed it, warning him it would be a one-time thing. Inside, Marnak saw that he couldn't tell the relic apart. Alone, he wouldn't know it. But something stirred when he spotted a chalice. That had to be the object he was chasing. He went back to training with full focus, but still, his master landed many hits. Frustrated, he tried to strike back, but emotion clouded his vision, and Prydia floored him with ease. She then told him the lesson was over. After that, she left and told him to finish cleaning before she returned. Marnak spent 3 years under her roof, doing chores. He liked not having to worry about food or shelter, but he never became a swordsman, only learned how to get by. Eventually, he realized he'd hit a dead end. He chose to restart his mission to gather relics and avenge Shantoks. While Prydia was away, he stole the relic she guarded. He managed to draw the divinity from it, and with that, gained the giant of corruption's authority. Around this time, his mother's voice began echoing in his mind. Back in the now, Marnak asked how Prydia knew he was still alive. She said she didn't know for sure, but said that, after all the beatings, her student had become tougher. She was glad he had survived. She explained she had spread wanted posters and tracked him by resemblance. Marnak thought he looked nothing like the sloppy drawing, but kept that to himself, either way. Prydia said his real nature didn't matter to her. What she cared about was pride. She wanted to train him until he reached specialist level. Marnak then asked how long that would take. Prydia said she had trained non-stop for nearly 30 years, but she thought Marnak was skilled, so he'd only need 27. Marnak figured at that pace, his goals would be long done. Unlike her, he didn't see himself as a prodigy. The story cut to Carmen Valtas. Turdy reported they had 24 allies left, but warned that 3 were in bad shape, 11 lightly hurt. Carmen knew 16 was gone. His brother would not be pleased. He regretted not bringing elites instead of regular troops. While reflecting, Carmen felt the cave shake. A creature appeared out of nowhere. A giant crab lumbered toward them. Seeing it, Carmen noted it was smaller than others he'd faced, but still familiar. He told Turdy to run now, then asked Sajida to help delay the enemy while the rest escaped. Sajida struck fast. He stabbed its eye, then went in for melee hits. Without pause, he drove his blade into it. Carmen praised him and charged too. He used the opening, slashed at its legs to slow it down. But to his shock, the beast began healing. Worse, it grew, fast, dangerous inside the tight cave. So, Carmen shouted for everyone to fall back, but the creature swelled even more, until it burst. Debris flew in all directions. Nothing left but a deep crater. Afterward, Carmen checked if Sajida was hurt, but saw he was fine. Sajida didn't wait. He lunged again. The monster, still alive, took hit after hit. He aimed to stop another blast. But then, the monster begged him to stop and called for its sewing needle. Suddenly, needles launched out, grabbing nearby ninjas. Not just the living, even the dead were caught. The creature reeled the bodies in with the needles, absorbing them to heal itself. Seeing this, Carmen Valtas chose retreat over battle. He and Sajida ran, but during the escape, Vegeta got hit in the heel by a needle. His friend rushed in, sliced the thread, and freed him. The creature began tearing apart the cave. Rocks started falling toward both of them. Carmen reacted, trying to shatter the stones above, but at the same time, several needles pierced him, halting his escape. The blast inside the cave was so strong, it reached outside. It stunned the protagonist. He asked Prydia if she'd check it out. She replied she met someone earlier, confident he'd reach it first. The mention of a stranger caught the protagonist's attention. Back inside, Carmen screamed in pain. Just then, a figure appeared through the chaos. Enthus Valtas, the Black Wolf, arrived to save his son. Carmen could hardly believe it. Enthus asked if he could stand. Hearing yes, he told him to run, as he would stay and finish the beast. Carmen quickly fled, carrying his injured friend. Just then, a serpent demon appeared, demanding its stolen item. Enthus asked what it meant. Regardless, the serpent lashed out at the other beast, who was actually Twisted Curiosity in her true, enraged form. Enthuse didn't just watch the two monsters clash. He charged, slicing into the many-headed one, then turned to face the serpent. It warned him not to touch, or its relic would break, unrecoverable. But Enthuse ignored her. He had come to slay monsters, nothing more. He severed all the approaching snake heads, realizing it was losing. The serpent tried to pull back, but with the warrior blocking its path, it couldn't recover the relic. Twisted Curiosity knew retreat was the only choice, and thought if Marnak were there, he might lend a hand. Meanwhile, Enthuse sensed another presence getting close. Before he reacted, the Blue Flame Priestess struck him, yet the hit failed to bring him down. A fierce clash broke out. Facing her, Enthuse sensed a force far greater than expected, and knew he could not handle her as he handled beasts. Prydia showed her power at once, hurling Enthuse across the ground. The Black Wolf rose, irritated, asking why she attacked him at all. Prydia said she was curious about the strength of the region's so-called best swordsman. Enthuse answered that if that was her only reason, the duel could wait, as he needed to protect the capital from monsters. But Prydia replied that the region's finest seemed better at talking than fighting, striking directly at his pride, and making him ready himself for battle. Prydia clearly had no intention of holding back. When their blades met again, the sheer energy of the clash was visible from afar, even startling the serpent demon. But the serpent soon noticed the fight was only a distraction. Then the protagonist arrived and asked what he should do. Twisted Curiosity thanked Marnak beforehand for helping, but he said thanks weren't needed, only clear orders. The creature explained that a monster had stolen a sacred relic, and within it lay something left by its daughter. It asked Marnak to retrieve it. Act 2. The protagonist was confused, since the creature looked like a mix of many deities. Still, Marnak began his search, but saw quickly that its massive size made the task difficult. Twisted Curiosity tried to push him onward, but Marnak said motivation alone would not solve anything. Just then, his mother appeared, offering her help. Marnak asked if she could find the relic in her current state. She said she could, even so. Marnak warned her of the dangers ahead. She would not back down, so he asked her to return to him at once if things became too risky. Meanwhile, Twisted Curiosity and the serpent continued their desperate struggle against the enraged monster. It tried to restrain the creature to ease Marnak's search. Still, Marnak felt the mission would not be easy. He kept his mother safe amid the chaos. Soon, smaller monsters rushed in to attack, but Marnak held them back with sharp control. He fought through the swarm, guarding his mother without faltering. Seeing the swarm grow, Marnak knew he had to hit harder. His aura surged, and he unleashed a strike overflowing with force. The blast wiped out every monster at once, leaving his mother stunned. Amid the chaos, she spotted the relic, telling him it rested in the creature's eye, even with the good news. Marnak knew there was no time to breathe. He grabbed a sword from the ground and flung it at an incoming foe, dropping it instantly. He then informed Twisted Curiosity of the relic's location. The serpent thanked him and said it would consume the monster, leaving only the neck where the relic sat. It scolded the cultist-turned-monster, calling him another human serving a feeble deity, and rejecting his actions entirely. Marnak ran with his mother toward the relic's place. He began digging through the monster to retrieve it. He found the artifact quickly, but something felt strange. No hands were nearby. He wondered if it was the relic's doing or something else, but had no time to investigate. He informed the serpent he had located the artifact. Twisted Curiosity thanked him again and told him to step back. Marnak then asked his mother to return to safety. As they retreated, Twisted Curiosity released a roar, a fierce cry toward the sewing needle, declaring it would never respect such a weak deity, and vowing revenge for what had happened. The serpent then consumed the rest of the fallen creature. Marnak kept his distance, trying to leave the area, but as he moved, royal soldiers reached the arena and saw the serpent. Marnak hid himself, avoiding more trouble. Nearby, Prydia maintained her fierce duel. She and the Black Wolf, Enthuse Valtis, continued their relentless clash. Their clash sent shockwaves tearing through the battlefield. Suddenly, Prydia stopped fighting. Her opponent asked why she had pulled back. She said her goal was to destroy him, but that was no longer needed. Enthus Valtis replied she'd still be held accountable. The priestess refused, saying she'd never lose to him. Then, one of Enthus's allies arrived, carrying the tooth sharpener. Enthus ordered him to arrest Prydia, but warned him not to provoke her, given her level. The soldier approached Prydia with the arrest order, charging her with endangering the kingdom. Knowing her power, he hoped she'd come quietly, but instead of resisting, Prydia searched for something. She handed the soldier a paper. Once he saw what it was, he froze, stunned, realizing his reaction. Prydia saw she had given the wrong paper her disciple's sketch, not the real document. She rummaged again, still finding nothing, then found the correct one. The soldier read it. It granted full royal privilege to the bearer. That meant no punishment could be applied to her. He confirmed the seal was real, but wondered how she got such power. Prydia explained she had once defeated a major cultist and was rewarded by the king himself. Though unsure of its use at the time, she accepted it, hailed as a savior. With that done, Prydia said she had other matters to attend to and left. Elsewhere, Marnak ran through the arena, trying to stay out of sight. During his escape, he saw someone coming. Then, twisted curiosity wrapped him in a warm hug, thanking him again for his help. Getting quite close, it began preparing a reward, but stopped when his mother stepped in. Twisted curiosity didn't seem bothered. Instead, it smiled, saying she had helped too. With warmth, it embraced the mother. Soon after, it served tea and biscuits to them both. Now safe, it wanted to thank them properly. Marnak ate, but felt nothing special, despite its efforts to please. His mother, though, had a different experience. One bite of the biscuit and she felt like she was floating in the sky. Marnak thanked her in his mother's place for the food. He skipped the small talk, returned the relic, and asked about her daughter. She answered. Her daughter passed away long ago, she said, still. She told Marnak he didn't need to feel guilty. Her daughter had lived in the ancient empire, and no human would last this long. Marnak then asked if she had married. The twisted curiosity told him no. She had taken over the body while already carrying a child. She opened a chest, saying no one else had seen what was inside. Inside lay a few plain objects and a child's drawing. She said demons rarely have children when they take human form. Their aim is always to enjoy the world to the fullest. But when her child was born, she became deeply attached. That joy didn't last. It quickly turned into sorrow. She knew her daughter would live only a short time. Unlike her, Marnak asked why she gave birth. She admitted. Curiosity drove her, and she wasn't the first demon to try motherhood. After her birth, she named the child Seelen. She then revealed the sword Marnak once wielded was forged by Seelen herself. She had kept that fact quiet, to avoid sounding proud, but now she asked to see the weapon once more. Marnak revealed it again. The twisted curiosity muttered a spell. Instantly, the sword lit up. A message flashed before Marnak's eyes. It said this was the 6th blade made by the Empire's greatest blacksmith. Marnak wanted to learn more, but even she lacked details. Since Seelen made it, she believed it might link to other works by her daughter. Seelen was always obsessed with things that could change. Realizing she kept all of Seelen's things, Marnak guessed she'd want to keep the blade too. She agreed, but said what mattered most was what Seelen left just for her. Everything else Seelen crafted was meant for others, so she avoided using them, afraid they'd be damaged. Still, she knew Seelen wouldn't want her creations buried in storage. Marnak noticed his mother looking a bit restless. The twisted curiosity asked if she needed something. Marnak said she wanted more biscuits. The host said she'd find them in the second drawer to the left in the kitchen. The little one darted off without a pause, now alone with Marnak. The twisted curiosity said she wanted to thank him for finding her dearest treasure. Then she asked, since his mother wasn't around, if he wanted proper treatment. Flustered, Marnak declined and told her never to say that around his mother. She said she'd only been joking last time, but now reconsidered. Then added he could change his mind any time. Since he refused, she asked if he wanted something else. Just then, his mother cut in, saying gold coins and biscuits were a fair reward. The twisted curiosity liked her honesty, but she raised an issue with that demand. Restoring the arena would drain her funds, and she didn't like giving money to heroes who might vanish afterward. Instead, she wanted to join them on their next quest, though she disliked combat. She believed Marnak's road would be stained with blood no matter what. Still, not wanting to send him off empty-handed, she said she had one thing, and left briefly. She came back holding an item she'd tried to sell for ages, but now she offered it to Marnak for nothing. He realized it was a key to some old ruins. She explained it was a fitting gift, since inside was another of her daughter's works, which might interest him. Later, as Marnak got ready to leave, she gave him a bag with biscuits and travel supplies. He thanked her and took it. Before parting, he asked if they would meet again someday. She said her eye was damaged from their last fight, so she planned to avoid the capital, making this a real farewell. She told Marnak to keep looking after his mother, so her smile would never fade. Marnak thanked her and said goodbye. As he left, the twisted curiosity thought the ruins item would aid him. If the Mother of Corruption regained her divine power, the other gods would suffer, especially the one who had hurt her daughter, the one called the Sewing Needle. Soon after, Marnak crossed paths with Dakia again. He asked if her master had come searching for him. She said she hadn't seen her since that last meeting, but Carmen and Sajita were nearby. Marnak asked how they were doing. Dakia said their condition hadn't improved, and the treatment failed. Marnak, hearing this, rushed off to see them. He quickly found his friends again. Carmen lit up when he saw Marnak, genuine relief on his face. And Marnak realized Carmen looked far better than the rumors suggested. Carmen brushed off his wound, saying a priest could fix it, but warned that Sajita's state was the real concern. Sajita dismissed that, saying nothing serious had happened and she only needed a priest as well. Marnak asked to check Carmen's wound himself, and, as he expected, he saw it was no ordinary injury. Corrupted divine magic clung to it, explaining why every healing attempt had failed. Marnak believed his mother could cleanse it by drawing divinity from the relic, but such a ritual in the capital would expose them to danger. They had no choice but to head straight for the ruins. The ruins were remote, making divine manifestations far safer. Carmen then said the corrupted power in his wound felt weaker, according to the priest's last visit. Still, the priest warned that removing it completely would take a long time. Marnak asked for a clearer estimate, and Carmen said months at best, possibly years. Arath Grata cut in, saying Carmen was hopeful, since the priest hinted it could take far longer, though she was seeking help to quicken it. Carmen regretted everything, especially that he could no longer escort the princess until he recovered. Dakia told them not to worry about her, urging them to heal first. Marnak said he would leave the capital for a few days, as he had a way to help them and needed to act fast. The princess grew curious, but he promised to explain later. Carmen thanked him, though guilty that Marnak had to travel so far on their behalf. Marnak insisted he wanted to help, and hearing that, Carmen asked for a private word, saying it was important. Arath Grata and Dakia stepped out, leaving them alone. Carmen said no one had a heart as kind as the princess, and urged Marnak not to ignore the chance, since she clearly cared for him. Sajita added that their behavior made everyone assume he and Dakia were already together. Marnak said nothing romantic existed between him and the princess. He imagined his mother would scold him anyway and demand answers. Carmen still encouraged him to consider it, saying they would make a striking pair. Embarrassed, Marnak dodged the topic, said his farewells, and set off again. After hearing his plan, Dakia insisted on joining him, even if the place was dangerous. She trusted that with Marnak leading, things would turn out fine. They reached their inn and found Pridya waiting. The priestess said he was late, as she had been expecting him, and invited him to sit. Dakia also took a seat, which left Pridya visibly uneasy. Marnak noted that his master had arrived later than he thought. She said she had to stop at the palace, as the Queen of the North needed a favor. Krisha reported that evil worshippers were growing reckless in the northern district, and the queen politely sought the priestess's aid. So she told Marnak to head to her room and get ready to leave for Igler, but he surprised her by refusing. That route led away from his goal. His mission came first. Pritya asked if he would still say that after all the trouble she went through, just to fulfill his request. Marnak stayed firm, saying he couldn't help. That made Pritya cry, asking how he could do that to her. She sobbed, saying she had done everything to please her only disciple. But Marnak said he wouldn't fall for it again. He knew how good she was at acting. She admitted that tears were a woman's strongest weapon, knowing her tricks well. Marnak told her to place both hands on the table. He warned that if she tried knocking him out to drag him along, he wouldn't forgive it. Pritya said she wouldn't use such force. Still, Marnak knew she'd already thought about it. Either way, he repeated his choice. He couldn't go with her. He had his own mission, but promised that once he finished, he'd find her again. Hearing that, Pritya let him go, saying as his master, she was being merciful. She'd wait and continue the mission once he returned, but hoped he'd survive long enough to come back. Wanting proof, Pritya decided to test his power. She said the inn had space outside, then told him to grab his sword and follow. Outside, she laid down the rules. She'd hold back, but he had to fight with full strength. Marnak knew using his abilities would complicate things, so he relied only on raw power. He remembered she always aimed for his chin, but this time, she didn't. She wanted to test strength, not knock him out. They began clashing swords. Marnak went all in, but his master moved like it was a game, until she knocked his weapon away. Then she asked what he thought was the key to becoming an expert. Marnak said it was perfected swordplay and a body pushed to its peak. Pritya disagreed, calling those just the basics, then hit him. She said if that alone made an expert, she would have reached it 5 years after touching a blade. Marnak muttered that his master was full of herself. She replied she only spoke truth. Then Pritya gave the real answer, saying it was the mind. Seeing him confused, she teased that he looked better when clueless. She said an expert could fill any sword with their will, so even so-called untouchables could fall. But that required total mental focus on one's goal. Instead, she pointed out, Marnak seemed mentally trapped by something. Then she asked what it meant. Marnak stayed quiet, telling her he served a dark god wasn't an option. Each rebirth, he leaned more on that forbidden force. Pritya caught his reaction. He understood her words clearly. She said seeing him again brought joy, but clashing blades chilled her. Marnak asked if it was because he lacked skill. She replied, it was a mother's fear, like raising a child with care only to watch him fall to a snake. Marnak said that comparison felt oddly specific. She said as long as he followed another, she could never fully claim him, nor protect him from pain. Pritya promised she'd never act against his will, but she asked him to take something, an old relic from the sacred flame sector. She warned, black ring users could always find white ring ones. Marnak accepted it, but wanted to ask something first. How could she be both expert and priestess? She said faith alone couldn't make a priestess. A god had to bestow that role. Even experts saw gods as goals. They stayed clear of emotional ties to the divine. That's how she still saw Marnak as hers, even using a corrupt god's power. So, she told him to become an expert. Only then could he tell true feelings from the god's planted ones. Marnak asked if she always knew he worshipped that dark god. She said, I'm not stupid. Then he asked, why not choose someone more gifted? Why him, not someone stronger? Pritya said she was trained to be the sacred flame's sword, but that path left her alone until she found Marnak. Those 3 years with him gave her more joy than everything before, and the pain of losing him hit harder than anything, so she couldn't return to her past without him. She needed him because he mattered. Only near Marnak did joy feel real. Meanwhile, in the demon arena's shadowed halls, the elf servant said the HQ was chaos. The ninja ruined the princess abduction, blaming the small man. Now they wanted payback. The servant ran, begging for help. Then something blew up nearby, jolted. He turned to see what it was. He saw the elf, power flaring like a dragon. The servant didn't get why the elf helped, until the elf said he had his reasons, then ordered him to move, or get left behind. The small one instantly regretted all the bad thoughts he'd had about his boss, but the elf warned he didn't want praise. Later, Marnak reached the ruins entrance. Seeing guards nearby, Princess Dakia asked if they were bandits. Marnak said maybe, but he wasn't sure. She offered to burn them, but Marnak said that could torch the forest. Choosing peace first, he decided to talk, but told Dakia to be ready. Marnak stepped forward, claiming to be a priest of preservation, and said he came to handle the mountain bandits. Their leader demanded he surrender his weapons to enter. Marnak refused. He wouldn't hand over anything without proof they were bandits. The guard blocked him, saying he wasn't allowed in. Marnak noticed he was a mage and asked for someone else to talk to. Angry, the guard attacked. Marnak disarmed him instantly. Princess Takia watched from afar, then appeared, summoning a storm and warning she'd strike anyone near. Marnak asked why she reacted like that. Dakia said he attacked the guard, so she assumed a battle had begun. Marnak insisted it was a misunderstanding. Before he could say more, someone shouted that the rain finally came and they could collect water. Seeing strangers, the newcomer asked who they were. Marnak said he served the goddess of preservation, then introduced Akia Rimal, daughter of the smiling young master. The woman recognized the princess, then gave her name, Fosarina. Fosarina, captain of the Royal Archaeological Team, said it was an honor to meet her. She noted her mages lacked water magic and thanked whoever brought the rain. Takia said she was happy to help. The captain apologized for the guard's attack, said the mage was lucky or he'd be gone already. She then said the ruins were top secret and asked how they found them. Marnak said the key had revealed the location. Hearing they had the key, Fosarina eagerly asked to join them. Marnak told her that wasn't an option. Still, she said she didn't need to go inside with them, just wanted a chance to visit after they were done. She asked what he knew about the ruins. Marnak said, only what most people knew. Fosarina explained ancient empire ruins fell into two groups. Some were locked away, only reachable with keys. Others lay buried deep underground. Her team focused on digging out the latter. Marnak didn't expect that, but Fosarina said they just studied links between ruins, not hidden artifacts. So Marnak allowed them to join. For now, he asked for shelter, then wondered if more from HQ would show up. Fosarina said no, only royal archaeologists. Marnak noted they seemed few. She replied their resources were limited, and buried ruins were rare, often damaged. Marnak figured that meant fewer issues ahead. Then Dakia took the key and opened the cave's portal. Excitement filled the air. Fosarina waited, eager to see beyond. Marnak reached out to the portal first and entered right away. Dakia followed, stunned by its beauty. Marnak agreed, but said they had work. He pulled out his mother's earrings. Wearing them, he began to absorb aura. A relic soon appeared. Marnak sensed it gave power for deadlier strikes. A sword of corruption, devouring all it touched. Its nature became clear fast. It began to consume him too. Marnak asked how he could control such a threat. Later, the princess voiced concern for him. Marnak told her he felt fine. His mother, uneasy, felt the same fear. She stepped out, determined to reach him. As she neared, Marnak saw something shift. She stood taller, stronger. He told her he felt no pain. Dakia suggested his mother hold the sword instead. She believed, as a divinity, the blade wouldn't harm her. But Marnak hesitated, unsure she'd resist the sword's effect. Still, she insisted. He agreed to a small test. Marnak lifted the sword and placed it in her hands. But shockingly, the sword began to corrupt her too. Acting on instinct, she flung the sword aside, saying the pain was overwhelming. Different from what Marnak had endured, Marnak scrambled to find a way to support her. Takia watched closely and noticed something off. Marnak asked what she meant, and the princess said the mother of corruption should not suffer from her own authority. The comment angered his mother, and she spoke a word unlike her usual mantra. Marnak wondered if her divinity was still incomplete. Hearing her speak anything besides kill shook him deeply. She realized it too, and happiness spread across her face. Marnak told her not to worry. Her presence alone strengthened him. Dakia saw both had recovered enough, and said they should continue their mission. Marnak then tried calling for reinforcements. He had not seen the giant lately, and hoped his ally remained safe. After greeting him, Marnak asked the giant to try lifting the sword. The giant obeyed, but like the others, his hand began to corrode, so he dropped it fast. The blade had harmed him badly. Marnak apologized. He realized the weapon's danger was far beyond his expectations. He decided it was time to enter the ruins and asked the giant to lead. He chose to observe, since none of them could sense traps. Letting the giant go first made sense. Soon, enemies emerged. Seeing the giant tearing through debris, they rushed to confront him. Zakia asked if she should use magic. Marnak said it wasn't needed yet. The enemy seemed unaffected by spells. The giant kept pushing forward, outnumbered. He struck even harder. Each opening let him unleash full strength. Watching him, the mother of corruption cheered with bright excitement. Marnak praised the giant too, saying empowering him had paid off. After some time, Marnak handed his mother an energy core. She shaped its power with ease and drew out divinity from it. Marnak said she now held enough might to be called a goddess, uniting divinities into one essence. The princess, seeing their joy, praised their teamwork. Zakia asked if she could ever share that same bond with Marnak. He said he believed they already did, wondering if he was the only one who thought that. Zakia froze at his answer, caught off guard, unsure how to respond. Luckily, the giant broke the tension. Meanwhile, Marnak thought of using the 10,000 divinity to fortify a key authority. In moments like these, he couldn't risk the sword of corruption activating under pressure, so he told his mother to return to safety. As they moved deeper into the dungeon, the giant ahead came face to face with a new threat. This one was far tougher than before. It struck hard, launching him across the arena. Marnak quickly shielded the princess. As the impact nearly reached them, the sudden strike caught him off guard. Then he saw the enemy, a robot, built to kill intruders. Marnak knew he had to act. He summoned his corruption magic. Before charging, he told the princess to hold tight. He planned to sprint at full speed. He had to escape and protect Zakia. The giant clashed with the robot, creating an opening for their escape. Zakia hesitated, asking if they should abandon him. Marnak said the giant would return once done. After a long dash, they found the right door, but opening it brought another problem. More robots waited inside. Like before, they were set to kill intruders. Zakia readied her fire magic. Marnak saw they had no time. He told her to take the right while he covered the left. Together, they cleared the enemies fast. Zakia asked what he thought of her skills. He praised her, but said they should rest, since she'd used too much magic. Suddenly, the robot from earlier returned, breaking their moment of calm. This time, it revealed heavy weapons. Marnak saw his only option was to dodge and shield Zakia. He couldn't fight and guard her at once, especially as the robot kept destroying everything around them. Then he saw it. The enemy had no ammo left. He chose not to fight. He ran. But mid-sprint, he saw the robot was recovering its spent capsules, rebuilding them into fresh rounds. Panicked, Zakia asked how they'd stop it. Marnak asked if she could hit its weapon with magic. If timed right, she could break it before the next shot. Though unsure, Zakia agreed to try. She waited for Marnak's signal, then, at the right second, fired a blast at the robot. It struck the weapon dead on. The blast hit the ceiling, nearly collapsing the room. Marnak still praised her effort, knowing she liked being acknowledged. Right after, he took off again. While running, he guessed Zakia was drained and needed to recover. After more distance, they reached another sealed door. Marnak tried brute force to open it, but it didn't budge, and frustration kicked in. He told Zakia this was the right door, but he'd need cover to unlock it. Time was tight. The robot would catch up any second. So he drew his chainsaw sword, tried slicing the door, but it failed. His system warned, no shortcuts here, which meant he had to beat the robot. Right then, the enemy showed up again. Marnak told Zakia to follow his every command now. He said this would be their final fight and asked her to hold on. He saw the robot trying to reload and rushed in to stop it fast, then gave Zakia the order to strike. She gathered her last energy for a fire spell. She hurled it straight at the target, but right after, she collapsed to her knees. Marnak knew that was her final spell, so the rest was on him. His only shot was the sword of corruption. Despite the danger, he went for it once it hit. The robot began to rot away. Not just the robot, both of Marnak's hands too. The corruption spread faster than before, a bad sign. He might not hold the blade in long enough. Still, Marnak was ready to give himself up. But without hands, he couldn't grip the sword. Then his mother arrived, grabbing the weapon with both hands. Marnak, barely standing, knew she came just in time. Dakia, drained, struggled to stay conscious. But she saw the robot finally drop. Once the enemy fell, Marnak collapsed in the debris. His mother rushed to him, not wanting him hurt again. Marnak woke up later, after blacking out. First thing he did was ask about his mother. Seeing her, he realized she was fine, even radiant. She'd saved him and Dakia by pulling them out. He thanked her, proud of herself. His mother called her actions impressive. Marnak agreed, saying he couldn't have done it without her. As they talked, Dakia opened her eyes, confused, and asked if she was alive. Marnak told her yes, and with some rest, she'd be fine. They had made it to their goal. Before them, a system asked for the eternal enchantment. Dakia said it sounded like a riddle. Marnak noted that the daughter of curiosity looked just like her mother, then said, Alicia. Instantly, the door opened. As they walked through, Sillin appeared in hologram form to greet them. She said she was the Empire's top blacksmith. Marnak was impressed she'd made both a robot and a hologram. He wondered what kind of empire this had been. Sillin welcomed them and praised their strength. Dakia asked how Marnak guessed the riddle, but Sillin answered for him. She explained Alicia was her mother's name, since they had the key. They were expected to know it. Without that, she couldn't allow them inside. Marnak realized how badly things could have gone if he was wrong. Sillin, seeing their exhaustion, offered them time to rest. Later, Marnak focused on caring for his mother. Dakia shows up. She says he finished his shower way too fast. Unlike him, she took her time and felt completely refreshed. Marnak says he enjoyed it in his own way, then asks if she tried all the features. She says, even without experience. The instructions were clear. Her clothes got cleaned too, and her grudge against Sylin dropped by half. Speaking of her, Sillin enters, asking if they'd rested well. She brought back everything they'd lost earlier. Marnak had forgotten about it. Sillin adds she even fixed what was broken. Marnak thought his master's ring was destroyed with his hand, and felt relieved it was safe. Losing it would have made Pritia furious. Sillin says it's time to see the item. Dakia is amazed at what she sees. A vast underground space, far beyond what she imagined. Sillin asks which of them will take her best creation. Just then, Marnak's mother appears. Sillin finally notices her, realizing there were 3, not 2. Still, Marnak answers, saying he'll take the item. Sillin says it wouldn't be fair to leave the others with nothing, so she'll reward them too. Then she leads Marnak to the chamber. Inside, she says this was her final masterpiece. She tells him to wear it on his main hand. Marnak takes the bracelet, placing it on his right arm. It adjusts to fit him perfectly. He feels a system activating inside. Sillin tells him to relax. It's just registering him. She says to say, activate and press the button. Marnak asks if shouting is really necessary. She confirms. He follows her instructions. After he says activate, the bracelet transforms. It wraps his entire arm in armor. Sillin bursts into laughter. She admits shouting wasn't required, just pressing the button works. Seeing him flustered, she apologizes for the joke, then says she'll explain the weapon and asks him to raise his fist. The item reacts to thoughts. Just imagine the attack. It will follow. Marnak pictures a cannon blast firing from his hand. The item responds almost instantly. The bracelet fires, creating a massive explosion. Marnak is stunned. Sillin says it's a special mana cannon, strong, but not built for long range. Since it doesn't use physical ammo, it deals high damage up close. The bracelet recharged using ambient mana, so no ammo worries. But it fired only 3 shots before a 20-minute cooldown, so aim mattered, Sillin added. If Marnak had other gear of hers, combining them might trigger something new. Marnak said he still had the sword. He merged it with the bracelet instantly, but the sword vanished. Then he saw it had fused into the bracelet, forming a blade from his arm. Curious, Marnak tested it and was impressed. Sillin noticed his reaction. She said the bracelet was born from merging mana and divinity. Marnak called it amazing. Sillin agreed. She explained it wasn't indestructible, but it's self-repaired, no maintenance needed. That gave Marnak an idea. He tried holding the Sword of Corruption using the gauntlet. This time, the blade didn't harm him. The gauntlet absorbed the damage. Then his system flashed a warning, 70 seconds until irreversible corruption. Marnak realized this power came with strict time limits. Still, he felt satisfied knowing he could use it when needed. He exited the room. Dakia asked what he got. Marnak said it was a transforming bracelet, then asked what they received. The princess teased him to guess. He noticed a new charm on her neck, and she smiled. She said it helped regulate her mana, like her old ring, but this one had no limit. Much stronger, it even forms a mask when triggered, giving her a unique look. Then Marnak's mother proudly showed her item. She told him to look at her left hand. He saw a ring just like his. Now they could track each other. The ring also gave daily barrier protection. Marnak guessed she'd asked Cylon to make her one too, maybe out of envy. Still, he loved the gift. Cylon announced everyone had their rewards and could now choose to stay or leave. Dakia said she was ready to go. Marnak agreed. Time to move. Cylon asked to keep the entrance key. Marnak remembered his promise to the archaeology leader to bring her, but, not wanting to upset Cylon, he gave in. Dakia, understanding, handed her the key. Cylon said goodbye. A giant hand appeared and pushed them into a magic portal. Cylon added, if they gathered all her items, something special would unlock. She wished Marnak well. And with that last push, a massive force flings them out of the dungeon. Marnak never thought his exit would be that abrupt. Dakia shows clear shock as well. Cylon opened a portal solely to eject them, then asks if the priest sensed blood. Marnak answers that he planned to greet those people properly. The scene cuts to Fozarina and her squad running from pursuers. They hit a dead end, making their escape worse. A horde of giant bats ambushed them. No one knew how the creatures appeared. But it did not matter now. Fozarina understood the fight, for survival had already begun. She demanded to know where Thrawn was. A companion said he moved ahead. Fozarina ordered her ally to tell Thrawn that if he wanted to survive, he should use his magic to track their target. When questioned, she repeated the order without explanation. Fozarina chose to hold the line against the bats, saying it was her duty. The swarm closed in fast. Fozarina swung her giant hammer into them. Soon after, someone arrived and noticed the fallen bats. He identified them as creatures of the one-horned tribe. Another figure cut him off, stating he wanted to leave before losing more bats. But Fozarina stepped forward, declaring they lacked permission to go. A female foe advanced, saying she did not need such permission. Fozarina launched a counter-strike. The enemy blocked with ease, mocking that the hit almost hurt. Fozarina said that was exactly her intention. Then she attacked once more. The cave's shadowy being intervened. He called Fozarina an annoyance. He bound her with magic and demanded information about the relic. Then the stone enemy sensed someone approaching and remarked that the Batmaster had just been struck. Marnak arrived, facing new opponents. The shadowy being tried to trap him with magic, yet nothing managed to hold Marnak. Seeing danger, the stone foe seized Fozarina as leverage. Marnak kept advancing anyway. The captor felt his divine power, but before reacting, Marnak ended her with one blow. That sight left the shadowy being shaken. Marnak faced him and asked how many of them still remained. Sensing danger, the enemy struck first. He tried trapping Marnak inside rock with magic, but the spell failed to hold him. Marnak broke free with his saw, barely slowed. Shocked, the enemy asked who Marnak really was. Suddenly, the scene snapped to a memory. It showed 4 stars crashing onto Earth. Some believed this marked a holy war's start, where heaven's chosen aligned with fallen gods, serving as guides, claiming to carry divine purpose. The stars gathered warriors to carry that will. One asked if they were strong enough to follow. A god answered, saying only death deserved respect, then warned them not to question commands. Obedience, without delay, was demanded, because it served their best interest. Then, the descending star named them the Annihilation Crusade. Back in the present, Marnak faced his enemy, asking how many crusaders remained. The man refused to talk and struck. Marnak grabbed his neck, showing no patience. The man asked why he should speak. Marnak drove a punch into his gut, realizing silence was useless. The man confessed another group existed. He offered to take Marnak to them, but Marnak ignored the offer and ended him on the spot. Just then, the stone woman returned. She vowed to make him pay. Marnak struck with the sword of corruption, ending her quickly. He called it a clean finish and looked for his next kill. Fozarina called out, asking for help. She didn't recognize Marnak's changed face, but saw his power and asked his name. Marnak said he was an executioner of humans. Fozarina praised his build and offered a reward for help, but her reckless tone made Marnak question her behavior. She apologized, saying she acted without thinking. Marnak warned her to guide him to the rest if she wanted to survive. He made clear it wasn't for her, but to satisfy his urge to fight. On the move, Marnak tested his strength before the next battle. He confirmed the corrupted sword only damaged living foes, so he avoided using it on the dead or similar. Fozarina climbed on his back, and he warned her that he would move fast, so she'd better guide him properly, no tricks allowed. While Marnak moved forward, Dakia stayed hidden, close and ready, since they shared the mission. Not far off, Thrawn received orders from his captain. His team said she risked herself to buy time, but Thrawn replied it wasn't so simple and warned them not to get in the way. Then, one teammate heard something odd and quickly realized more bats were coming. Pushed by urgency, Thrawn boosted his magic until he broke through the wall. A path opened. Thrawn told them to move through fast. The group rushed inside before the bats closed in. Thrawn sealed the breach using magic. The spell drained him. He knew they only made it because of their captain's actions. But far from them. The captain had already begun a new mission. Time passed. Another team arrived at the broken wall. Impressed, the others escaped alive. One wondered how the archaeologists kept slipping away. A teammate noted their strength was beyond what anyone expected. Another asked if they actually secured the relic. One answered yes, adding their higher-ups could trace the relic's location. Even so, Jamel remained unconvinced. Someone asked what still troubled her. She shared her worry, saying the relic hunts had gone too far. She'd heard the rival faction used one to create a perfect incarnation. Their leader asked how that mattered to their mission. Jamel suggested they could do the same. The leader got her point, but said their focus remained tracking the archaeology team. He ordered Jamel to reopen the path, and she complied. She called on the power of her bonded stone, asking it to clear the rock blocking their way. The wall opened instantly. With the road open, they prepared to move out. Suddenly, the bats around them started acting oddly. Jamel couldn't explain their strange reaction. The leader guessed the others must be in trouble. The girls showed no interest in helping. He reminded them their job was still the relic. They couldn't stop now, not after unlocking the path. They agreed and moved forward as one. Meanwhile, the protagonist asked Fozarina why she kept grabbing him. She dodged the question, and instead asked if he liked archaeology, then revealed she led the archaeology team. She offered him work, saying his strong build was perfect for digging. He told her to quit wasting time or he'd leave her behind. He also said her team was in danger, but the captain stayed calm. Fozarina replied they might not even be alive, so there was no point in grieving. Then she pointed toward the path they likely took, spotting the ruins. She called it Princess Salon's final resting place. The protagonist was shocked, unaware Xylem was royalty. Fozarina explained it once served as both her lab and fortress. Back in the old empire, the Empress and Emperor Yongle ruled without trouble. But when it came time to pick a successor, Silan refused the throne. So an adopted son from a royal branch was chosen instead. At first, no issues followed the decision. But peace was short-lived, and unrest grew quickly. Silan had created an artifact called Immortalium. Fozarina didn't know the full truth, but had a theory. She believed the ancient empire, formed after the fall of transgressing mages, had no true rivals. Immortalium brought Silan great fame. Worried, the emperor expanded his forces to keep control. But this move only increased tensions. A rebellion rose, demanding Silan be crowned as empress. Though she never wanted power, the people believed that made her the right choice. They viewed her as more capable than the emperor, who craved only power. War soon broke out between rebels and the empire. Both sides wanted Cylon, since she alone could forge immortalium. The Emperor trusted she'd stay loyal. The rebels believed Cylon would honor those who died for her. But unexpectedly, Cylon stayed neutral. She chose not to fight. Still, both sides saw her as a traitor. No longer a prize, Cylon became a threat to all. Everyone wanted her gone, believing it was the only way. Soon after, troops stormed her lab, but they were met with fierce defenses. Cylon's creations overpowered the attackers. The protagonist knew this firsthand. He'd fought one and couldn't get past it. Desperate, enemies harmed innocents to lure her out. It worked. Enraged, Cylon decided to end the war herself, wiping out both factions to erase the cause. Old records spoke of a brutal metal army, leading Foserina to suspect androids backed Cylon. In response, Emperor and rebels joined forces, bringing all their power to bear. They sent in a high-level force called the Experts. These operatives broke into Cylon's lab and took her body, and finally destroyed the terrifying figure. But no expert ever returned from that mission. Since then, Cylon's lab was sealed off, untouched since that day. The protagonist then asked what became of the Empire. Foserina said the Emperor and rebels fought again, ending in his defeat. Curious, the protagonist asked if she knew anything about Cylon's lost relics. She replied that she had never heard of them. He began to wonder if Cylon had outside help during the assault, thinking even elite warriors alone wouldn't have survived. He suspected a demon aided Cylon, faking her death so she could keep building in secret. Her words made him realize the area was off limits, so he asked why Foserina still sent her team into the lab. She said it was complicated, but reminded him that time had passed, and much of that era was wiped out, except for the immortalium formula. Suddenly, battle sounds rang out nearby. Foserina guessed it was her squad and urged him forward. Her team had survived after all, but was now trapped by the lab's guardians. Most couldn't withstand the attack. Only Thrawn was left, still fighting alone. Then, his weapon snapped in the grip of a robot, leaving him fully exposed before the enemy struck. An explosion landed squarely on the robot, blasting it away. The protagonist, using his cannon, saved the last archaeologist from death. A wave of guilt hit him for the fallen. Thrawn lit up, relieved to see his captain alive. Foserina quickly asked where the other teams were. He said the walls shifted on their own, splitting them apart. They hadn't touched a thing. He blamed the enemy for the trap. Mid-conversation, Thrawn saw the robot begin to rise again. The protagonist struck fast, launching a follow-up attack, but as he hit, he realized the robot could take heavy damage. It had to be made from immortalium. Still, there was an advantage. It was less skilled than the previous ones he had fought. The protagonist sees the opening came. He struck hard, more than expected, and locked the machine in place. Foserina, quick to react, disarmed the robot without pause. She urged Thram to move and assist. Meanwhile, the protagonist thought, without a weapon made from the same metal, he couldn't take the robot down, so he used his saw, carving through to extract a sliver of immortalium. He hit the android's core directly, shutting it down for good. While Foserina celebrated surviving, the protagonist and his mother focused on immortalium's value. Then, black smoke poured from the robot. Thram guessed poison, but the protagonist disagreed. He saw it melting, realizing the immortalium was ruined. He figured Cylon had built in a failsafe to stop misuse. The protagonist then said he'd destroy every metal soldier and leave anyone behind. He warned them that following him meant likely death. Foserina's team wanted to follow, but he moved too fast. Marnak ran straight for the palace. Nearing the gates, he saw chaos inside. Cylon had clearly set her machines to repel intruders. Marnak didn't hesitate, charging in with force. But what he found was a crowd cheering Jamel on. She was worn out from fighting the machines. Marnak paused, puzzled. Why would a supposed worshipper of evil guard archaeologists from Cylon's creations? Jamel shouted for help. The team said they were helpless, unarmed. Just then, the protagonist's mother asked if he would only save them once Jamel was dead. He considered this might be a way to learn more about Liberatio. One archaeologist said helping Jamel was necessary. If she fell, they'd be next. The others agreed after hearing that. But the protagonist stepped in, stopping them. He said Jamel was his to kill, and anyone who helped her would die too. That stunned the team, unsure if he was human or monster. Looking past the fear, they saw a man beneath the mask, shirtless and strange. Then the protagonist began tearing into the robots. Jamel, despite everything, was impressed. Marnak kept attacking without pause. The robots didn't stay idle, launching counterattacks. Their clash shook the area fast. Alarmed, Jamel shouted that it was dangerous. She spotted a robot diving from above, targeting the protagonist. She reacted fast, firing a ranged blast. The robot burst into fragments on impact. The protagonist turned back to the remaining enemies. Jamel cheered the hit, then joined the fight. He noticed one damaged robot trying to send a signal. Too late. It had already summoned backup through a magical device. Marnak failed to stop it in time. The archaeologist captain arrived shortly after. Relieved, she saw her team alive. Marnak braced himself for the next wave. Jamel realized he was using divine energy. In his thoughts, Marnak saw the device coming, but not from his path. He told Fosarina to take her people and leave, saying they'd only slow him down. Fosarina said 20 of her team were still missing. She asked him to save anyone he found. Then, she agreed to retreat and called her team to follow. Jamel tried slipping away with them, but Marnak blocked her escape. He told her she was coming with him. Jamel said she had questions and needed to go. Marnak warned her, disobey once more and she'd regret it. After the team left, he said the princess could stop hiding, since they were all gone now. Jamel was shocked. She hadn't noticed the tail. She tried vanishing with magic. But Marnak stopped her, saying if she used magic again without approval, she'd die. Then he demanded answers. First, how many lived in Liberacho? Jamel said she didn't know. She explained they were scattered into small groups, unsure who survived. He asked how they located relics. She said one relic acted like a map, but added she didn't have it. Only high-ranking members did. Hearing this, Marnak asked how many relics they'd collected so far. Jamel answered 4, but he'd heard that before. Marnak suspected she was lying, saying that info was old. So they must have found more since then. Jamel said the map got damaged during faction wars, making it show dozens of locations at once. She explained Kairos wanted to topple the gods, while Burso aimed to bring them to Earth. The two clashed constantly. Each side had 2 relics, and she heard Karsus had already taken down a deity. That shocked the protagonist, who asked how that was even possible. Jamel quickly said she didn't belong to any faction, so she lacked details. Before he could ask more, a massive blast echoed through the area. Reinforcements had arrived, already scanning for enemies. Their mission was simple: kill them on sight. Jamel asked to use her power against the robot, promising not to betray him. Marnak thought killing her might be safer, but something held him back. He recalled her shielding the archaeologists, and noted she never once attacked him, though it felt risky. He figured Shantas would have told him to let her live. So Marnak allowed it, warning her clearly about consequences if she tried anything. Jamel activated her power, ready to fight. The robot had locked onto their position and saw them as threats. Marnak didn't wait, he attacked first, and the fight began instantly. He slashed at the robot with his saw, but it barely left a mark. This one was stronger than the last. Then the robot spoke, saying a successor had finally appeared. He called himself Terzio, Third Knight, and saluted Marnak. Terzio offered to escort him to the lab's leader. Dakia, confused, asked what was going on. Marnak said, according to Fosarina, this was Salon's lab, but asked if the robot planned to ambush them later. Terzio assured him he wouldn't, saying it was an honor to guide him. Later, Terzio led them to the one in charge. Jamel asked what would happen to her now. Marnak thought about it. He didn't want to kill her, but keeping her was risky. Then the princess spoke, saying Jamel could go look for her friends if she missed them. But Jamel said Giselle and Zarn were behind her now. Dakia asked if they'd be upset she left. Jamel replied they didn't care, and she barely knew them anyway. The princess turned to Marnak, saying she got all she needed from Jamel. Marnak said letting her go felt wrong, but killing her wasn't right either. For now, he'd watch her closely and maybe give her some tasks, since he had more questions. Then Dakia asked if she could tell Jamel the priest's name, since she'd be joining them. Marnak agreed and took off his mask. Jamel saw his face and recognized him at once. The protagonist asked how she recognized him. Jamel said he was the priest who had wrecked her group many times, and that his image was everywhere in Liberatio, known by all. She feared that once he had answers, he'd kill her, since he was known for never sparing her kind. Still, she insisted she was on the good side and begged for mercy. Marnak told her he wouldn't kill her, but still wondered what to do with her. Jamel then offered her loyalty if he let her live. Later, they reached their destination. Terzio announced to the administrator that the successor had arrived. The robot administrator was thrilled to hear the successor was finally here. He said his vision system was damaged, so he couldn't see the successor himself. He asked Marnak to prove he was the rightful one. Marnak raised his hand. The robot instantly recognized the bracelet from Sillin. That confirmed their creator hadn't left them behind. Marnak asked if anyone else was still alive inside. The administrator said 24 people remained, a pair and another group of 22, still holding on. That was why it took time to subdue them. Most soldiers were too damaged to finish the task. Terzio was the last of the 4 Guardian Knights. Marnak then asked him not to harm the 22. He wanted them alive. Then he asked about the other pair. Jamel stepped in, pleading for Giselle and Zarn to be spared too. She swore she'd do anything to protect them. The protagonist's mother disagreed, but Marnak felt otherwise. He thought Jamel was different from the others. Even now, she still cared for her friends, so he asked for their release as well, but requested the 2 groups take separate paths out. The administrator agreed, sending them out by different routes. Before they left, he said he had something for the successor. Left long ago by the mother, it turned out to be a piece of armor. Marnak took it in hand, used his gauntlet, and absorbed the boots into his gear. They had thrusters, just like the glove. He thanked the robot, who said he was only following her orders. Marnak felt incredibly lucky, then remembered the robot mentioned damage and asked what caused it. The administrator said it happened during an ambush, when invaders attacked Marnak's mother. After the battle with the expert squad, every knight except Terzio was destroyed, along with nearly the entire robot force. Terzio made it, but took heavy damage in the fight. Still, Marnak noted it meant the experts were wiped out. The administrator agreed, but said he didn't see it as a true win. They had simply used the enemy's biology against them, trapping them until they died from starvation. Marnak, rather than shocked, was impressed. Now, as the new leader, the administrator had a request. He wanted to rebuild the army to serve the new successor. He said Marnak's mother had opposed the idea, but believed leadership was what mattered most. Marnak asked if the robots would follow him no matter what. The administrator said yes, the army would obey completely. Marnak thought about it. If the world turned on him, these machines could tip the balance. So he gave the green light and asked how long it would take. The administrator said building the full army would take centuries. Marnak asked if downsizing the force could speed things up. The administrator then asked how many he needed. Marnak said the empire had collapsed, so he didn't need thousands, given that. The administrator said a reduced army could be ready in 50 years. Marnak asked if something could be done in under a year. The administrator wished he could, but with broken systems and missing parts, even prepping would take 20 years. Only then could real production begin. Meanwhile, he could handle minor repairs. First, he'd fix his visual sensors. He said it had been ages since he last saw the lab. Then he asked why the successor was in such a hurry. Marnak explained that Liberatio was after him. Hearing that, the administrator said he'd start right away. He promised to craft a small force within a year and offered Marnak shelter in the lab. But Marnak said he couldn't stay that long. Missions waited. The administrator insisted. It was unsafe with enemies hunting him. If Marnak stayed, he'd ensure comfort and even cut time to 11 months. He clearly didn't want the successor to leave. Marnak thought 11 months wasn't terrible, but his real issue was his main goal. That same mission had made him refuse more training from his master, even with elite machines at his side. He couldn't forget that Liberatio had taken down a god somewhere else. A man tied up yelled for help, loud and defiant. But it was clear the people nearby had no plans to set him free. They planned to offer him as bait to the beast. The cultists watched closely, missing nothing. One muttered the creature had once been a god, questioning if gods were truly great. Another snapped back, warning him that was blasphemy. The first asked, "Wasn't dragging a god down the real sacrilege?" His peer insisted. Whatever its shape now, it was still divine. You could feel it. The cultist countered, saying power alone doesn't make it a god, dignity does. He refused to call such a beast divine, not after what it did. He also mentioned the order was recruiting fighters. His peers knew this, but kept wasting effort on the beast. The Crusade of Annihilation, in contrast, hunted relics instead. He claimed the enemy wouldn't even use them right, so they just had to find more first. Then he said everything was nearly ready and asked if test subjects were needed. His peer confirmed, adding that the target region was already chosen. He then gestured toward the Northern Kingdom. But the protagonist had a mission and couldn't stay for 11 months. Still, walking away from such legacy wasn't an option. He swore not to abandon the robots. The administrator trusted his choice and promised full support. Terzio also offered to help, eager to travel with him and prove his value. The protagonist hesitated, thinking Terzio's size might draw attention. Terzio quickly assured him he could shrink at will. He could become pocket-sized and only grow when truly needed. Hearing that, the mother joked that Pocket was already hers. He smiled, saying it would always be her spot. Then he asked if Terzio could mimic a regular human size. Terzio confirmed and instantly resized himself. With that, the protagonist agreed to take him along. The administrator requested 3 hours to repair Terzio, asking him to wait. He also noted that the fallen soldiers had been recovered. Marnak asked if he could bring those units with him. The administrator was puzzled why he'd want broken soldiers. Marnak said plainly, he needed to sell the immortalium, he was short on funds. The administrator understood the need, to a point, but warned immortalium was too rare to be sold freely. He then proposed another way to solve the money problem, gathering gold and gems while extracting materials for the army. He promised all findings would go to him. The land nearby was full of wealth. He also said the lab could travel on land, sea, and air, though some features were offline due to urgent repairs. The info mattered to the protagonist, who assigned the robot to lead the mining effort. The administrator thanked him and urged the successor to take a short rest. He said he would call him once Terzio could travel again, after basic fixes. He guaranteed Terzio would handle any foe who lacked true mastery. He vowed to upgrade Terzio when time and resources allowed. That upgrade would let Terzio stand against seasoned experts. He also fitted Terzio with a communicator so the successor could reach the lab any time. Adding that, despite knowing his role, he still wanted occasional contact. The protagonist agreed, stressing the need to stay linked, so the administrator swore he would make the world bow before him. Time passed. The princess spoke warmly about the priest's recent deeds, and later, Marnak and his allies crossed paths again with Carmen and Sajida. Carmen thanked the priest for restoring their condition, and Marnak answered that he had only done what was required. He then asked about the unfamiliar faces. Terzio stepped forward and introduced himself first. He said he was the third knight sworn to the successor. Marnak added that Terzio came from an ancient empire's relics. Then the group exchanged brief greetings. Sajida, however, took another route. She declared her wish to challenge Terzio someday. The robot answered that it needed its master's approval, and Marnak granted it without delay. Terzio then said he was available at any moment. After that, Jamel spoke up. She stated her duty was to serve the priest, her serious tone, prompting Carmen to ask if guilt tied her so closely to Marnak. Jamel said the priest made her reconsider her own kindness, and added she would do anything if paid. Elsewhere, the Crusader leader rallied his forces. He declared he would guide them on their first march toward the Northern Kingdom. Their goal was clear: remove the fallen deity hiding there. He proclaimed the holy war had begun, and every divine fighter must be ready. Back at Marnak's camp, Princess Dakia voiced her unease. She sensed something wrong since they had left only a week ago, yet rumors already spoke of vanishing people in Beato. She feared her own brother might be tied to it. Marnak noted the walk to Beato normally lasted 2 to 3 weeks, and the smiling master stayed in that city. Dakia realized the priest would uncover her secret sooner or later, so she chose to tell him herself. She revealed that her father, the smiling master Kalto Remel, was not in a sound state. Carmen asked how long this had lasted. The princess said about 3 years, and Marnak then asked who acted in her father's stead. Dakia said it was Sir Douglas Martin. Marnak found it odd an outsider held the role, not royalty. But the princess explained Douglas was her father's loyal ally, honest and trusted, and that Kalto Rimmel always spoke highly of him. Even so, Marnak still found it strange. He questioned how someone unstable could name a successor at all. Dakia explained her father had left written orders, assigning Martin control for 5 years if anything happened. People doubted it at first, but Martin vowed to follow that time limit. He worked well, gaining public trust. Jamel asked if others sought to take the Smiling Master's place. The princess confirmed that suspicion had been raised, but said there were no current signs of that. Right then, food arrived, Marnak suggested, pausing the talk until after the meal. While eating, he overheard someone nearby asking about a suspicious man in a tunic who'd been seen lately. The innkeeper replied most guests wore tunics, including the 3 sitting right in front of them. The strangers turned to look at Marnak's table. They thanked the innkeeper for the tip, then got a room, saying they'd help if anything went wrong. Jamel panicked, fearing they'd recognize her, ending everything, despite the tension. A man named Admacheo walked up and said he was from the Annihilation Crusade. He introduced his friend Tatiana, but wouldn't reveal their god. Marnak replied he was a priest, serving the goddess of preservation who protected daily life. Admacheo apologized for disturbing them and left. His goal achieved. Right after, Marnak's mother warned him of danger. Marnak thought it odd, a demon as a priest, and wondered if the crusade was linked. He said he'd heard plenty about the Annihilation Crusade, then asked why they were here. Admacheo saw no harm in telling a priest. He said they were tracking evil worshippers, blaming them for recent trouble. Marnak agreed, saying such cultists deserved to be wiped out, but he asked how they told them apart from normal people. Admacheo said, on pilgrimage. That wasn't easy. Then he shared that the gods had sent a messenger. 4 angels had come down to the world. Marnak reacted with shock. Still, Admacheo said fighting a holy war beside angels would be glorious. Marnak felt his true mission was finally starting.